Chapter 957. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have anything to do with this. Li Longji asked the officials to discuss how to spend the money. After the autumn harvest, most of the regions would hand in the grain and pay taxes. The grain collected by the local government would first be stored locally and then distributed according to the needs of each region. The cost and demand would then be verified and distributed in a unified manner to reduce losses during the transportation process. The money would be directly deposited into the bank. When the local government needed money, they would send a telegram to the higher-ups and allow them to keep some private savings according to the different regions and ranks. If there was an emergency, the local government could temporarily borrow from the bank without interest, and the bank would send someone to monitor whether the money was used for the specific purpose. In this way, the statistics would be compiled very quickly. Before the end of the year, the financial accounts of the imperial court would be more or less clear. The remaining income before the end of the year would be calculated again at the beginning of the year. Originally, some officials thought that there was no need for a second calculation. They said that there was only 1 or 2 months left and that there wouldn't be much of an impact after the autumn harvest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan firmly disagreed. If the local government was given 2 months of free time, the funds would not be deposited into the bank. 2 months of free cash flow was too terrifying. At the same time, before the new year, the consumption would increase exponentially, so the taxes would naturally not be low. Li Longji didn't have to think too much about what he said to the various officials and Zhang Xiaobao. The second calculation was settled. Today's court assembly was only for the sake of spending money. Li Longji asked the various departments what they wanted to do in the coming year and how much money they needed. Then, they wouldn't give the money immediately. They would have to conduct an audit first. Perhaps this was the reason why some officials hated Zhang Xiaobao. Before the audit, Li Longji had to understand the general situation. Li Longji was in a good mood as he watched the provincial officials bicker about how they wanted to get a bigger share of the money. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, looked much better. At the very least, the Ministry of Revenue had an additional 130 million strings of cash this year. He was full of confidence. When he saw the emperor looking at him, he would nod to express that he didn't feel any pressure. Because the Ministry of Works didn't need to pay for the Ministry of Revenue's scientific research, the remaining expenses were nothing. Oh, it should be said that it was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Zhang Zhong might not ask for money from him. His son could just casually think of a plan and the funds would come out. The officials were still arguing. Now that there were more and more departments under the imperial court and the local governments, there would always be artificial overlaps when doing things. For example, the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money, but the Ministry of Justice also had a subordinate office that was specifically in charge of economic cases. If an official committed an economic case, the Ministry of Civil Affairs could also intervene. Even the Supreme Court and the Censorate had to intervene. The head of the Secretariat could skip over the department directly under him and issue a decree to hold him accountable. The officials knew that the Imperial Court had money, but it had to go through an audit. Normally, the Imperial Court's audit department would just audit it. The private bank could not ask about the details of the direct transfer of funds. If the Imperial Court gave it, the other party would ask for it. You just had to take the money. But the money earned in the private bank belonged to the emperor, and Zhang Xiaobao was always in charge of it. How could he not have someone investigate? How could the emperor not ask when he found out the problem? In other words, they could bribe the auditors of the imperial court, but not the manager of the bank. This caused the auditors to not dare to accept bribes. At this moment, the officials were fighting for places where their functions overlapped. They wanted to snatch the right to speak and thus obtain more funds. As for whether there would be a situation where the funds were not used, it depended on the situation. They didn't dare to do big things that involved the people's livelihood, but they could always do small things. They could use a small portion here and squeeze out a little there. That way, they would have more money to live. Noisy, noisy, you only know how to quarrel. Let's quarrel. I'll see who wins and gets more money. I'll set my eyes on that person. The Ministry of Rights wants money for office supplies? Didn't they change a batch last year? Xiao Bei was still hungry and was annoyed by the noise below. She leaned against the chair and muttered. Suddenly, she heard the loud voice of an official not far away. She was puzzled. Li Longji was in a good mood. He saw Zhang Zhong, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo whispering to each other. When he heard Xiao Bei's voice, he stretched out his arm and carried Xiao Bei to the side. He whispered to Xiao Bei, "Your father is busy talking to your brother. It's fine to sit for a while." "Thank you, Uncle Emperor. I'm really tired from standing. I haven't eaten yet. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm thinking about how to deal with the officials." Xiao Bei shrunk her body as much as she could. The armrest of the chair was high so she could hide her eyes. Since she could not see her father, she felt her father could not see her as well. As for her swaying legs and hair that was adorned with many accessories, she could not care less. Li Longji held back his laughter. "It's indeed tiring. What do you want to eat later?" Xiao Bei smacked her lips. "Let's have some porridge. Sister said that brother was so angry that he vomited blood yesterday. Let's have a dish of Lu Zhou's local shrimp sauce. The main dish. We'll eat whatever we have. We won't trouble the people in the imperial kitchen. We have to prepare more porridge. Brother can't eat anything hard. Who angered him so much that he vomited blood?" Li Longji was not sure. He did not hear anyone barging into the palace last night. "I don't know. It should be about the explosion. When I woke up this morning, I heard someone say that there was an explosion in the Ministry of Works. A huge fireball flew up, and someone was injured." Xiao Bei shook her head. She was very concerned about the Ministry of Works. At the mention of the Ministry of Works, she heard the people from the Ministry of Rights talking about the money for office supplies. She turned to Li Longji and asked, "Uncle Emperor, I remember that you renovated the various ministries last year. The Ministry of Rights also sent office supplies to my house. Why do they still want money? Should we send them to him again?" Li Longji patted Xiao Bei's head and explained to her, "He wants money, not things. As for the so-called office supplies, he doesn't dare to mention tables and chairs. So, he said that it's brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. He also wants paper clips, tacks, and thumbtacks. Also, the various ceremonial items from the Ministry of Rights are worn out. If you give them the money, they'll buy them themselves. If you give them the money, how is he going to spend the money?" Huh? Xiao Bei had never heard her brother and sister say such things before. She did not understand why she had to spend her own money. "You don't understand, right?" Li Longji asked. He did not wait for Xiao Bei's reply. He continued to explain, if he spends his own money, the price can be slightly higher. The seller's profits have to be lowered as well. With the excess, he can, embezzlement. Ah. That's smart. Wait for me. Xiao Bei jumped down and ran to her brother's side. She said a few words before she returned. She looked at her father warily. When she saw that her father was not looking at her, she climbed back onto the chair. She met Li Longji's gaze and said, "I asked my brother just now, and he said that he knows. He doesn't care because he doesn't have enough money. He said that if he really wants to manage it, it's simple. All he has to do is buy everything and add a supervisor. But he also said that even if he does that, the effect won't be great. There will always be a way to obtain benefits. It will also give the supervisor too much power. But if we use bidding, it will still be effective. My brother said that he doesn't have time to manage it. He asked me to think about it and discuss it with Xiao Yuan and the others. Li Longji's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. When he saw that Xiaobao was still talking to his father, he turned back to look at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir gave him a look that said, "My adopted son is only capable of this." As for how capable he was, it was obvious just now. When he was talking to his father, his sister went to ask. After that, he came up with an idea and coaxed his sister. "Brother said that it's not okay?" Xiao Bei asked. It's fine, it's fine. After the meal, I'll look for the officials to discuss. Although there will be benefits as long as someone manages it, it's more convenient to manage a small number of people. I'll save money and treat you to candy." Li Longji really planned to do as he said. Although Xiao Bao said it casually, it was still worth 1,000 gold. Xiao Bei smiled and blinked. "Okay, I want to eat the candies and candies from Darling's Candy House." Darling's Candy House? Where is it? Li Longji imitated Xiao Bei and blinked his eyes. Have you heard of Savant's restaurant? Darling's Candy House has rented a small room below the flagship store. This shows that they are a very capable business. In the future, they will have branches all over Great Tang. They will sell all kinds of children's candies, and the slogan is "Savant starts from a child." They have also set up a membership system and often give out beautiful toys. The quality of the products is good, and the price is reasonable. The packaging is beautiful. It is the best gift for friends, family, and children. Xiao Bei excitedly introduced the candies, as if he was very familiar with them. Li Longji pretended to be interested and asked, "Can adults and elders eat them? We can't let the children eat by themselves while the adults watch, right?" Xiao Bei was stunned. After a while, he said, "Wait for me for a while." Then, he ran to the back and gathered with Xiao Yuan and the others. They began to discuss in low voices, and it was very lively. Listening to the quarrel that showed no signs of stopping, Li Longji closed his eyes and rested for a while. At this time, Xiao Bei ran back. He smiled at Li Longji and said, "I went to tell them what to eat later. I asked them to eat the same as I did, and they all agreed." "That's good." Li Longji nodded. "Uncle Emperor, what were we talking about earlier?" "Oh. I remember now. We were talking about adults and elders, right?" Xiao Bei tried to recall. Then, he smiled and said, "Uncle Emperor, your problem will be solved soon. When I came back from Hongnong, I heard something about Darling's Candy House." "What is it?" Li Longji cooperated. "It's about the problem you raised. Darling's Candy House will be launching a new activity tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow is about right. There's enough time. They will launch a new activity to make candies and pastries suitable for adults and elders. They will use high-quality ingredients and taste good." "Why are they doing this?" "Because they have the same idea as you." Great minds think alike." Yes. Great minds think alike, but there's a slight difference. They don't sell directly to adults and elders. Instead, they sell sets. For example, a tiger father won't have a dog son set, a war brother set, a mother-daughter set, a parent-child family set, 3 generations under the same roof, 4 generations under the same roof, and so on. Their marketing slogan is, "The sweetest thing is Darling's Candy House's pastry honey. The happiest way to eat it is to taste it with family." How about it? Is it good? Xiao Bei smiled proudly and took 2 deep breaths. It was not easy to say the words that he had just memorized word for word. Hiss. Li Longji's teeth started to hurt even before he ate the candy. He looked at Xiao Bei in shock. Then, Wei Wei got up and looked behind them. He saw the 8 children staring at them with wide eyes. Gao Lishe revealed a gratified smile with a hint of pride. Just like when Xiao Bei said there was a difference, there was a hint of pride. Li Longji turned around and met Xiao Bei's expectant gaze. He nodded fiercely and said, "Good, that's great." Compared to Darling's Candy House's money-making methods, those noisy officials should all be farming. They have lived for so long in vain. They should feel ashamed and ashamed. Xiao Bei was satisfied. He smiled sweetly and humbly and said, "That's not necessary. They are also very hard-working. There are specializations in every field. It's good that they are old. Big Brother said before that living is wealth. If it weren't for the fact that there are young people who are good at being officials and making money to compare with them, they really are not bad. These officials are also afraid of comparisons." Li Longji seemed to be talking to Xiao Bei, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Then, he turned on the microphone and said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment." Hanyuan Palace Hall instantly regained its silence. It was as if the commotion just now was just a dream. Everyone still felt that it was normal. Life was a dream, after all. Seeing that everyone had quietened down, Li Longji said, "Make a detailed report of the various expenditures for next year and submit it to the Secretariat. That's all for today." Dismissed. After that, Li Longji walked back. Xiao Bei and the others, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, followed him. Zhang Zhong rejected his son's suggestion to eat with him, saying that there was good food back at the ministry and that he had brought food boxes at home. It was better than the Ministry of Works canteen. The other officials also left one after another. Those who felt hungry again wanted to go back to look for food. They didn't dare to leave with the emperor to eat. After knowing that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't suitable for strenuous exercise recently, Li Longji didn't let him cook or give him medicine. He didn't lack medicine. The only thing he could do was to let the chefs in the imperial kitchen put the rice and chicken together and cook it over a large fire. They cooked until the rice grains couldn't be seen and looked like paste. In the end, there was a layer of paste under the porridge, which was the rice crust. He asked Xiao Bei to take it and divide it among the 9 of them as snacks. Everyone chatted as they ate. Gao Lishe told Zhang Xiaobao about what happened just now. It was about the candy house. Xiao Bei was so embarrassed that he buried his head in the bowl. Wang Wan sighed. What kind of person taught what kind of students? If the 9 of them were to do this, they would have to open up many chain stores to form a brand. During the meal, Zhang Xiaobao suggested a few more ideas, and Li Longji agreed to them one by one. When he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about what the other country was like, the 2 of them were speechless. Zhang Xiaobao could only choose what he could to describe to Li Longji. He did not dare to tell Li Longji that an airplane could fly around the Earth in a day. If a small nuclear warhead was dropped on Beijing, the entire city would be destroyed. He was afraid that Li Longji would feel despair, and he was even more afraid that Li Longji would ask why they could come over in a day but didn't come over to fight. He couldn't possibly tell Li Longji that they were peace-loving and invented the nuclear warhead to make it easier to develop. They wanted to plant crops in a large forest in a few years, so they blew it up and waited a few years to plant crops there. Not to mention Li Longji, even Xiao Bei wouldn't believe such words. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao had finished talking about the matter. He was only 40% or 30% full, and he always felt that his stomach was empty. After the meal, he brought his siblings home and went to the lakeside in the afternoon. Xiao Bei and the others were busy implementing the new candy house plan and looking for people to design it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gathered a lot of information to prepare for the upcoming military examination. That afternoon, more and more officials came to invest. They handed over their deposit certificates and asked if their relatives could participate, but Li Longji bluntly refused. There were many officials above the 5th rank in Beijing, and there were also those who were qualified to participate in the morning court. They belonged to special departments, but were below the 5th rank. The officials who were most hesitant were those who opposed the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to earn back the money they invested and would be cheated, but they were also afraid that if they didn't invest, they wouldn't get any benefits in the future. At noon, they received news that other than their group of officials, the other officials who could attend the court had things sent in the name of Savant's restaurant. For example, potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, ginseng, velvet antlers, and other good things. They were the kind that couldn't be bought with money. All of them scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being vengeful, but none of them were willing to change their attitudes. After some discussion, they felt that it was better to invest. When the time came, they would split the money with the other officials. How could Zhang Xiaobao not give it to them? Thus, a rare scene occurred. The officials who didn't get along with the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families raised more money and sent it to the cashier's office with the spirit of the wind. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he shook his head helplessly. He knew that if his son Xiaobao really wanted to split the money, it was impossible that he wouldn't give the officials a portion of the money. However, his son could make the money not generate profits and use other excuses to compensate the other officials. Sigh. I'd better pretend to be weak. It's not good to be too strong, Zhang Zhong muttered. He lowered his head and continued to think about the Ministry of Works. The afternoon sun shone down warmly. Without looking up, one could see the white clouds. One moment they turned into a pig, and the next moment they turned into a sheep. Zhang Ju, who worked in the Ministry of War, planned to find a restaurant to eat. Before that, he went to a state-owned telegraph company to send a telegram to his family. Someone would help deliver it to his home. He had already made up his mind to bring his family over and bring his 2 children who had never seen each other to play in the capital with his wife. They would go to Hibiscus Garden, the zoo, and Savant's restaurant for a meal. Then, they would walk around the east and west markets. He might not be able to see the new animals in the zoo, but if he really couldn't, he would ask Zhang Jidushi for help. He had to let his children kowtow to him. Yes, Zhang Jidushi said that he would think of a way to solve the housing problem. He wondered if he had gone to see the emperor today. Zhang Ju walked along the road. In this environment where the sky was high and the clouds were light, he couldn't describe what he was feeling at this moment. He kept feeling like he was in a trance. During his days in the capital, he had to walk this road every day, but today, it seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Everything around him was right in front of him. It was as if he was walking on the edge of the sky. Zhang Ju, who seemed to have lost his soul, strolled to a small shop selling soup pancakes. He could only come out to eat by himself or bring a food box. There was no one to make food boxes for him, unlike the Ministry of Works and the Western Agriculture Temple, which had a special canteen. Lord Zhang, you're here. As soon as Zhang Ju entered the shop, the waiter greeted him with a smile. Don't call me Lord. What kind of lord am I? I'm just a small official. Give me a bowl of zhejiang noodles with meat sauce and no more noodles. It's just a copper coin. Thank you for teaching me how to speak and do things yesterday. Zhang Ju waved his hand and found a place where no one was around to sit down. Then call me Big Brother Zhang. Big Brother Zhang, did you use the method I told you yesterday? Who is the high official you want to see? I might have heard of him. The waiter habitually wiped the clean table with a cloth and asked with a smile. Then, he shouted to the kitchen behind him, zhejiang noodles. I used it, but it didn't work. I want to hear the truth. I understand now. The higher the official, the more amiable he is. Zhang Ju sighed. Big Brother Zhang, you haven't said who it is. Tell me, I might know. The waiter was curious. Zhang Ju was amused and said, of course you know. I saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I'll give you the money first. Otherwise, you'll forget about it after you finish eating. Here, take it. Zhang Ju pulled the stupefied waiter over and gave him 3 copper coins. Hold it well. Don't lose it and say I didn't give it to you. Zhang Ju reminded him again. Only then did the waiter react. His hands trembled and his voice trembled. Big brother Zhang, you saw the 2 of them? Did you see them? What did they look like? See, I told you. I saw them, but they were different from what I imagined. They looked like a perfect match. When they talked, I didn't feel the power of an official. It was like chatting with a good friend. They even taught me how to sing and gave me wine. The more Zhang Ju spoke, the more excited he became. As a result, many people gathered around him. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and listened quietly. As they listened, they also became excited. No one knew why they were so excited. It wasn't until the waiter in the kitchen called out several times that everyone moved back and chose a new seat. The tables around Zhang Ju were all full. Because there were too many people fighting for the table, it was empty in the end. The waiter served the noodles and returned 1 copper coin to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju looked at the noodles. In addition to the meat sauce, there was also a spoonful of mayonnaise. Puzzled, he asked, "This is?" The mayonnaise was added for Big Brother Zhang. The meat sauce noodles cost 2 copper coins. The waiter was much more respectful. A person who could see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and talk to them was worth a small spoonful of mayonnaise. Didn't you say the price of meat increased by 1 copper coin the day before yesterday? It increased from 11 copper coins to 17 copper coins. Is your shop planning to lose money? Zhang Ju thought that the waiter was deliberately saying this. Before the waiter could answer, another person who was also eating beside him said to Zhang Ju, "It increased by 1 day." Just 1 day. Yesterday, it was 10 copper coins. Today, it became 9 copper coins. Someone said that Zhang Xiaobao was angry and said that the price had exceeded 50%. He told the meat sellers to reduce the price and spit out the extra money. After spitting out the extra money, he would return to the original price. It wasn't that meat seller, it was that meat seller. Which meat seller? Zhang Ju was puzzled. It was those who delivered meat to the capital. Carts and boats. Someone said that they were frightened and knelt in front of Zhang Xiaobao for the entire night, another person said. Nonsense. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaobao took the exam. How could meat sellers enter the exam hall? I only left at midnight. Why didn't I see them? Zhang Ju refuted with facts. How would I know? Anyway, it dropped. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who else could make these merchants so scared? It was like a mouse bumping into a cat. That person said unconvinced. Zhang Ju sighed again in his heart, this is fame. But who knew that the person who said this and made the entire Great Tang upper realm tremble also likes to tell jokes? In that case, you'll be busy again with more meat sauce? Zhang Ju asked the waiter. Busy. Busy is the only way to make money. I'll be even busier in 2 days. I'll have to work outside the city to deliver noodles. The waiter looked happy because the shop belonged to his family. He would take over as the shopkeeper in the future. There's work outside the city? Brother Zhang, don't you know? The Ministry of War mobilized many imperial guards today to work with the soldiers from Tufan outside the city to expand the city. Originally, it was to expand to the west. Didn't Zhang Xiaobao enter the palace today and tell the emperor to expand in all directions? The emperor agreed and expanded in all directions. He also mobilized the army, saying that this will be considered as military training. First, he wants to build a house near the current city for the soldiers' families to live in. He also said that they will spend the new year together. The waiter was well informed and told Zhang Ju everything. Zhang Ju took 2 deep breaths and lowered his head. In just a few moments, the bowl of noodles had been stuffed into his stomach. He didn't even bother to drink the thick sauce soup anymore. After bidding farewell to the waiter, he hurriedly ran out. Chapter 958. Zhang Ju displayed the same reaction speed as when he was guarding the Fengzhou Pass. His legs alternated rapidly while his eyes looked forward. He very naturally dodged the pedestrians one by one and ran quickly toward the west gate. He didn't lose his mind and foolishly ran toward the east gate, which was the furthest away from the store. Instead, he instinctively chose the shortest path, which was the west gate, due to his high level of excitement. As a captain who was good at guarding, judging the situation was a basic skill. Physical strength, horsepower, distance, speed, obstacles, enemy reaction, and so on. Even if the enemy launched a surprise attack, he had to quickly respond. Of course, most of the time, he was on the defensive. This was because when it came time to return to the flag, he had to lead 2 groups of people and stand under the mountain flag. Being as immovable as a mountain wasn't a tortoise. It was stability and scheming. At this moment, he had already calculated the distance and his physical strength. He controlled his speed to the optimum level and ran toward the west gate. The passers-by who were overtaken by him all raised their eyebrows and praised his good leg strength. After running for nearly half an hour, Zhang Ju stood at the west gate of Chang'an, which was also the gate of Golden Light. He even crossed a bridge along the way. After adjusting his breathing, Zhang Ju walked toward the outside of the city. As he looked around, he could already see the dust flying in the air. He continued to walk forward. After another quarter of an hour, he was even closer to the construction site. From time to time, carriages carrying thick planks and sand would pass by him. Zhang Ju didn't care about the dust at all. He closed his mouth and breathed through his nose. With his eyelids closed, he could even endure the wind blowing through the grassland, let alone the dust from the construction site. As he strolled around, Zhang Ju felt a sense of familiarity toward everyone he saw. Even the boil-ridden wooden planks appeared so unique and full of artistic aura. He recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said last night. He said that it wasn't worth it to think of a solution for him alone. It would be even easier to gift him a courtyard. Today, he finally understood the meaning of those words. Zhang Xiaobao would either not do anything, or if he did, it would definitely be a big deal. No matter how amiable he was, no matter how good his singing was, his status as a person above everyone else was unshakable. Along the way, Zhang Ju wasn't stopped by anyone. It wasn't because of his status as an official, but rather because he wasn't wearing an official's uniform. In the capital, other than Xiaobei and the others who would swagger through the streets wearing officials' uniforms, it was very rare to see someone wearing an official's uniform. A rank 6 official was a county magistrate in Shangxian. What was he in the capital? He couldn't even enter the morning court, let alone a minor official like Zhang Ju. The others didn't stop him because he couldn't take much away, and they didn't dare to cause trouble. The Imperial Army and the soldiers from Fan Di were in charge of the construction here, so how could ordinary people dare to find trouble with them? Zhang Ju had assessed the situation himself, and the Imperial Guard had seen it as well. He believed that the other party dared to fight to the death, but in terms of fighting prowess, he could tell from the other party's eyes that he was far from being a match for the other party. The most threatening ones were the people who came from the countryside. Their pupils were always shrinking to the smallest degree, and the flesh on their cheekbones moved slightly. With one look, he knew that they were all people who had killed before, just like him. This is the present that Zhang Xiaobao gave to Wang Wan during their engagement. It is indeed extraordinary, Zhang Ju thought to himself. He had seen the scene of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's engagement, and the shock it gave him was indescribable. Who would dare to steal in such a place? Zhang Ju continued walking and arrived at the construction site where the workers were hired from. Individually, their skills were pretty good, but when they were organized, they couldn't compare to the military. After walking around for half an hour, Zhang Ju arrived at a new construction site. He was shocked by the efficiency of the other party. It was fast, steady, and accurate. Building a house was like a child playing with building blocks. It was very easy, and it even gave people a feeling that it was as smooth as flowing water. The rhythm of the construction made people feel comfortable and beautiful. When he saw the flag erected at the construction site, Zhang Ju was no longer surprised. This was because the word Zheng was written on the flag. This word represented the Zhengjing Construction Group, a group set up by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was what they usually played with. This was a group that didn't purposely pursue profits. Instead, it created a brand for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's other businesses. Zhang Ju understood, and he also understood that many people understood as well. Zhang Xiaobao had said that a business group that only pursued profits in the livelihood of the people had to be suppressed. This was because there were too many smart people, and they would always be able to think of good ways to reduce costs. Those that were achieved through technology could be supported, but those that were done through materials were unforgivable. Zhang Ju stopped walking and stood at the side of the construction site, admiring it. He decided that when his wife and children came over, he would settle down here. He found an excuse for himself. It's not that I don't believe in the houses built by the Imperial Army and others, but I'm more willing to believe in Zhengjing Construction's reputation and capability. What if there's a missing wedge somewhere else? Zhang Ju looked and waited. He knew that when his family arrived, the houses here would definitely be completed, and the facilities inside wouldn't be bad. Zhang Ju looked and wanted to enter the construction site, intending to see how Zhengjing Construction was doing with his own eyes. However, he was stopped by the people guarding the entrance of the construction site, telling him that it was dangerous inside. Not daring to challenge the authority of Zhengjing Construction, Zhang Ju could only move to the side and look through the fence. He saw the people inside working busily and calmly. He imagined the situation after his family arrived, and he felt the sun getting warmer and the sky getting bluer. Zhang Ju wasn't the only one who came to join in the fun. There were old people who came out for a stroll, women who had just finished their chores at home, and toddlers who were carried to the side of the construction site. The servants who came out to buy things from the large mansions also wanted to take a look so that they could inform their masters when they returned. Those who are carrying the child, hurry up and leave. A few people come here and ask those who are carrying the child to leave. With the sky full of dust, whose responsibility will it be if they fall ill from choking? I'm talking about you. Why are you stuffing things into your child's hands? What if you put the wooden wedge in his mouth and swallow it? Zhang Ju was dreaming of his own dreams when a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw a person ordering people to chase away those who were carrying the child. This person's bearing was much better than ordinary people. Most likely, he was in charge of more people. The person carrying the child felt as if he had committed a crime. He didn't dare to say a word and protected the child as he walked out. Wait. Zhang Ju saw that person speak again. I told you to wait. I have candy on me. Everyone, take a piece and put it in your mouth. It's fate that we met. You have to watch the child carefully. Doesn't the Dai hospital in the capital give out free booklets? Why don't you go get one and read it properly when you go back? Zhang Ju saw that the person who spoke stopped 3 people carrying the child and took out the candy from his pocket. It was obvious from the beautiful packaging that it came from Precious Candy House. In reply to this big brother, I'm illiterate. A woman carrying a child took the candy and said to the man. She peeled off the candy wrapper and took a look. She bit off a corner of the candy and stuffed it into the child's mouth. The child who tasted the sweetness closed his mouth tightly and raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. If you're illiterate, ask someone. There are many examinees in the capital. Ask the examinees who have words on their chests and white clouds on their chests. If anyone dares to not answer, drag them to the savants' pavilion and tell them that they will be disqualified from the imperial examinations. Even if they pass, they will be removed. Zhang Ju was shocked this time. From the words of this person, it seemed that he could decide the future of the examinees of Jianjia Academy. Who was this person? After the woman happily expressed her thanks and told her child that she had met a noble person and that she would be rich in the future, she left. Before Zhang Ju could approach the man himself, the man turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ju. "Lord Zhang, you're really here. It took me a long time to find you." You're looking for me?" Zhang Ju was surprised. "Yes. Why else would I go to the construction site? It's not my turn to be a supervisor." "Lord Zhang, are you here to look at houses?" that person asked politely. "You are." Zhang Ju was puzzled. It seemed that this person had come for him. "You can just call me Su Si." "Lord Zhang, can you come with me?" The person who called himself Su Si was still as polite as before. Zhang Ju swallowed a mouthful of saliva and waved his hand repeatedly. Don't call me Lord, and don't say you. Su. Brother Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Without the other party's introduction, Zhang Ju already knew who this person was. This was an old man who had followed the Zhang family and Wang family out of Sanshui County. He had great power in his hands. It was no wonder that he could casually take candy from the precious candy house. It was also no wonder that he felt that Jianjia Academy was alienating the examinees. The name was ordinary, but the person was definitely not simple. How could someone who could be sent out by the Zhang family and Wang family be ordinary? Then, I'll call you Brother Ju. Let's find a place to talk. Su Si's voice was still as deep and gentle. When one's status reached a certain level, there was no need to deliberately pretend. Besides, he had always thought of himself as a servant who had been recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Compared to his master, he couldn't show his ability. Zhang Ju didn't expect that after meeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan yesterday, Su Si would personally come looking for him today. He was really flattered. He didn't ask how the other party found him. That was a question that only a fool would ask. After nodding, Zhang Ju was led by Su Si to a room not far from the construction site. Just as he sat down, someone brought in 2 bowls of hot vegetarian soup. Su Si blew on the soup and drank a spoonful before saying to Zhang Ju, "I won't treat you to tea. It's cold outside, so drink the hot soup." "Actually, I haven't eaten yet, so I'll drink a bowl of soup to fill my stomach. After talking to you, I still have to drink with others." How could Zhang Ju be picky about this? Besides, the soup was pretty good. There were actually fried potato strips in it. He had eaten potatoes once before, and it was very similar to taro. It was said that he ate more French than taro. This bowl of soup was much more expensive than the fried noodles he had just eaten. After drinking a mouthful of soup, Zhang Ju felt a warm current flowing into his stomach. It was indeed very comfortable. He asked, "Brother Su, why are you looking for me?" "Xiao Bao's eldest son asked me to come and choose a set of furniture for you. He said that you have to be comfortable when your family comes. He also said that there will be a new set of amusement facilities in a few days. It's at the unsinking lake, the soaking pool, the clothing, the jewelry store, and so on. In short, it's to let the children have fun." Su Si didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Ju. He chewed on a piece of meat and explained. Zhang Ju was very touched. Zhang Xiaobao was so busy all day, but he still remembered him and specially sent a trusted aide to arrange things for his family after they arrived. He was clearly fighting for his face and letting his wife see his ability. He was also letting his child know his father's ability. He really couldn't repay this favor. Brother Su, you specially came to the capital for my matter? How is that possible? I've been in the capital since last month. I was busy with the matter of merchants from other countries coming to the capital for a social gathering. Just now, I was caught by Xiao Bao's eldest son. He asked me to work for the Ministry of Works and raise funds for the Ministry of Works. Su Si wasn't afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied and spoke the truth. Zhang Ju was surprised. Isn't the Ministry of Revenue paying for the Ministry of Works? Recently, the Minister of Revenue has been blocking the Ministry of Works money. The eldest son said that there's no need for the Ministry of Revenue. Isn't it just money? Do you really think that you can take it? Su Si's mouth twitched. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei? Is he delaying the Ministry of Works official business? Zhang Ju stopped what he was doing and asked. Don't worry about it. It's official business. There's no need for you to assassinate him. The eldest son has plenty of ways to kill him. However, the eldest son said that there needs to be voices of opposition. It's not good for ruling a country by one person. Su Si's ability to read people's expressions wasn't bad. When he saw Zhang Ju's casual manner, he guessed what the other party wanted to do and hurriedly dissuaded him. Sure enough, Zhang Ju sighed and drank a mouthful of soup. It's still Military Governor Zhang who is benevolent and righteous. That's not it. Xiao Bei made the first move, and the eldest son tacitly allowed it. After being bullied, one can't not fight back, but it's not to the extent of taking one's life. For people like this, not taking one's life is benevolent and righteous. Alright, if you say benevolent and righteous, then so be it. After all, we're good people. I'll give you a list later. You can think about the time and fill in the blanks if there's anything missing. Su Si didn't argue with Zhang Ju. Benevolent and righteous or vicious, that was up to the benevolent and the wise. Just now, Zhang Ju had really planned to vent his anger for Zhang Xiaobao even if he had to give up his life after seeing his family. Even if he didn't assassinate them, there would be quite a lot of security over there. However, he could at least burn down a few houses, right? Seeing that the other party didn't want him and wanted him to look at the list, he felt that it was embarrassing that he couldn't help much. He hurriedly said, Big Brother Su's arrangements definitely won't be wrong. Let's do as Big Brother Su says. I won't look at it. Big Brother Su still has big things to do later. Even if it's a small matter, you can't leave the big matters to me. I'm just here to help you out, so there's no harm in telling you. It's just that eldest son Xiao Bao doesn't want master to go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money. He's afraid that eldest son Xiao Bao won't be able to hold himself back and will seek revenge. That's why he discussed with master during the morning court session and came up with a method to find money. I'll do the specific things. Since Su Si had nothing to do, he decided to chat with the other party. Zhang Ju nodded repeatedly. Yes, isn't it easy for Jidushi Zhang to kill someone? Even if it's just a minister, it's said that the previous prime minister was removed from office by Jidushi Zhang. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Speaking of which, the Ministry of Works has made some small gadgets that aren't very technical. If they're sold to the people, even if they don't meet the standards and can't be used in the Ministry of Works research, they can still be used elsewhere after some slight modifications. I'll be in charge of looking for merchants and selling them at the cost of materials, labor, technical, and other costs. It's not expensive. For example, you know about methane cooking, right? When the Ministry of Works was researching a type of gasoline engine, they made a lot of nozzles that didn't meet the standards. Even now, they still don't meet the standards. However, the nozzles can't be used. Methane and other things are fine, but the pressure isn't too big. Therefore, they also used a mixture of ores to create something that isn't very pure. Eldest son Xiao Bao and Miss Cuckoo also deliberately asked people to get lead plates for protection. The main reason was that Miss Cuckoo suggested it. She said that if too much of that stuff was used, it would be life-threatening. Then, a new type of thing was created. It's a lamp that's lit with methane. I'm going to sell this thing to merchants at a cost. The Ministry of Works will send people to guide the installation and collect the fees. Also, I don't know if the things that other people make are useful. The Ministry of Works will also send technicians to check and teach them. They'll get a certain amount of money for their time. It's like how it's cold in winter, especially in the north. If you learn how to make an earth heater, smoke will leak out when you start the fire. Moreover, the heat won't be good. There are people in the Ministry of Works who know how to do it. It's just a small problem and they'll solve it for you. A portion of the money will be given to the technicians and a portion will be left for the Ministry of Works. The rest is up to me. I'll announce to the outside that as long as you make something that you don't understand, we'll help you solve it. If you really make something that we don't understand, we'll hand it over to eldest son Xiaobao and Miss Cuckoo. The two of them will evaluate it and give you an evaluation. If you're good, we'll arrange for you to enter the Ministry of Works and let you enjoy very good treatment. If you're not willing to enter the Ministry of Works, we'll work with you. If you don't want to work with us, we'll support you to a certain extent. If you still want to sell your technology to other countries, then he deserves to die. What is the point of us soldiers risking our lives? We're risking our lives to ensure that you have a stable life so that you can research things, but you still want to sell them. Even if you go to other countries, we'll hunt you down to the end. Zhang Ju finished for Su Si. Yes, that's how it is, but that's impossible. Eldest son Xiaobao won't give anyone the chance to sell their technology, not even if you're the one who researched it. When you enjoy the benefits of the Great Tang, you have to be controlled by the authority of the Great Tang. Eldest son Xiaobao said that he's a kind person and is willing to help anyone in the world who needs help, but he won't help them obtain weapons that can easily destroy them. Peace. The world is filled with love and peace. It's not just the egrets that fly, but also the clouds. Su Si said with a solemn expression. Zhang Ju lowered his head and drank his soup. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would be so kind to people outside the Great Tang. When Zhang Xiaobao killed people, he didn't even use a knife, just a file, tormenting them bit by bit. See, you also understand. Eldest son Xiaobao is this kind of good person. Drink your soup. After you're done, look at the list and arrange your family's affairs. You're in charge. Su Si also drank his soup. He, who had never blushed during negotiations, finally became embarrassed when he talked about eldest son's love for peace. He didn't forget to rub his nose to see if it had grown longer like the main character Pinocchio when eldest son told stories to Xiaobei. While Su Si and Zhang Ju were discussing the details of their family's trip, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were studying maps and generals, welcomed a guest. Jiangcen was a person from the Sanongxi temple. Jiangcen came and left very quickly. He was in a hurry, and he carried a gift in his hand. It was covered with a cloth, so it was unknown what it was. After being led in, he first greeted, "Hello, Lord Zhang." "Hello, Lord Wang." Are you busy?" "I'm not busy." "Please take a seat, Lord Jiang." Zhang Xiaobao rolled up the map, and Wang Wan went to make tea. When the tea was served, Jiangcen held the gift in front of him and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Today, I have something good to give to the two of you." Chapter 959. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his hand to lift the cover. The moment the cover was removed, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. They stared at the object without blinking, stunned. Jiangcen said as if she was showing off, "What do you think? Are you very surprised?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded. Jiangtsen continued, this vermicelli is made from corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes that the two of you brought back from other places as raw materials. Most people wouldn't think that these three things can be made into vermicelli. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded again and slowly. You can taste it when you eat and see if it's good or not. Let me introduce it. The black one is sweet potato vermicelli, and the slightly yellow one is potato vermicelli. Then you should know about the remaining one, which is slightly yellow and slightly black, right? Jiangtsen asked with a smile. Corn vermicelli. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said affirmatively at the same time. Guess again, which of these three vermicelli is the best? Jiangtsen put on an unfathomable expression. They should have their own strengths, right? Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight again and stopped looking at the three vermicelli. Wang Wan also seemed to be quite helpless. She said to Jiangtsen, Lord Jiang, the agriculture temple is no longer thinking about farming and grafting, and is planning to enter the food processing industry? Jiangtsen wasn't stupid. When he heard Wang Wan's words and looked at the two people's expressions, he knew that the vermicelli he came up with wasn't strange at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiangtsen no longer had the mood to show off. He looked very embarrassed. Lord Wang, it's not that the agriculture temple wants to make vermicelli. We are responsible for cultivating and improving the seeds, so we need to know their uses so that we can carry out targeted research. However, we are not very clear about how much corn, potatoes, and other things can do. I hope Lord Wang can explain. Jiangtsen had no choice but to explain. At the same time, she wanted to see how many uses Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew. I see. Wang Wan expressed her understanding. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, go ahead. Me again? Then. Alright, Mr. Jiang, the three things you mentioned just now, first of all, they do have some use in industry, but they can't be used right now. They're more useful in terms of food. These three crops were easy to store, and there were many ways to make them. When needed, the seedlings of sweet potatoes could be made into salted vegetables. The stalks of corn, the skins wrapped around them, and the sacks in the middle could be used as fuel and rations for livestock and poultry according to the harvest time. Corn could also be used to extract oil and wine like soybeans. Potatoes could be used as a staple food when there was not enough food. Since they could be used to make noodles, they naturally had starch. They could also be used to make sugar. To be honest, the taste of potato starch and sugar was really worth remembering. If you have to say which one is more important, my personal opinion is corn. When making targeted choices, the investment in corn research should be tilted. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up the corn starch and looked at its color. Wei Wei shook her head, indicating that it was not done well. Jiangtsen listened carefully and even took out a notebook and a pencil to write down what she was afraid of forgetting. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, she said, tilt the investment in corn. I've noted it down. I'll go back first. Wait, it's already noon. Have you eaten, Mr. Jiang? Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern. I haven't eaten. Before I came, I ate a lot of noodles. The sweet potato noodles are too sticky, so I can't eat anymore. Jiangtsen touched her stomach and prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stopped her. Wait a moment, I remembered something. The Sanongxi temple must have a lot of stalks and peels of various crops. Don't throw them away. You have to save and use them. Go back to the Ministry of Works and ask them to help the Sanongxi temple make a crusher. You can achieve the purpose of crushing by rotating the blades and feeding the crushed materials. After the crushed materials are crushed, you can do experiments on them. Some of the particles can be mixed in the coal to see if it can increase the combustion efficiency. Some of the particles can be fed to the livestock to see which kind of livestock likes it. Some of the particles can be sandwiched in the wood to be used as insulation material, and some of the particles can be used as raw materials for biogas. Jiang Zhen took out the notebook again and wrote down one by one. After he finished writing down, he looked up at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, "Your idea of making corn starch is very good, but your thinking is not broad enough. The Sanongxi Temple is responsible for agriculture, which is a very big and important department. You have to think more about how to use agricultural technology to cooperate with industry, animal husbandry, fishery, and other related departments." Yes, Lord Zhang, I've written them all down. When I go back, I'll let the people in the Sanongxi Temple think about it. Each of them will come up with an idea and then discuss the feasibility. Jiang Zhen said with a serious attitude. He didn't have such an attitude when he met the head of the secretariat, because the status of the Sanongxi Temple was getting higher and higher. He was a person who knew technology and sometimes even looked down on the head of the secretariat, but he didn't dare to face Zhang Xiaobao. He always felt that his technology was not good enough in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Lord Zhang, is there anything else that needs to be considered? Jiang Zhen felt that he was right to come here today. He should visit more often in the future. He couldn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come here personally. The Sanongxi Temple had gained a lot of benefits, so he should take the initiative. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and waved his hand. I don't have any other ideas. I'll add something. Wang Wan, who had been silent just now, said, the job assignment in the Sanongxi Temple is not detailed enough and not systematic enough. I've read what you wrote in the newspaper of the Tang Empire. How about big radishes, green radishes, and carrots? It's a mess. Why don't you just put them in the radish family? As for the specific aspects, the Sanongxi Temple can subdivide them. Almost all the people who can read the newspaper are children who go to school. How can you expect a child to understand it thoroughly? Do you think they are my Xiaobei? You can use pictures and tables to classify things with similar habits and components into a family. It's not easy for you to grasp. Go to the medical school and let them do a section analysis. They need all kinds of materials that can be made into medicine. They can also help you analyze bacteria and make pesticides. In the future, you should also set up a special research project team, or department, to conduct experiments on pesticides and fertilizers, and then control them to minimize the harm to the human body as much as possible. When it can be industrialized, the Sanongxi Temple will make more money. Jiang Zhen was extremely focused, his brush flew as he scribbled in his notebook. By the time Wang Wan finished speaking, his forehead was already covered in sweat. He stopped writing, gasped for breath, and asked curiously, "Can the medical school do this?" That's what the medical school does. They have already established a system and gradually strengthened research and subdivided subjects. The money spent by a medical school is more than 10 times that of the current Ministry of Works. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted. Huh? Jiang Zhen never knew that there was such an inside story. He knew that millions of strings of cash would not make the slightest splash in the Ministry of Works. According to this, wouldn't the medical school have already spent hundreds of millions of strings of cash? What did they do? You don't understand? Let me tell you, the development of medicine includes many disciplines such as physics, chemistry, biology, and so on. When there's no rubber, there's the cost of purchasing animals and poultry for experiments. When there's a need for certain ores, there's also the need to capture natives from other places to experiment with new drugs. Forget it, you don't need to know about this. Let me bear the sins that can fill the 18 levels of hell alone. I'm already used to being a bad person. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Wang Wan placed her hand in Zhang Xiaobao's and smiled, "There's also me. This world doesn't have much light to begin with. In the universe, darkness is the mainstream. Otherwise, how can it set off the radiance of the stars?" It's like the shadowless lamp in the operating theater. When it brings light to others, it leaves its shadow behind. Jiang Tsun wasn't a fool and immediately understood. It turned out that under the orders of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the medical school was still using people from other places to conduct live experiments. After gaining experience, they would then treat the illnesses of the great Tang people. Just thinking about it made one shudder. However, Jiang Tsun felt that he couldn't blame the two of them. It was just like how many great Tang people weren't afraid of Demoness Cuckoo. She was an evil spirit in the eyes of the Tubo people, but a fairy in the eyes of the great Tang people. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he suddenly realized that although they were still young, how many things had they done that were beneficial to the great Tang? Thinking of this, Jiang Tsun was filled with respect. He stretched out his arm and placed his hand in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and said sincerely, "To say something disrespectful, it's the two of you who are holding up the sky of the great Tang today." Of course, His Majesty is also very supportive and wants to take the first credit. His Majesty has suppressed countless impeachment memorials. Sometimes, he even doesn't allow the officials to mention the two of you. If you really go to hell, I'll go back and do my best to experiment with pesticides and fertilizers. I'll catch Japanese and Xinhua people and eat them first. Damn it, I don't care what happens after they die. I only care about the fields of the great Tang. Okay, you have a bright future, but don't touch my wife's hand. Zhang Xiaobao took Jiang Tsun's hand away, patted him on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I'll give you another profitable business. You send people to Jili province to learn and study the breeding and planting of marine products and the freshwater breeding technology of Shuzhou province. Then you can guide the people by the sea and the lake to do it. You can buy shares and make money. You can increase the welfare of the people in the Sanongxi and increase the research funds. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned a benefit. Jiang Tsun shook his head hard and said, "No, that's your family's business. The technology is confidential. If others take it, you can't make money. You have quietly spent too much money for the great Tang. I can't take your benefits to others." Jiang Tsun knew a lot about the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. At first, it was the ugly and expensive greenhouse. Then it was the supermarket and restaurant. Then it was the cement and glass. Now it was the various specialties of the north of Hebei province, including mountain delicacies, seafood, and pearls. In addition to this part, there were ships and animal husbandry. Yes, there was also the small food production. Now, they gave away a lot. It would be too much to take their family's things. Damn, Wang Bei of the Ministry of Revenue is really a jerk. And some of the relatives of the royal family. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are like this, but you are still like this. You should go to hell. Jiang Tsun had begun to consider the problem from the perspective of the alliance. Zhang Xiaobao was embarrassed. He patted Jiang Tsun's shoulder and looked up at the roof. Wang Wan was also surprised. Why did Xiaobao suddenly lose his cool? The breeding technology had nothing to do with the people's livelihood. Why should he give it away? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to Jiang Tsun earnestly, "Listen to me. You can't make enough money. I just thought that people should do good deeds. If you can help others, you should help them. Why keep the technology to yourself? This matter is settled. You have to arrange for people to go there quickly. It's best if it's at the beginning of spring next year. The people by the sea and the lake have to learn how to breed shrimps and pufferfish by the lake, and oysters and pearls by the sea. My family can do it." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he signaled that the other party could leave. Jiang Tsun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. She hesitated and asked uncertainly, "Do I really send people to Jili province?" "Yes, ask them to go quickly. First, take the train to Luoyang, then use the fastest boat to go directly to Jili province by water. I will arrange for people to receive them there. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Goodbye. Jiang Tsun also waved her hand and walked to the door. She stopped and turned back. Are you sure you want to go? Go quickly. Don't make the seeds into vermicelli. This vermicelli is made by you. There are still starch lumps that have not dissolved in it. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand to drive her away. Yes, yes. When I grow more in the future, I will study the vermicelli. Jiang Tsun replied. When she walked out, she lowered her head and sighed, a good person. A good person. After Jiang Tsun left, Wang Wan leaned over and said softly. Don't, it's broad daylight. Don't seduce me. If you have something to say, say it. Zhang Xiaobao trembled and said fearfully. Wang Wan sat back down. Okay, let's talk about business. Let me ask you, what do you mean? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaobao asked. People like you who did bad things when you were alive and didn't dare to accept you when you died. They hurriedly arranged for you to be reincarnated. Would they be so kind as to give away their family's technology for free? Wang Wan thought hard just now, but still couldn't think of a reason. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. Yes, I only thought of collecting some money after you reminded me. 1 or 2 coins is not too little, and 10 coins is not too much. Since we have time now, let's make a list and collect the corresponding fees according to the different groups of people we work with. After Xiaobei and the others finish studying the candy, they still have to go to the lake. Hurry up. You don't even blush when you lie now. My face wasn't red before. I just vomited blood, so how can I be energetic? Why don't you give me a kiss, and I'll tell you something else. I'll bite you. Tell me, what bad ideas do you have? Until Xiaobei and the others finished arranging the matters of the candy house, Wang Wan still couldn't get what she wanted to know from Zhang Xiaobao. She first took a ride in the carriage, then got off the carriage and walked toward the lake with her younger siblings. The defensive perimeter had already shrunk from 3 li to 2 li. The 200 people of the Jinwu Guards were all withdrawn and replaced with a battalion of Tibetan Imperial Cavalry, a reinforced battalion of a total of 1,000 people. Each of them unsheathed their swords and loaded their guns. In a radius of 1 li around Shui Yun's family's platform, more than 60 platforms were added. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, with 4 snipers arranged on each platform. Their eyes were narrowed behind their scopes as they aimed downwards. A very small number of machine guns were also mounted on the platforms. In the sky, no less than 100 eagles were circling above the Shuiyun family. From time to time, a group of dogs would run past on patrol. They should have flown over from Sanshui County. Naturally, the dogs were led by the eagles. This display of force left those opposed to the Zhang family and Wang family speechless. From the looks of it, it would have been better to leave the Jinwu Guards behind and let Wang Wan lead the soldiers in front of them. A rebellion could be started with a single thought, because the imperial army was still working outside. This was what Wang Bei was thinking. He felt the fear in his heart spreading, because he was following the emperor right below the Shuiyun family. He watched as the emperor chatted with Shuiyun. At his side were only Gao Lisher, some officials, and a few miscellaneous guards. This was Wang Bei's view, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a different view. The one being protected this time was actually Li Longji. In a few days, Li Longji would be going on an autumn hunt. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao had arranged. He wanted to maintain the steady development of the Great Tang in a state of peace, so he had Li Longji bring the envoys from Silla, Japan, and several small countries to the southwest to hunt for fun. He wanted them to see the current military strength of the Great Tang with their own eyes and achieve the goal of subduing the enemy without fighting, giving Zhang Xiaobao time. 1 year, only 1 year. After 1 year, those who should return to their homeland would return to their homeland, and those who should be destroyed would be destroyed. General Shui, just now, we said that we would ensure the safety of your family. Don't be fooled by the fact that we have withdrawn the Jinwu guards, but we have let in 1,000 men from the Iron Cavalry camp. Tell us, how is your family? When Zhang Xiaobao and the others arrived below the Shuiyun family, the first thing they heard was Li Longji's words. Looking forward, they saw that Shuiyun was sleeping on a wooden stick next to Zhang Ying, listening to the conversation. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan, "He's a capable person. It's said that it takes a very long time to train an eagle. I didn't expect Li Longji to have such an ability. Has he learned hypnosis?" "Don't talk nonsense," Wang Wan sternly warned Zhang Xiaobao, and then said, "This is the charm of a person's personality." After saying this, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the noise, Li Longji turned around, and Shuiyun also opened her eyes. Little Bei rushed through the crowd and ran to the wooden stick that Shuiyun was standing on. He raised his head and said, "Let me tell you, someone is plotting against your family. You have to be careful. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to avoid a stab in the dark. Look carefully at the people around you. Don't they all look sanctimonious? They're all wearing third-ranked court robes, purple crowns, and beards that aren't white or black. They look just like a pig. You definitely don't know this, but people who look like that are all bad people." While speaking, Little Bei didn't forget to glare at Wang Bei. Wang Bei could only lower his head and pretend that he didn't see anything. After all, he couldn't stare at a child. Little Bei didn't back down and continued, "But you don't have to be afraid. It's just a third-ranked official. Our family lacks everything, but we don't lack third-ranked officials. We have plenty of them. If you don't believe me, just wait. Once the 9 eagle leaders fly, I'll have Big Brother get you a third-ranked official. The reason is that you're good at raising children." Shuiyun suddenly raised her head and squawked twice at the sky. When Wang Bei saw this, he was furious. Even animals knew how to laugh at people. Little Bei ignored Wang Bei and took out a small bamboo box from her bag. She opened the lid and held it up for Shuiyun to see. "This is meat for you and your wife to eat. I just killed a sheep and dirted my bag. Try it." Shuiyun didn't hold back and lowered her head to pick up a piece of meat. She moved her neck and swallowed it directly. Wang Bei shook his head and sighed, "Feeding animals by killing is cruel. If you're a man, say it out loud. What are you mumbling about? Xiao Chao is also alive. If you have the guts, why don't you go on a hunger strike?" Little Bei seized the opportunity and used her words to attack Wang Bei. "Little Bei, what are you talking about? Why aren't you apologizing?" Zhang Xiaobao, who had just greeted Li Longji, scolded when he saw his sister provoking Wang Bei. Little Bei hurriedly changed into her ladylike appearance and gently bowed to Wang Bei. She said, "I'm really sorry, Minister Wang. This official is young and doesn't understand human relations. When I eat human food, I don't know how to be soft-spoken. When I accept other people's things, I don't know how to be short-handed. I use the excuse of a gentleman's righteousness as an excuse to do things that go back on my word. I hope Minister Wang can be magnanimous and teach me what is Tao and what is virtue." Wang Bei's face turned red. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Wan saw this and shook her head. "Another one." She didn't know whether it was the bronchus or the cardia. Chapter 960. Xiao Bei, look at you. If you don't know how to answer a question, go home and ask me. Why do you have to make things difficult for Minister Wang? Look at how you asked Minister Wang. Zhang Xiaobao rushed over and slapped Xiao Bei's butt twice. He said in a low voice, "Don't laugh, cry." Xiao Bei giggled, but he couldn't cry. He could only cover his mouth with his hand and let out a whimper. Wang Bei just took a breath, but when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Wan looked and ordered, "Find a doctor and tell them to get an ice pack. I'm sure it's bronchiectasis. Cold compress." The other officials tacitly stepped back at least 5 steps. They were all terrified. "Your Majesty, look. Even in autumn, the lake is still rippling. It's a pity that there are no fish and no lotus." Gao Lishir stood beside the emperor and sighed for the lake. Li Longji frowned. He was also dissatisfied with Wang Bei's words. "As an adult, why do you have to be angry with a child? If you really bullied a child, no one would say that you have the ability. Unfortunately, you were bullied by a child. Can't you be a little more tolerant?" He didn't care about Wang Bei and followed Gao Lishir's words, "It's true. AI. Xiao Yuan, tell me, what is this?" Xiao Yuan was surprised by Xiao Bei's ability. When she heard the emperor's question, she casually said without thinking, "Autumn goose, autumn water, autumn wind, autumn rain, autumn people, autumn clouds, autumn deep in the clouds, autumn deep in the spring, autumn difficult to dispel worries, chaos, chaos, really chaos. The sea, feeling lonely, tears, fish no salty, gather together to eat, the sea thinks that the fish are happy because of the salty water, and sprinkles salt, the fish retreat, a brave fish, into the middle of the sea, dusk, and the sea, have no regrets in this life, the soul follows you." Xiao Yuan said and cried. Li Longji also took a deep breath and hugged Xiao Yuan, asking, "Xiao Yuan, why are you crying? Is it because of the fish that your heart is troubled?" "No, the daughter of the sea that big sister talked about is even more heartbreaking than this. What I mean is that the water is too salty, and the fish that come in will die. Therefore, other than the swimmers, there are no other living creatures. Even the grass won't grow by the side. I cried because I learned from Minister Wang. There is salt in blood and tears. I think that if there is too much salt, the fish will die. Will it also make people uncomfortable? That's why Minister Wang vomited blood. I don't have Minister Wang's ability, so I can only cry with him." Xiao Yuan said innocently, as if those words didn't come from his mouth. Pfft. After Wang Bei heard this, he coughed up blood to express his intention. Letting out a long sigh, Li Longji asked Wang Bei with concern, "Wang Qing, are you all right? Your Majesty need not worry." Wang Bei waved his hand and looked around. "Your Majesty, I just remembered that the Ministry of Revenue still has some documents that have not been signed. I will go back and take a look." Wang Ku planned to leave. Otherwise, he would die of anger. As for the doctor who wanted to come, it was better not to. He would go back to the palace to find a doctor. Li Longji could also see that Wang Bei's condition wasn't good, so he signaled the 2 guards to accompany Wang Bei back. "Minister Wang, you are leaving? See you later." Xiao Bei saw that Wang Bei was about to leave and didn't forget to greet him. Wang Bei quickened his pace and didn't say anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other officials who followed him remained silent. They couldn't blame Xiao Bei for flipping over small scores and saying things like, "You took my family's things and ate my family's food, so you can't deliberately attack my family." They couldn't blame Xiao Bei for taking advantage of kindness. After all, some people were the ones who repaid kindness with enmity first. Just as Xiao Bei had asked, you used righteousness to suppress others, but it was actually for your own selfish reasons. Who was the gentleman and who was the villain? Li Longji saw that Wang Bei had vomited blood and remembered that Zhang Xiaobao had also vomited before. He asked with concern, "How is Minister Zhang's health today?" "Your Majesty, don't worry. I am fine." "Did your Majesty come personally to see Shuiyan's family?" Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly replied. "Take a look." The young eagle is still young and can't be moved. It's a pity. I also wanted to take a look at the unsinkable lake. I was going to ask if it was possible to raise the creatures in the sea, but little Yuan has already explained to me that if there is too much salt, the fish won't be able to survive. Xiaobei, come, let me ask you, what is a gentleman and a villain? Li Longji first raised his head to look at Shuiyan's family, then turned around and called Xiaobei over. Xiaobei really couldn't explain it clearly by quoting the classics. He smiled embarrassedly and said, how would I know? In any case, I think that those who treat me well are gentlemen. Those who treat me badly are all villains. This is what I think. When I do something, I have a clear conscience. Even if it is clearly wrong, I am still a gentleman. When I do something, I feel ashamed. Even if I do something right, I am still a villain. There is no right or wrong in this world, so how can there be gentlemen and villains? Oh. There is such a thing? What if others say that you are a villain? Li Longji asked again. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. Then it must be because I have offended someone. The offended person is unhappy, so of course he will attack me. If I didn't offend someone, he will also say that he is a villain. He wants to use belittling me to elevate himself. When the donkey is mocking the eagle for not being able to run on all fours, the eagle's eyes are on the flowing clouds around it. Only when it is hungry will it look down on the earth to find where the donkey is. Xiaobei opened his arms and fanned himself, making a flying gesture. The words he said at the end were meant to be funny, but when the surrounding officials heard it, they couldn't laugh. Some reflected on themselves, some were stunned, some were shocked, and some sighed helplessly. Li Longji looked at Xiaoyuan, then looked at Xiaobei. He exchanged glances with Gao Lisher and asked Xiaobei, Xiaobei, do you still remember June, and Pan, I do. Xiaobei nodded vigorously. When I went home, mother took them to play. They can run and talk now. The little ones are very cute. It's just that they have to be given candy before they call me big sister. Yes, they are little ones. They are younger than you. Next time, I don't care if you call me big sister, I will slap their palms. When Li Longji heard Xiaobei call his son and daughter little ones, he felt that it was very interesting. Did Xiaobei grow up? No. Force is the last resort when you don't want to give up other benefits. If you use force to send people, they will be afraid but not convinced. If you meet people who are not afraid of death but are afraid of death, it will be troublesome. When I have other ways, I will definitely not use force. Xiaobei spread out his hands and acted as if force was the last resort. Li Longji was puzzled. Xiaobei, you still recite Laozi? Laozi? Book? Xiaoyuan only recites it. If I recite it, I will die of exhaustion. Xiaobei finally heard of this book. Then how do you know Laozi's words? Li Longji was even more puzzled. I don't know. So Laozi also has the words in the stories that Big Brother and Big Sister tell? I rarely read such books. What I learn is different. I just listen to stories. Xiaobei patted Xiaoyuan's shoulder as he spoke, meaning that he would leave all the things on his back to him. Xiaoyuan was silent. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, you actually hid it from me. Is your Majesty talking about money? Zhang Xiaobao played dumb. He didn't want to take Li Longji's children with him. If he taught Li Jun every day, the other princes would feel a lot of pressure. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he asked Xiaobei, Xiaobei, are you willing to take little brother Jun and little sister Pan, with you and teach them? Okay. Tomorrow, I will take them with me and teach them the Analects of Confucius. Xiaobei acted as if he was very knowledgeable. When Li Longji saw that Xiaobei agreed, he turned around to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently, since Xiaobei is willing to take little brother and little sister to play, then it's Xiaobei's business. I don't care. Wang Wan also showed an indifferent expression and asked Li Longji, Your Majesty, did you come here for something else? Yes. I originally wanted to see if I could raise fish, but now I know that it's not possible. It's a pity that I wasted so much salt. Li Longji's gaze returned to the surface of the lake as he spoke with regret. It's true that you can't raise fish in the lake. However, there is a type of fish that can survive in the hot spring. Next year, when the weather warms up, I will send people to search for it. It's very far away, and there are tribes in the area. I will send the army to find a way to bring the fish back and draw a map. Wang Wan thought of the fish in the hot spring. Of course, she couldn't send troops just for one type of fish. She had to add in other more important objectives. There was no need to tell Li Longji now. Li Longji was surprised. The water in the hot spring was very hot. He had never seen a fish that could survive in it. However, since Wang Wan said it, it shouldn't be wrong. Is the journey long? Send cavalry? It's long and the road is difficult. We have to send special forces that can adapt to all terrains and weather. They have to follow us all the way, build tents, help raise horses, and push the supply line. Otherwise, they might not be able to come back alive. Wang Wan thought for a moment and added, Let's go over there first. We also have to send out teams on the sea. Whoever can get there first will get there first. Even if they can't, there's no need to rush. Use a steam engine for a boat? Or a diesel engine? When Li Longji heard that they were going somewhere else, the first thing he thought of was to expand his territory. A boat that uses both a steam engine and sails needs to use sails most of the time. It's too far away. It's not easy to bring the fish back alive. We have to raise them along the way. Xiao Bao and I will do this. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Wang Wan didn't intend to continue. Li Longji thought hard, but he really couldn't think of where the fish in the hot spring lived. He shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. He said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, Since both of you are here, come here. Since the two of you are here, accompany me to the outskirts of the city to take a look at the construction of Xiangua. In the beginning, we only planned to expand a certain distance from the west, but Xiaobao suggested expanding in all directions. We don't lack money, so we'll expand in all directions. Li Longji's words were very generous. They had money. Not only him, but the officials also didn't object because of financial problems. Only some people raised the issue of whether the expansion at this time was inappropriate for the season and they planned to delay it until after spring next year. There were also people in favor of building it now. There was a lot of labor. It was spring, and everyone was busy with spring plowing. They were afraid that it would delay the production of the fields. In short, there was never a lack of different voices in the imperial court. Xiaobei bid farewell to Shui Yun and followed her brother and sister to accompany Li Longji in the carriage. Li Longji's visit was simple. He didn't have any ceremonial procession. He seemed to be more and more peaceful now. The main reason was that he had just gone to Mount Tai for the pilgrimage. Before his arrogance could continue to swell, he was defeated by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with advanced weapons. After knowing that there was a country that could easily defeat the Tang Empire, he really couldn't find a reason to be arrogant. Thus, Li Longji's life, which was influenced by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was very contradictory. He was nervous about the speed of technological development and research, but at the same time, he knew how to enjoy life. Of course, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't there, he would also know how to enjoy life. That kind of enjoyment without a sense of urgency. Money was spent faster than money was earned. Coupled with other circumstances, it dragged down the strong and prosperous to the weak. Now, he had Zhang Xiaobao to earn money for him. In a situation where he didn't have to worry about money, he was more willing to care about the people's livelihood. When he went out for a stroll, he became more easygoing. He brought guards with him and casually picked 2 carriages. He didn't have any ceremonial procession at all. He finally understood that majesty didn't lie in the gorgeous carriage, but in the hearts of the people. Thus, Li Longji's casual and simple travels made things difficult for some officials. They wrote memorials to persuade him and directly remonstrated in the imperial court. Every time he encountered such a situation, Li Longji would put on a humble appearance and accept it. He would also reward the officials, but in reality, he didn't change his behavior. "Look, our carriage is much better than before. There's no need to care about its gorgeous appearance. Being comfortable in it is more important than anything else." Li Longji's carriage was very large. Other than him and Gao Lisher, even if Zhang Xiaobao and the other 11 people were squeezed inside, it was still spacious enough. There was a bar counter in the carriage, a small table in the middle, and sofas on both sides. There was also a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a study room. There were also bedrooms and baths above. It was designed by Zhang Xiaobao. In the past, he had a large caravan. No matter where he went, he would drag it. Because the caravan gave him a feeling of home, he had a house that belonged to Xiao Bei and the others. At this time, Li Longji was enjoying the comfort of the caravan. It was much more comfortable than the previous carriage. He patted the wide armrest of the sofa to express his feelings to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, then shook his head. "You still lack things. It would be better to have a TV and a computer. If that doesn't work, we can get someone to study a phonograph. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and said, "I understand the principle. Actually, I understand a lot of the principles. For example, the principle of the camera's imaging and film. Should we find someone to study it? I think it's fine. In the future, we can take more photos of Xiao Bei and the others. Then we can make a movie. I'll be the director, you'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. The 2 of us will act out the movie The Smiling Proud Wanderer. You'll sing Laughing at the Mundane World, and I'll sing Laughing at the Vast Sea." Zhang Xiaobao said longingly. Li Longji was depressed. "Can the 2 of you tell me more about it?" "Oh, actually, Cuckoo and I want to make something that can record other people's voices. For example, Your Majesty, if you sing a line, that thing will remember a line. When you stop singing, that thing will sing according to your singing style. It's very interesting. There's also a way to use it as a substitute for painting." "Oh, it's not a substitute. Art can never be substituted. It's like painting. The appearance of the thing is printed on a kind of paper. It's more like a painting. Then, after a lot of pictures, it will be connected together and become a moving painting." As Zhang Xiaobao said this, he suddenly thought of something fun. He turned to look at his younger brother and sister. "Xiao Bei, go back and finish your homework. I'll make a cartoon for you. In the future, you can put it in Han Nong Amusement Park and watch it for at least 10 times. "Really? Then I'll go back now." Xiao Bei suddenly sat up straight. "No rush, no rush. Brother, I have to find someone to draw it first. I can't let brother draw it." Zhang Xiaobao thought of something good. He rubbed his hands and seemed very excited. Li Longji was still at a loss. He could only give up. He picked up a glass of wine and sipped it. He told himself that there was no rush. He would know when the thing was made. Chapter 961. For a moment, the carriage fell into a state of silence. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both thinking about what they could do with a phonograph and a camera. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about popular education and earning money, while Wang Wan was thinking about collecting information on the battlefield and aerial photography. The two of them were already working very hard on the application of technology, and they wanted to apply every little bit of technology to their daily lives. For example, with the current generator on the axle, as long as the switch was turned on, the lights in the carriage would turn on, and the resistance wire in the carriage could convert kinetic energy into heat in 2 steps. Li Longji was thinking about what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said. Could he benefit from this? He didn't want the money, but the joy of participating in the process. He understood that he didn't care much about money. Sometimes, having too much money was a burden, and he couldn't spend it all. Every time he asked Xiaobao to help him spend the money in the manner, Xiaobao would always disagree. He would always say that he was using his personality to protect his professionalism in a situation where the system wasn't perfect. He said that people had to prove themselves through perseverance, to prove to themselves that they hadn't lost their soul. He said that the scariest thing was to lose one's faith and constantly change one's ideals. When one felt that one had lost one's sense of self, one would choose to commit suicide. How terrifying was that? Li Longji agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan had also said that the people were loyal to the emperor, not to a specific person, but to the position. The people needed a leader to lead them to do things. Thus, as the emperor, he had to show his image to the people, tell them about the future of Great Tang, and arrange some small tasks for them. For example, he had to tell the people to work hard and plant millets for next year's harvest. The one who was truly afraid of losing their ruling position wasn't the emperor, but the people. If they were suddenly told that the imperial palace in the capital was gone, they would be very confused. If the imperial palace was gone, the emperor wouldn't be changed, but also gone. What would they do in the future? Thus, an emperor who could force the people to rebel was no ordinary person. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to say something, but he held back and remained silent. Gao Lisher didn't say anything. His eyes swept back and forth between his godson and daughter-in-law, as well as the other 9 little fellows. The more he looked, the happier he became. He really had good taste. It was 100 times, no, 10,000 times better than other people's adopted sons. Their adopted sons only knew how to give valuable things like gold, silver, jewels, and so on. Vulgar. In Xiaobei's words, it was unbearably vulgar. Only the poor would give such things. Did they lack such things at home? She looked at the gifts that Xiaobao gave her. He gave her food and clothes that were made of pure cotton. He said that it was more fitting than silk. He even gave her something called a music box. It was very interesting. A plate of tune beans, a bowl of aged wine cellar, and a bowl of aged wine cellar. This was life. What was it called again? Yes, it's called taste. Therefore, Gao Lisher also fell silent, feeling very happy. Xiaobei was also silent. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if there was a very big problem that she needed to solve. In the end, the silence in the carriage was finally broken by her. Little Yuan, what's my homework? Xiaobei nudged Little Yuan and asked. How would I know? Our homework is different. Little Yuan seemed to be sleepy and yawned. You've seen my homework, big brother Yuan. I think it's memorizing a poem. Let me think, I remember. It's from King Wan. You just have to memorize a small part today. It's very simple. King Wan is above, and Yu Xiao is above. Although Zhou is old, his fate is new. When Zhou is not clear, the emperor's fate is at hand. King Wan descends to the left and right of the emperor. Little Yuan, whose willpower wasn't very strong, directly helped Xiaobei memorize her homework. It was too simple for him. Of course, his homework wasn't simple to him. It was a math problem. It was very troublesome, so he had to ask Brother Xiaohai. Oh. Book of Songs, I'll memorize one line after you say it. Xiao Bei's desire for knowledge was very strong. Seeing that little Yuan didn't say anything, she pouted. If you don't say it, I won't be friends with you. Little Yuan still didn't say anything. That meant that Xiao Bei was too quick to burn bridges after crossing the river. Just now, he was calling him Brother Yuan, but the moment he turned around, he was calling him Brother Yuan. Seeing that he couldn't scare little Yuan, Xiao Bei could only change his tactic. Think about it. After I finish my homework, Big Brother will make something fun. If you help me, you'll be helping yourself, right? This was called reasoning with reason. Little Yuan hesitated for a while but still didn't compromise. Why are you like this? If you make something new and make money, the 9 of us will split into 10 portions. I agree to give you 2 portions. Will that do? Xiao Bei started to tempt her with benefits again. Look, I've always treated you as my most respected big brother other than the other big brothers. I've even peeled candy for you. When you cut your hand last time, I helped you apply medicine. This was considered persuasion. Big brother Xiaoqiang, big sister Xiaofan, big brother Xiaohai, little. I've decided that after I make money, I'll split the extra portion equally with the 7 of you. What do you think, little Yuan? Xiao Bei was currently using a diplomatic strategy. Without waiting for Xiao Bei to speak again, little Yuan nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll say you memorize it. Be more serious. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed loudly and said to little Yuan, are you afraid that she'll attack you? No, I'm afraid that she'll attack me if she can't achieve her goal. Last time, my hand was cut because of her. Little Yuan was very helpless and began to recite the content of the Book of Songs, King 1. Xiao Bei tried hard to remember. Li Longji watched and shook his head enviously. This was the true meaning of teaching according to one's ability without discrimination. When Xiao Bei started to learn, Zhang Xiaobao felt pressured. He said to Gao Lisher, foster father, is there a drawing in the car? Yes, Xiaobao, do you want it? As Gao Lisher spoke, he had already opened a small drawer and took out a precious drawing. The production of this paper was too low. It was not on the same level as the cheapest paper used to practice calligraphy. Zhang Xiaobao took the paper, folded it in half, tore it open, folded it again, and tore it open again. He repeated this process 3 times and turned 1 sheet of paper into 8 sheets of paper with 32 sheets of paper. He also asked for 2 pencils, 1 black and 1 red. He folded the 8 sheets of paper and handed them to Wang Wan together with the pencils. Zhu Beiji eats watermelon. First, take the watermelon. Second, eat. Third, spit out the seeds. Fourth, wipe the mouth. 2 pages per action. Why me? Wang Wan asked while taking the things. Because your basic skills are solid, especially when it comes to drawing. You're fast. Zhang Xiaobao had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Next time, do what you promised yourself. Wang Wan helplessly began to draw. Her speed was really fast. With just a few strokes, the outline was drawn. Then, she compared the dimensions and drew the next one. Li Longji looked at it curiously and asked Zhang Xiaobao, is this something fun for Xiao Bei? There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Your Majesty, it's impossible not to be in a hurry. Can't you see that Xiao Bei has already started to memorize? Let's do some simple things first. Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Li Longji to look at his sister who was seriously memorizing. He then explained, children can't compare to adults. If the adults go back on their words, they will understand you. Children don't understand. Small things can make them happy for an entire day. They will put all their energy into the small things that they look forward to. Once they fulfill the conditions that they promised you, but you don't let them fulfill their wishes, they will be sad for a few days. They won't have the energy to do anything. What we need to do is very simple. We need to make the children feel that their efforts are proportional to their returns. In fact, the people who work at home are the same. This is the ability of the Qi family. Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei's serious and expectant expression and slowly nodded. I understand. You're talking about the Qi family. You're telling me that the seeds of the Sinong temple are especially important. You're in charge of the bank. It's like the seeds of the Sinong temple. If the people can't grow them, you have to compensate them. Just like Hongnong, if one of my officials didn't do a good job, I have to compensate them. Merchants still have credibility when doing business, let alone when it comes to the governance of the entire country. I'm not an emperor who doesn't recognize his words. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a proper emperor. I don't want to sit on this throne. Your Majesty is benevolent. Gao Lisher's voice was the loudest. Even Xiao Bei stopped to praise him. Uncle Emperor, if you really think this way, even if you don't want to be the emperor, the people will recognize you. When the 9 of us, as well as my brother and sister, went out, the people all knew that it was you who sent us. When I stood in Hongnong County, I didn't need to say anything else. I just said that I was Zhang Xiaobei, and the people understood that the emperor was serious. He even sent me here as a special investigator. Uncle Emperor, think about it. I, Xiaobei, won't be easily dispatched. When the people saw me, the first person they thought of was you. At that time, I told you that Yan Zheng was scared to death. He actually wanted to run away. This made me angry. If I let him run away, Uncle Emperor, wouldn't you have used the wrong person? The way Xiao Bei waved his fists made Zhang Xiaobao stare blankly. Yes, yes. Li Longji nodded vigorously. Would we use the wrong person? Xiao Bei is our precious treasure. He won't be easily dispatched. Xiao Bei, who taught you to say these words? Li Longji was puzzled. Why was Xiao Bei so cute? His words made people feel comfortable. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught their little sister this when they had nothing to do? Li Longji was only thinking about this matter. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would waste their time because there was no need for that. Even if Xiao Bei didn't say a few nice words today, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The more he thought about it, the more comfortable Li Longji felt. It was always easy to believe the words of children. Xiao Bei said these words naturally, but his eyes were looking at his elder sister. At this time, Wang Wan had already finished drawing the stick figures. According to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, there were a total of 4 actions and 8 pieces. There were 2 pieces for each action. Li Longji followed Xiao Bei's gaze and looked. He was also very curious and asked, "This is the animation that we were talking about earlier?" What he meant was that he had drawn it, but he did not see anything special about it. Especially from a literal point of view, it was an animation. Not only was the drawing untouched, it was also very ordinary. Of course, this was according to his aesthetic point of view. Zhang Xiaobao was very impressed with Wang Wan's foundation. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "It's an animation, but it's just a simple one. There's not enough time for a real animation, so let's just make do with it first." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already taken the 8 pieces of drawing from Wang Wan's hands. He flipped through them and adjusted the order. He placed the topmost piece at the bottom, and so on, placing one piece on top of the other. At this time, the one who was the most interested was Xiao Zhu. She usually liked to draw, and she was quite good at it. She could even draw a map. She stared at it without blinking, trying to see if there was anything special about it. The other children had never come into contact with something like this before, so they all looked over, wanting to see what their older brother and sister had done. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhang Xiaobao first pressed the drawing down a little, creating a curve on the paper that was specially used for drawing. It wasn't big, and the curve was very small, but it was obvious that this piece of paper wasn't as flat as it was originally. Then, Zhang Xiaobao pinched one end of the paper in the opposite direction, then released it at a balanced speed, one piece at a time. The 8 pieces of paper of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon also fell down one by one. At this time, everyone in the bus, including Li Longji, stared with their eyes wide open. Xiao Bei's eyes were the biggest, because her eyes were usually a little bigger than others. Her long eyelashes were fixed on her eyes, and her small mouth was wide open, revealing a shocked expression on Weiwei's face. Even Gao Lisher, who was usually able to control his emotions, started to be shocked. He had never seen such a novel thing before. Under Zhang Xiaobao's actions, the 8 pieces of paper became connected, one after another, and people's eyes couldn't help but watch the changes on the paper. Zhu Beiji held the watermelon, then his mouth moved towards the watermelon, and then he started to eat. After eating, he spat out a few seeds, then used his sleeve to wipe his mouth, and the whole picture ended. Huh? Why is it like this? Xiao Bei felt that she had watched carefully enough, but she still couldn't understand how Zhu Beiji's actions were formed. Xiao Hai, who usually liked to be quiet, reached out his hand and took the drawing from his older brother. Then, he copied what he did just now and released his grip. Although his control wasn't as good as Zhang Xiaobao's, it still didn't affect the effect much. Zhu Beiji's actions were still as smooth as before. This thing. Why is this thing like this? Li Long thought that he had seen a lot of things, but he didn't know that there was such a strange thing in the world, so he couldn't help but ask. Gao Lisher also had a face of confusion. If it was his godson and daughter-in-law who used advanced technology to create something, he could understand. After all, technology represented magic. But what he saw today had nothing to do with technology. It was just 8 pieces of paper, and his daughter-in-law used a colored pen to make simple sketches on them. Not to mention 8 pieces, even if you found a craftsman and asked him to draw 80 pieces, it wouldn't be strange. But why was it that with his godson's actions, what he saw was different from what he imagined? Let me try. This time, Xiao Bei didn't feel that memorizing things was difficult. In order to play with something interesting, she first memorized the contents of the book of songs with her brother and sister. Then, she snatched the drawings and flipped through them again and again. As she became more familiar with her actions, the continuity of the picture also became more and more balanced. Cuckoo, can you tell me more? Li Longji looked at it again and again, and finally couldn't help but ask. This. Draw the curtains. Zhang Xiaobao shouted outside. Following his voice, 3 layers of curtains were drawn, and the entire carriage immediately turned dark. After all, the people outside didn't know what was going on. If it was someone else who shouted and the carriage turned dark, Gao Lisher would probably make a move. Although he usually looked like a good guy, he was actually quite skilled. But at this moment, he didn't make a move. Li Longji, who could shoot action movies and was very good at playing polo, also didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. Because both of them knew that there was no need to. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really wanted to do something bad to them, they wouldn't have waited until now. Just now, the people below the Shuiyun family were all members of the Fan Metro Cavalry Battalion. They didn't care about whether the emperor was the emperor or not. If Wang Wan really wanted to do something, all she had to do was shout, and there wouldn't be a single person left alive. Moreover, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were quite skilled to begin with. Li Longji thought about many things in an instant. He didn't think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't be able to obtain the support of the people after killing him. In terms of reputation, first and foremost, it would be himself, then it would be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even the crown prince would have to stand aside. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think too much. he just wanted to do an experiment. When the carriage turned dark, he lit a match and said, "Your Majesty, adoptive father, please take a look. I'm holding a match in my hand, and there's nothing else. So, let's just watch first." When Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, his hand moved slightly. His movements weren't too fast. However, what appeared in the eyes of Li Longji and the others was no longer a little bit of light. Instead, it became a ray of light. "Xiao Bao, we also know about this. We even played with it before." "So what?" Li Longji had naturally seen the same thing before. In the past, when he played with candles, even if he didn't play with them personally, he would still see the same scene when he had someone light the lamp at night. Xiao Bei's eyes moved back and forth, as if she was trying to separate the ray of light bit by bit and restore it to the trace of light that she should see. However, she always failed. As long as she saw it, she couldn't help but think of a line. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Her meaning was, "Go on." "Okay, I'll explain. In fact, it's not that complicated. The reason why a thief's movements are so difficult to detect is because the speed of his movement has already exceeded the range of a person's vision." Zhang Xiaobao helplessly gave an example of a thief. Just as he was wondering how to be more specific, Xiaohai spoke. "I know. It's just like the two people you sent to protect us. Their firing speed is too fast. I can only see a blurry and uncertain image in my eyes. Is it because they are like thieves?" Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Wang Wan laughed softly and continued the conversation. "Indeed. Now, let me explain. The things that a person sees will stop for 0.1 seconds. Your Majesty and adoptive father should be familiar with this second. The two people protecting Xiao Bei's group of 9 fired their guns too quickly, exceeding 0.1 seconds. Under normal circumstances, they would complete the action of taking out their guns, firing, and putting them away within 0.3 seconds. Xiao Bao and I have done a comparison. Xiao Bao is a bit slower, and I am a bit slower than Xiao Bao. Of course, this refers to firing guns. If we are talking about stealing, Xiao Bao's speed is different. Xiao Bao, demonstrate your fastest stealing speed. Let His Majesty broaden his horizons. Don't always hide." Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and replied, "I'll take that as a compliment. Your Majesty, can you put something by your side? You don't need to tell me the specific location. You just need to tell me what it is." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he lit another match and gently shook it. Li Longji had never played such a fun game before. Hearing this, he didn't move and directly said, "I have a piece of jade with 2 dragons carved on it. Take it and see." After saying this, Li Longji thought for a moment. At first, he didn't want to be shameless. Later on, he thought, why not make things difficult for Xiao Bao? Thus, he reached out to touch the jade below his left rib. However, when his hand came into contact with that area, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The jade was gone. "Xiao Bao, you open the carriage curtains." Zhang Xiaobao shouted when Li Longji opened his mouth. When the carriage curtains were raised, Li Longji saw the piece of jade in Zhang Xiaobao's hand that should have been at his waist. He first took a deep breath and then exhaled deeply. He nodded and said, "I've seen today. You were actually able to untie the rope that binds the jade? What if you didn't take the jade, but took someone's life? Who can stop you?" Zhang Xiaobao was very embarrassed and said, "Your Majesty, that rope of yours is a live knot. What we care about is that if you can avoid cutting it, then don't cut it. If you can avoid being confused, then don't be confused. A live knot is fine as long as you untie it. Otherwise, how can you eat this bowl of food?" After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao reacted and said to Wang Wan in dissatisfaction, is this what you wanted to talk about? I just wanted to see. In truth, I also didn't know how fast you were, so I didn't see it. I reckon that even if it was lit up the entire time, I wouldn't be able to see your afterimage. This is how close-range magic works. It's not that the audience doesn't pay attention, but that the eyes can't see it. It's the same for anyone. Wang Wan took the jade and put it back on Li Longji as she spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji had never encountered such a situation before. Today, he had learned something new. In the past, he only knew the concept of seconds, but he didn't understand it very well. Now, he finally understood that it wasn't just about time, but also the distance between life and death. He couldn't help but size up Zhang Xiaobao again. He asked, "Xiaobao, how long do you need to kill a person?" "A lifetime, but killing 10,000 people might be very simple," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "I understand. If you kill one person, you will have thoughts in your heart. If you kill 10,000 people, you will have no traces in your heart. I won't casually kill 10,000 people. Is that drawing of yours related to speed?" Li Longji's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately got to the point. Yes, this is called visual retention, or rather, visual retention. When the speed reaches a certain level, the individual's image will be connected. To be honest, if Cuckoo and I were to attack each other now, it would be a lose-lose situation. As Zhang Xiaobao explained, he gestured another hand gesture. Li Longji didn't understand. Doesn't the person who attacks first get to live? No, there's a time limit to a person's reaction. Even if I hit Cuckoo, she can still counterattack. Even if she dies, she'll definitely drag someone down with her. Even if she clearly lost consciousness, she can still complete her actions. So, at this distance, this reaction can't appear in front of your Majesty's guards. Otherwise, they won't be able to stop it. If you consider coincidence, the speed of the spear can't compare to the flying dagger. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Gao Lisher nodded. He admitted that it was really dangerous just now. It seemed that he couldn't casually let people get on the carriage in the future. The emperor had to keep a certain distance from other people. Of course, Xiaobao and Cuckoo were exceptions. So what you showed me just now was an animation? Li Longji didn't consider as many things as Gao Lisher. He took the drawing and flipped it over in his hand. Yes, and no. If it's really that simple, who would be willing to spend money to watch it? Isn't that right, Xiaobei? Zhang Xiaobao asked his sister again. Xiaobei nodded vigorously and said, "I can give you 10 copper coins for what you did just now, but not 10 strings of paper. It's not worth it. There are only 8 pieces of paper. It's too little." "Right, there are only 8 pieces of paper. It's indeed not worth it. So, we need to increase the number." "Of course, we don't need to increase the number of pieces of paper, but the number of pieces of glass," Zhang Xiaobao explained to everyone. Only Wang Wan knew what was going on. "How much do you need?" Xiao Yuan asked in puzzlement. Her hand was still mimicking the action that her brother had done just now. "That depends on how coherent the picture is. Normally speaking, it's 24 pieces per second. This is very difficult now. A lot of glass will be damaged, so it only costs 10 strings of paper to watch it once." Zhang Xiaobao drew a very fast hand shadow. Of course, it didn't reach 24 times per second. It wasn't that it was impossible, but it couldn't be seen clearly after reaching it. Xiaobei frowned when she heard her brother's words. She seemed very distressed. Xiao Hai, who was next to her, opened her mouth and asked, "According to what you said, it's too troublesome to draw a lot of pieces of animation in a quarter of an hour." Wang Wan smiled and patted Xiao Hai's head. "Animation is indeed troublesome, but if something new comes out in the future, then it won't be troublesome to film it. Moreover, when you watch animation, in addition to the visual residue, there is also a pause and continuity of thought. In other words, the picture is not always moving. Occasionally, it will stop. When you see the pause, you don't actually think that the picture is interrupted. If you properly assign the pause, you can save a lot of glass in the animation. Wang Wan's explanation was very straightforward, but Li Longji and the others still didn't understand. If it stopped, it was stopped. How could it be said that it was continuous? Wang Wan looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. I can't explain it clearly. It will be more convincing when the animation is done in the future. The carriage once again entered a period of silence. Only the sound of the 8 pieces of drawing paper being passed back and forth let people know that there were still people in the carriage. The clattering sound never stopped. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Gao Lisher lifted the curtain and looked out. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, we've arrived." "Oh? We've arrived? That's fast. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, Xiao Bei, and the others, come with me to take a look." As soon as Li Longji's voice fell, someone opened the carriage door. The group of people went out one after the other. In front of them was the scene of construction. Under the protection of the guards, Li Longji walked leisurely. When he saw the trench, he suddenly stopped and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiao Bao, do you think we should install a few more cannons?" Chapter 962. Hearing Li Longji's question, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He looked around and asked, "Where does your Majesty want to set up the cannons?" "On the city walls. After the expansion, we will need to pass through 2 walls to reach the capital. Set up 1 cannon on the outer wall, and another one on the inner wall. With layers of defense, there will be no need to worry about the capital." Li Longji waved his hand. It really did feel like he was talking about the country, except he was talking about the capital. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Li Longji's idea was completely different from his. To be more precise, it was completely different. Of course, the earth was round. If one walked in the other direction, they would still be able to reach their original destination. Li Longji didn't hear Zhang Xiaobao's reply. He turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobao's helpless expression. Wang Wan also seemed to be dispirited. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Bao, do you have a better idea in terms of defense?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao replied and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded, indicating that she supported him. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "I plan to tear down the entire city wall. If someone comes to the capital from the outside, we will set up a boundary marker on the road with the words Capital City, Chang'an written on it." After making a few gestures, Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of the imperial palace. "Not only do we need to set up cannons in the palace, we also need to store a large number of firearms. The exterior is loose, but the interior is tight." Wang Wan continued, "If your Majesty is worried that someone will bring an army to Chang'an, you should first defend against the enemy outside the country and not outside the capital. The Great Wall of the pre-Qin Dynasty couldn't prevent its destruction. The truly indestructible Great Wall is in the hearts of the people. The people are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, the merchants are willing to sacrifice their wealth for the country, and the officials are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country. If one day someone can really reach the capital, the people will be able to build a wall of flesh and blood for your Majesty without using bricks or mud. Otherwise, even if you use steel, there will be a day when it will be burned down." Li Longji didn't say anything else and fell into deep thought. Surrounded by people, he walked aimlessly in the middle of the open space outside. Step by step, he walked very slowly. After a long time, he made a decision that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hair stand on end. He instructed the surrounding guards, "Don't surround me. Keep a close eye on those who aren't from the Tang Empire. I want to put on a show." Yes, put on a show. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will accompany me. I will personally go and ask the people who are working. What? Zhang Xiaobao quivered and stretched his hand back. Immediately, someone handed over a revolver. Wang Wan's eyes also suddenly widened, and she also asked for a revolver. The two men tucked their guns into their sleeves and placed their other hands behind the firing pins. He nodded at Li Longji, who had a resolute expression on his face. What he meant was, fine, if you dare to attack, we'll accompany you with our lives. Gao Lisher hurriedly took a few steps forward and stood diagonally in front of the emperor. He fiercely signaled to the surrounding guards. When Li Longji walked towards a construction site where the common people were hired to work, dozens of figures jumped out from the guards around Xiaobei. They were all dressed very normally. Some of them were dressed like foot carriers, some were carrying jobs, and there was even an artist who was carrying a large drawing board on his back. There were so many of them. Needless to say, these people were plainclothes. They belonged to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Each of them was very self-aware. They didn't need others to remind them where they should stand and carry out cross-surveillance. It wasn't clear whether it was because Li Longji trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or because he was confident in his own charisma. In any case, he walked all the way to the construction site. The gatekeepers who were guarding the entrance to prevent people from entering saw the group of people coming from afar. Not only did they see the people, but they also saw the flag that represented the emperor's identity. She had long been scared silly. She watched as a person in gorgeous clothes walked over with a dignified aura. She stood there and swallowed her saliva with all her might. She couldn't even say a word. The two of you, are you still tired? Li Longji walked in front of the two people and tried to speak in a calm and caring tone. His Majesty is asking you two a question. Are you tired? Gao Lisher leaned over and touched one of them with his finger. After being touched, the person reacted and shook his head vigorously. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump. He kowtowed and shouted, "Long live His Majesty." The other person also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, but he couldn't say a word. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. You, the two of you have worked hard. Li Longji reached out to help them up. Gao Lisher didn't even have time to rush forward and help them up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were accompanying him on the left and right narrowed their eyes, but their faces were calm. The plainclothes around them were the same. Under the calm surface, there were turbulent waves. This person seemed to be braver. He didn't need Li Longji's help and stood up on his own. As he stood, he said, Your Majesty, I can do it myself. Don't dirty my clothes. Your hands. Li Longji was putting on a show, so he naturally had to go through with it. He held the person's hands and looked him up and down. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the person's hands and he sighed. Xiaofan, your hands are cracked. What do you do? Who else is at home? Someone, bring me my mink oil hand cream. This is a pair of hands that silently contribute to the peace of the great Tang. Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobao called out. Behind them, Xiaobei pouted and took out something from her bag. She complained in a low voice, he's so generous. How did he know that I took 2 unopened bags today? I wanted to give them to Shuiyan's family. After taking out the bags, she pulled Xiao Yuan forward and muttered to Xiao Yuan, next time when you come out with Uncle Emperor, remember to remind him to bring everything. We're here. If we don't come, how can he give them to us? We'll go to the palace for dinner tonight. Then don't be so picky about porridge. How much porridge can you drink to get back 2 bags of hand cream? Xiao Yuan, who had always been unwilling to be calculative, also felt sorry for her. When the two of them walked forward, the person whose hand was held by Li Longji was already crying. He couldn't wipe his tears because his hand was held by the emperor. He sobbed and spoke incoherently. When Xiao Bei brought the items over, Li Longji finally understood what the other party meant. He said that he was doing carpentry. His 2 parents were here, and he also had 3 children and 1 daughter-in-law. The eldest child could help out and was cleaning the wood. The other 2 children were still young and were in school. He also knew to thank the emperor for sending Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to organize the Chaoyang operation. He also thanked the emperor for governing the country well. Anyway, that was what he meant, not what he said. Take 1 box each. Apply it on your hands when you go back. Seeing you like this, I feel guilty. You work hard for the great Tang, but I can't take care of you often. Sigh. Apply this on your hands and it can prevent them from cracking. To be honest, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring anything. I'll borrow Xiao Bei's first. Xiao Bei, you're my great Tang patrol officers. You can cut down corrupt officials and impeach the emperor. Li Longji took the things from Xiao Bei and told the truth. He didn't forget to introduce Xiao Bei, making Xiao Bei feel that he shouldn't have been thinking about going to the palace to eat. Instead, he should have just eaten porridge. The person who was supported by Li Longji was so moved that he couldn't speak. Tears flowed down his face as he nodded his head repeatedly. Li Longji patted the person's shoulder again. The weather is getting colder by the day. I'll have people prepare lamb bones and pig bone soup for you to drink. I'll pay for it. As for the things, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He was vigilant as he replied, I'll be in charge of buying them. Also, I'll be providing a batch of roasted chicken on behalf of Zhuangzi. Behind them, there were officials who wanted to step forward and say how much they were going to donate, but they were stopped by the guards. They meant that they shouldn't join in the fun. It was easy to get into trouble if they were in a mess. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. For your kindness. The person holding the 2 boxes of hand cream quickly expressed his gratitude. Li Longji nodded his head in satisfaction. As he walked forward, he didn't forget to joke, 1 box per person. Don't keep them all for yourself. I don't dare, I don't dare. The person repeatedly promised, provoking laughter. Everyone continued to walk in. Just a short while ago, someone had already passed the news of the emperor's arrival to the official in charge of the construction site. The person in charge ran out alone. There were still oil stains on the corners of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. As soon as he arrived in front of Li Longji, he wanted to kneel down. You're in charge? The food is pretty good. Li Longji frowned. At this time, the person in charge didn't kneel down. Instead, he sat on the ground. He could still tell whether the words were good or bad. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He wanted to defend himself, but he didn't dare. Xiao Bei went up to him and asked, What were you eating just now? The person in charge looked at Xiao Bei gratefully. If someone asked, he could go along with it. He replied to Xiao Bei, Lord Zhang, I was eating donkey meat just now. You know me? Xiao Bei was puzzled. When did I become so famous? He asked again, Why did you eat donkey meat? The person in charge suddenly realized that Xiao Bei was so cute. It seemed that his life could be saved. He hurriedly said, I know you. Who doesn't know Lord Zhang, who patrols the Great Tang? The donkey was born from a worker's family. It was crushed to death by a log. I saw that he was distressed, so I paid for it. I'll treat everyone to some donkey meat soup and try the donkey meat buns. You paid for it yourself? Xiao Bei asked again. Yes, yes. This official's family is quite well off. You can tell just by looking at this official's stomach. It's probably gone down after the expansion. It's really bitter. Even I, who am in charge, have a hard time, let alone the workers. This official's family also has a pig farm in Wanyan County. I'm planning to ship a batch of pigs over to give everyone more oil. In fact, this official is afraid that I'll be too thin from hunger. It's just convenient for me to eat with the others. This official is too selfish. The person in charge touched his stomach and explained. Li Longji glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked straight in. A maid in the crowd ran out first, accompanied by 2 guards. After a while, she returned and pointed in a direction. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the kitchen is over there." Li Longji looked at the maid's clothes and knew that she was from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. He secretly praised her for her ability to observe people's body language. There were too few people in the palace who were so clever and dared to do things on their own. Nodding to the maid, Li Longji walked towards the kitchen. After 100 steps, a light breeze blew, and the aroma of meat drifted over. "That's right, this is the place." The person in charge followed at the side. He didn't dare to raise his head and only looked at the ground. When they arrived, Gao Lisher went forward to take a look. Many people were in the kitchen. Some were holding bowls, while others were holding cakes. Gao Lisher first looked at the bowls. There was a lot of soup in the bowls. He then looked at the pot and the wooden bucket beside it. The soup in the pot was boiling. 2 of the wooden buckets were empty. He picked up a spoon and stirred the pot. The meat was indeed cooked. He could even find seasonings at the bottom. Putting down the spoon, he turned around and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, it is indeed not freshly cooked. Let me find someone to ask." After saying this, Gao Lisher pointed at a person who hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth. "You, come here. His Majesty has something to ask." "His Majesty, the Emperor is here. He personally saw that you're here. Why aren't you coming over?" The person in charge took the initiative to shout. A series of hurried voices sounded. A group of people knelt on the ground. Some spilled soup, and some dropped cakes. They all knelt there and looked up. Other than awe, there was also curiosity. "Dispense with the formalities. Everyone, quickly get up. We're delaying everyone's meal. We feel uneasy. We smell the aroma. We're hungry. Make a jumma for us. Scoop some soup for us." Li Longji immediately persuaded them to get up. He asked them to eat. Gao Lisher called the person over and began to quietly ask. The person in charge lowered his head again. He didn't dare to look at the person Gao Lisher was asking. He was afraid that Gao Lisher would misunderstand. If that really happened, Gao Lisher probably wouldn't even bother to ask. The cook in charge of cooking was so nervous that his whole body trembled. He wanted to get up, but his legs wouldn't listen to him. "What are you afraid of? Did you poison the meat?" Xiao Bei shouted. No, how would I dare to poison it? If you don't believe me, I'll eat it first. If it's poisonous, you'll poison me first." The cook trembled and finally stood up. His face was flushed red. This was cooking for the emperor. He tried his best to control himself and finished making a jumma. Xiao Bei rushed over. "I'm also hungry. I'll eat one with Xiao Yuan first. You can cook more for Uncle Emperor." As Xiao Bei spoke, she really took a bite. She smacked her lips twice. "I didn't put enough salt. I'll just eat it." She didn't give it to Xiao Yuan. She took another bite and continued smacking her lips. It's not bad. There's pepper and coriander inside. Why didn't you put chopped green onions? I can taste cinnamon and cloves. I didn't expect there to be so many seasonings here. The meat is chewy and doesn't smell like rotten meat. Okay, it's edible. Xiao Yuan, try it. Xiao Yuan took it and looked at the cake first. Then she picked up the shredded meat and sniffed it under her nose. She nodded, "There's a lot of ginger. Why did you put garlic? This is the first time I've heard of donkey meat with garlic and cabbage leaves washed clean." She took another bite and used her tongue to carefully push the meat against her teeth. Then she sucked the soup inside. It's not old soup. There's no numbing sensation. Only then did the other officials realize that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were testing the poison first. It had to be said that their mouths were really useful, because the cook repeatedly nodded and admitted it. He sighed in his heart. No wonder His Majesty valued Xiao Bei and the others so much. The children were really too sensible. If it was an adult who came to snatch the jiama, people would think that Huang Hizang was not at ease. Children were fine. They liked to play. When the cook saw that the first jiama was tasted and evaluated, they started to make the second jiama. He understood, but he couldn't say anything. When the emperor ate in the palace, there were also people in charge of testing the poison. When the second jiama was done, Gao Lisher took it and sent it to Li Longji. At the same time, he gave him a look, meaning that he had finished asking. Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei and sighed. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. He chewed hard and swallowed it. He said, "Good, someone thought ahead of me." "Good, what's your name? What's your official rank?" The person in charge felt relieved. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Yuan Yuan. I'm in the engineering department of the Ministry of Works. I'm in the lower 7th rank." "Oh, you're in the engineering department, right?" Li Longji directly promoted Yuan Yuan from the lower 7th rank to the upper 6th rank. It could be said that he had jumped 3 ranks in a row, surpassing the upper 7th rank and lower 6th rank. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send the pigs back." Yuan Yuan knelt down to express his gratitude and promised that he would do a good job with the pigs. He was promoted 3 ranks in a row. It was worth it to bring all the pigs at home. Li Longji no longer paid attention to Yuan Yuan. He took the jiama and said, "Eat, eat. Today, I'm just here to take a look. I don't want to do anything else." After saying that, he started to eat again. Seeing that the emperor was asking them to eat, and that the emperor was also eating, everyone went back to wash the soup. They picked up the flatbread and blew on the dust. They didn't want to throw it away and continued to eat. After eating a jiama with them, Li Longji began to walk around other places. After Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan finished eating, he asked for more than 10 more. There were still people who hadn't eaten yet. He had to leave some for his brothers and sisters. The cook brought out his skills to the peak. The others didn't have any objections. It was just one less bite. It would be good to be able to eat in the same pot as the officials. After Li Longji finished walking around the place where the commoners were working, he went to the military camp. He ate 2 spoons of salted beans and asked a few questions. Finally, he came to the site of Zhengzheng construction. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They cursed Li Longji in their hearts. Li Longji was in a good mood, but he was a little thirsty. He had eaten salted beans earlier, and he was still holding Xiao Bei in his arms. He had wanted to help someone carry the log, but he had been stopped by Gao Lisher, who had refused no matter what. In order to show his strength, he carried Xiao Bei. Along the way, no one dared to say anything. Xiao Bei was poisoned just now. How much courage did he have? He also had to be smart. Li Longji looked at the orderly construction site and coughed lightly. He asked, "Is there soup?" "Your Majesty, there is egg drop soup." The person in charge of Zhengzheng construction wasn't as nervous as the others and respectfully replied. "Is it salty? If it isn't, then give me a bowl." "What's the main dish?" Li Longji asked again. "Steamed buns." When you're working, eating steamed buns is more energetic. The person in charge replied. Xiao Bei slipped out of Li Longji's arms. A bowl of soup and a steamed bun. Uncle Emperor tasted it just now. The person in charge immediately went to arrange it. In less than a moment, he personally brought the food to the place. This time, Li Longji didn't need anyone to try it first. He blew on it and drank a mouthful of soup. He pinched a piece of steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. After that, he drank a mouthful of soup and let out a long sigh of relief. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "We'll let bygones be bygones. We don't need the city wall. We have millions of people. Why should we be afraid of the invasion of a small country? Xiaobao, spend the money in the bank when you need to. Do more, it's called public welfare." Zhang Xiaobao was also preparing a bowl of soup. When he heard Li Longji's words, he stopped what he was doing and replied, "Your Majesty is right. Only by spending money on public welfare can we earn more. The circulation of money is the only way to stabilize the economy. Since Your Majesty is talking about public welfare, this subject has something to say. Apart from repairing bridges and roads, this subject should also directly use the money on the people's livelihood. This way, it'll be more convenient for this subject to earn more money." "Oh? Xiaobao, you have another brilliant plan? Tell us about it first and let us guess." Li Longji's interest was piqued. Guessing Xiaobao's riddle was very interesting, even if he couldn't guess it correctly. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer anxious. He first drank a mouthful of soup, then cleared his throat and spat out 2 words, "military horses." Chapter 963. Military horses? Li Longji repeated Zhang Xiaobao's words. He lowered his head, ate the steamed bun, drank the soup, and thought hard. Zhang Xiaobao continued to drink his soup. Wang Wan closed her eyes and rested. She also didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. She felt that this was very normal. If he could guess everything, who would he lie to? Xiao Bei and the other 9 people ran behind a woodworker and watched him carve. Xiao Zhu could also participate in a few words. She took a pencil and drew a cute picture of a rice seedling on a wooden board. She put it there and waited for the woodworker to finish his work and help carve it. The officials also put down their reservations and asked for steamed buns from the people in charge of the construction site. They cut a hole in the top and put some pickles on it. They made do with it and didn't dare to drink the soup. They were afraid that if they drank too much, they would go to the toilet when the emperor said something. The steamed buns were very ordinary. They were made of white flour and didn't use bleach. Even if there was bleach, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't use it to smoke the steamed buns. The pickles were thought-provoking. In fact, they weren't really good vegetables. They were cabbage and then made into spicy cabbage. There were fine shredded radish and preserved fruit stuffed into the steamed buns. They were bright red and made the buns crispy and tender. The officials were not surprised by the cabbage and shredded fruit, but where did the chili come from? Chili was distributed among the family, but they couldn't bear to eat it. How many people were in charge of the construction site? It was too extravagant. Gao Lisher peeled an orange and stuffed it into the innermost part. It was too sour and definitely couldn't be compared to the word honey orange. He ate until his face wrinkled, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. Ayah! Li Longji, who had eaten more than half a steamed bun and drank more than half a bowl of soup, slapped his thigh and laughed excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao was the closest and almost choked on the soup. He turned to look at Li Longji, confusion and surprise written on his face. Xiaobao. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He praised, "Smart, really smart. Normal people can't think of your ideas. Good idea. I also pondered and pondered before I figured it out. Cuckoo, do you admit it? Wang Wan had already opened her eyes. She nodded, which meant that she admitted it. However, in her heart, she said, I admit that you are praising yourself now. Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked, Your Majesty, have you thought of it too? You thought of it? It's not easy, it's really not easy. Apart from you, no one else would have thought of such a good idea. As expected of the top scorer, extraordinary. Li Longji continued to praise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is too kind. Since Your Majesty has thought of it, can you tell me more? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't take it anymore. The officials looked over with various emotions. You go first, Li Longji said happily. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask Li Longji why he said, if I say it first, how can you say it's your idea? Instead, he nodded and said, Your Majesty, this is what I think. We need military horses mainly because, it's mainly for the Tubo, the Turks, and the tribes in the north of Hebei province. Xiaobao, am I right? Li Longji interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked excitedly. Yes, yes, Your Majesty is really amazing. Zhang Xiaobao made a fist and palm salute to express his admiration. Li Longji made a fist and palm salute back, please continue. Your Majesty just said the main use. I mean, now there are a few places that don't seem to need too many military horses, so there are a lot of military horses idle. Am I right? Am I right? Ha ha ha. You can talk about it later. Li Longji clapped his hands and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao, when he was depressed, he finally felt the same emotion in the eyes of the officials. That was sympathy, deep sympathy. Zhang Xiaobao knew that those officials must be gloating in their hearts. It's not easy for him to suffer alone, but he can bring joy to many people. Isn't this a kind of contribution? Say it, Xiaobao, say it quickly. Li Longji urged. What else could Zhang Xiaobao do? He could only continue his contribution to the cause to the end. Your Majesty, since they are idle, I think that military horses can not only be used for war, they can also, this time, Zhang Xiaobao stopped himself and looked at Li Longji. Sure enough, Li Longji continued, they can also be used to play polo, right? Public welfare is to let everyone participate and watch for free. Isn't it a feeling that great minds think alike? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He really didn't think of using military horses to play polo, but this was a good idea. So, he shook his head first and then nodded. Your Majesty, I didn't think that you are better than me. You are the hero. Your Majesty, can you tell me in detail? You didn't think of it? You actually didn't think of it? Ha ha ha. Li Longji was surprised for a moment, then laughed happily again. Even the sound of breathing of the officials became softer. The scene seemed very strange. Li Longji didn't wipe his eyes for a moment and continued, Xiaobao, how is it? Do you admit defeat? You said military horses yourself, but you didn't think of it. Then you. Li Longji stopped laughing, then you didn't think of it. You were the one who said military horses first. Let me think about it. According to this, can you say that I didn't guess it correctly? Zhang Xiaobao, he really couldn't answer directly. He felt that Li Longji was very happy today. It wasn't easy. Being an emperor didn't always make him happy. Wang Wan saw that it was time for her to come out and smooth things over. Your Majesty guessed Xiaobao's plan before, but later, Your Majesty came up with a better idea. Even Xiaobao didn't think of this. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. The officials said in unison. They didn't need to practice this sentence deliberately. It had become instinctive. At this moment, Xiao Hai pulled Da Nan and Xiao Nan over. Da Nan and Xiao Nan were more interested in the economy. They always asked Zhang Xiaobao questions. Since it was a public welfare project, it must be related to the economy. Your Majesty, please go first. My idea requires too much military horses. Let's talk about your project first. Zhang Xiaobao modestly declined. Li Longji was slightly discouraged. He had been guessing for more than 10 years. Why couldn't he guess correctly? But then he became happy again. After all, he had thought of a good idea. He looked around and looked at the officials. The officials were all listening attentively. Every time they encountered a situation like this, it was a test. Who knew if the emperor would suddenly stop and ask you questions? If you couldn't answer, it would be troublesome. Okay, I will speak first. Xiao Bao, you and Cuckoo can pause. If I missed anything, I will add it. Li Longji said modestly. Some officials were smart and took out a notebook and pencil to take notes. Recently, I have been thinking about how to further improve the people's livelihood. Just now, Xiao Bao said military horses. It suddenly enlightened me. Military horses can be used to fight, so naturally, they can also be used to play polo. It is a waste to leave them idle. I plan to transfer soldiers who are usually trained in various prefectures to play polo. The people who live nearby or have leisure time can watch for free. From food, clothing, housing, and transportation, think about the happy things. Xiao Bao, what is it called again? Li Longji's tone became a little more formal as he asked Zhang Xiaobao. It is the construction of material civilization and spiritual civilization. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Yes, the people need spiritual civilization. Can the people also participate in polo? Xiao Bao, you say. Li Longji probably couldn't think of the rest of the words, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao thought to himself, are you treating me like a secretary? Fine, I'll be a secretary today. He then said, Your Majesty's meaning is clear. Your Majesty wants the commoners who can ride horses to learn. Those who can't ride horses can play with the buju. It's a ball that you kick with your feet. Adults and children can play with it. Your Majesty does not plan to collect tickets, but to build a platform that is convenient for people to watch from a high place. Those who go on the platform to watch from a good position will be charged a certain amount. In addition, there will be merchants who buy and sell food, drink, and entertainment in the stadium, so they will be taxed. With this money, 1, we can build the stadium. 2, we can provide rewards to those who participate. If there is any surplus, it will be deposited in a bank to be used for the expenses and management of this matter in the future. Your Majesty, I am slow-witted and can only think of part of it. Li Longji didn't say anything. The officials who were listening were really convinced. They were full of admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. It wasn't easy. The emperor said an incomplete idea, and he was able to immediately fill in the gaps. Li Longji came back to his senses and praised, with Xiao Bao, the Tang Empire's economy will be fine. Cuckoo, you should also say a few words. Wang Wan agreed with Li Longji's evaluation in her heart. Suddenly, she saw Li Longji bring the topic to her. She first looked at Xiao Bao and said, Your Majesty, in the past, there were places that organized lotteries. They limited the number of people who were willing to gamble. Then, they would draw the lottery and the money they earned would go to the local treasury. Later on, I know. It was stopped later on. The lottery gambling industry that Xiao Bao set up in Tubo was too deceptive. Everyone in the court was afraid of it. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Bao didn't benefit from it, I would have thought that Xiao Bao wanted to harm the Tang Empire. Li Longji thought of what happened in Tubo. It was also from then on that he saw how one could harm a country without using force. Wang Wan smiled and continued, the situation in Tubo is different from the Tang Empire. Now, the telegram can quickly send messages to all parts of the Tang Empire. It is time to integrate the gambling industry. There can be a sports gambling industry that will be managed by the capital. The money will be given to the banks and be used for sports. Sports, as the name suggests, is education that strengthens the body. The money earned will not only be used for competitions. In the future, there will be a lot of sports equipment that can be bought and sent to the schools. That's all. Lord Wang, I have something to say. That is. An official stood out from the crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Longji glared at him. He was so scared that he continued, "That's it. I support it." The other officials felt bad for him. They all understood and thought about it clearly. The gambling industry involved a lot of money. Can the imperial court send officials to manage it instead of leaving it in the banks? The emperor stared at him as if asking, "Who should I send to manage it? Can you guarantee that no one will be greedy?" So, that official stepped down. He could not find anyone other than Zhang Xiaobao who could guarantee that no one would be greedy for money. Money was a good thing. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who was good at making money and did not treat money as money, others might not be able to suppress their greed. Li Longji nodded happily, "Good. Let's start the Tang Empire's gambling industry." "Xiaobao, tell me your idea." "I have created a very profitable gambling industry from a military horse. With your operation, I believe it will be very beneficial to the people. You can't be worse than me." Zhang Xiaobao once again felt the sympathetic gazes from the crowd. "Are you still being reasonable? Is this what you said? You only know how to play polo." Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart. Even Xiaohai, Danan, and Xiaonan were worried. Only Wang Wan was not worried. She was still calm. Gao Lishir looked at his adopted son with expectation and worry. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He picked up the bowl of soup and intended to drink 2 mouthfuls, but was stopped by Li Longji. "Xiaobao, you are not in good health. You can't drink cold things for the time being. Tell me your idea first." Zhang Xiaobao put down the bowl resentfully. He followed Li Longji's example, coughed softly and said, "His Majesty just said that military horses can not only be used for fighting, but also for playing polo. I also think that they can not only be used for fighting, but also for plowing and pulling carriages. Let's talk about plowing first. When plowing dry land, horses are much faster than oxen. We just need to improve the tools. It's simple. In the past, we used people and oxen to plow because horses were too precious. Now there are too many war horses, so it's better to use them for plowing. Let's talk about pulling carriages. In fact, next year, our Tang Empire will have at least 30,000 miles of railway. His Majesty promised to find me 1 million laborers. I will solve the problem of money. I believe you don't doubt it, right?" The officials nodded. Horses plowed dry land really fast. There were too many horses left. After Tufan and Turkic surrendered, in addition to the Tang Empire's own horses, there were also many horses from the 2 places. If they wanted to continue the war, it was estimated that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the emperor had the final say. As for the problem of money, since Zhang Xiaobao said it was okay, there was absolutely no problem. Seeing that the officials agreed, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Even if the railway is built, the main road is connected by the railway. There is still a big gap in local transportation. Therefore, horses can further replace manpower and speed up the logistics. The consequence of speeding up the logistics is that when the productivity can't keep up, it will also accelerate the inflation. After all, the taxes from the imperial court will also have to be spent." I digress. I will solve this problem. Everyone, don't worry. It's simple, very simple. Zhang Xiaobao smiled embarrassedly. However, the officials really wanted to hear about this. Among the officials, there were students of Zhang Xiaobao. They had just found a little bit of the feeling when they were in class, but it suddenly disappeared. It was very awkward. With these two applications, we can use up a lot of the remaining horse resources. Perhaps it is still not enough to further promote the raising of horses. Before the new farming and transportation methods are popularized, horses can't be replaced. Furthermore, the new technology can't be brought out immediately to the people's livelihood. Yes, it's still very far away. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and waited for others to ask. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but he had to stimulate the thoughts of the officials. Sure enough, a student in his class stood up and asked, "Lord Zhang, there is something this student doesn't understand." "Speak." Zhang Xiaobao looked over. Then, this student would like to ask, how can horses be used by people? By? How much is the price? During the non-farming period, when the demand for logistics is not big, can the people who buy the horses afford to raise them? This person was very nervous. He was afraid that his question would make Zhang Xiaobao difficult. However, he was secretly looking forward to Zhang Xiaobao's solution. After all, in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao was omnipotent in the field of economics. Li Longji and the other officials looked at Zhang Xiaobao and waited for his answer. It was indeed a question. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to the person who asked the question, which meant that he was not bad. Then he said, "This question is a good question. Since it is for public welfare, we naturally can't let the people not be able to raise horses. Previously, Lord Jiangzhen of the Sanongxi Temple came and gave me and Cuckoo some vermicelli." Yes, vermicelli. Vermicelli is actually not the main point. The important thing is that we discussed the functions of the Sanongxi Temple. In order to strengthen the function of the Sanongxi Temple, there is an aspect called Qing Chu, which is very good for raising livestock. If the Qing Chu is done well, it can even increase the fattiness of the main feed in the northern winter. In addition, I intend to take out part of the aquaculture technology at home and give it to the people of the Tang Empire for free. As the production increases, the logistics will be increased. At this point, all the officials and Li Longji showed the same expression as Wang Wan did at that time. "You are so kind." Even Xiao Hai didn't believe it. She looked at Danan and Xiao Nan and found that they had reached a consensus. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to say, "What do you mean? Can't I be a good person for once?" But he knew that he absolutely couldn't ask, because they would not believe him. The problem of feed is not a big problem. The Sanongxi Temple will speed up the cultivation of corn. Corn has a high yield and rich nutrition. Before it is fully mature, it is a good material for Qing Chu. The quantity is large and the effect is outstanding. Zhang Xiaobao followed the previous words. At this time, Wang Wan interrupted, "Xiaobao, it's really hard on you. You have to consider so many things together. It's what I should do. If an economic official thinks about a problem alone, he will lose a lot. It's time to talk about money. Money. The people who are willing to raise horses only need to take out the money for a horse. They don't need to buy, rent, or pay rent. They just need to be responsible for raising the horses. For the people who don't know how to raise horses, let the Sanongxi Temple send out technical personnel to print the method of raising horses into a book and distribute it for free. Let the medical centers of the Dei Hospital in various places help to summarize and treat the diseases." Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that it was wrong to think more. It was normal. If you patted your head and came up with an idea, then the officials who weren't in charge of sales and management of pests and diseases would be beheaded. At this time, the person who asked the previous question asked again, "Lord Zhang, I have a question. From what you said, if the money is not used to buy horses, who will it be given to?" "It will be given to the bank. The people who really don't have money can borrow it themselves." The bank will be responsible for lending it to them with low interest. The people will then put the money in the bank without interest. The bank will be responsible for providing horses for the people. When this money is enough, I can operate it. Not only will the bank not lose money, but it will also make money. You can rest assured about this. If the people raise horses and they die, we will send people to take a look. The people won't have to bear the responsibility for the horses that die of illness or old age. Unless they killed the horses themselves, then the money won't be given. If they use things as low-interest mortgages, then the things won't be returned. Unless they directly take the money, then the things will be given to them. If the people raise horses and they die, they can continue to rent horses. If the people are willing to plant crops designated by the imperial court, the bank will also give a portion of the emperor's money as a reward. In fact, the policies are all good. The main thing is the local officials. If there is a situation where an official makes a false report, then Zhang Xiaobao stopped and looked at Li Longji. Kill. Li Longji's answer was very simple. It was only one word. Chapter 964. After Li Longji said the word kill, he added, "A few years ago, when you and Cuckoo told me about this matter, I sent people to patrol the area every year. The results were pretty good, but there were still people who dared to commit crimes at the risk of being executed. The officials in the Hunan circuit, there were 613 of them. They didn't manage to find out anything. Last year, I sent 3 batches of people, but they managed to fool the patrolling officers. To be more precise, the patrolling officers couldn't figure out what the Japanese were talking about. The last batch of people discovered a small problem. I ordered them to send news, but the news was cut off. Only then did I send Xiaobei and the others over." At this point, Li Longji glanced at Xiaohai and the others and nodded. "You guys are still the best. When you went over, the news wasn't cut off. They don't dare, and they don't have the ability." Big Man replied. Little Man continued, "Even if they can mobilize 10,000 soldiers, our guards will be able to bring us back safely." Indeed. This year, I sent 5 batches of people. The money spent by the people sent out was much less than the money the officials embezzled. It was worth it. I will give another order. I will let the people of Great Tang know that if they discover any corruption or bribery of local officials, they can report it to the department that sends the telegrams. I will immediately send people to investigate. The department that sends the telegrams will be independent of the local government, just as Xiao Bao had requested. It won't be investigated or controlled by the local government. Even if it won't be completely eradicated, it will at least minimize the losses. If any of the officials in the royal court dares to participate, their properties will be confiscated and their entire family exterminated." Li Longji spoke harshly. "This subject doesn't dare," the officials replied in unison. Li Longji ignored the officials and instructed Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, activate your family's intelligence network. I believe in your 2 clans. If anything happens, have Xiaobei investigate. I will kill whoever is found. Their crimes don't warrant death. As long as they are caught by Xiaobei, I will kill them. Since the monarch treats me like a national scholar, I will repay the monarch with a national scholar." Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. Since Li Longji had already started to ignore the fact that the 2 of them were trying to avoid suspicion, he had to make a stand. It seemed that he had to continue opening more branches. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the news. Of course, he wouldn't do what Li Linfu and Yang Guizhong did in history, because he was smarter than them. He didn't need to rely on those little tricks to get money and power. When people wanted to use power to obtain selfish monetary satisfaction, they couldn't rely on wisdom to satisfy the public. "Student, may I ask one more question?" The official appeared again. Under Zhang Xiaobao's signal, he asked, I want to know, how is that money different from the money in the bank? One is that the accounts are different, and the other is that the application is different. Your Majesty can spend your money as you please, but that money must be used for public welfare. The purpose of collecting deposits is not to make things difficult for the people, but to make them take it seriously and work hard. It's hard for people to cherish things that they get for free. By keeping a deposit, they will use the horses well. At the same time, when they don't need the horses, they can take the money back at any time. For example, if they can't afford to keep horses in winter, they can return the horses and take the money back. When spring comes next year, if there are still horses that are idle, they can rent them again. This fee is actually balanced by the interest generated from the money they put in the bank. I will run a perfect operation and earn a lot of money. Then, I will take out the money and use it for public welfare. For example, for families with low incomes, I will build houses for them and give them money to buy necessities for survival. Zhang Xiaobao's answer satisfied the official and he retreated. Not only was he satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's answer, but he was also satisfied with his master's ability. He was indeed omnipotent and didn't let him down. Li Longji suddenly remembered something that Zhang Xiaobao said just now. Xiaobao, what do you mean by letting the people plant specific crops? For example. I haven't thought about it yet. It's just a suggestion. Yes, I haven't thought about it yet. Zhang Xiaobao had a calm expression. It must be related to the technology your family is releasing. Am I right? Li Longji asserted. After asking, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao carefully. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, Your Majesty, don't try to trick me. If you say it's right, then it's right. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't sure when he answered. Just as Li Longji asked, there was indeed a connection. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to give away their technology for free? But now, they couldn't say it out loud in case someone tried to interfere. Li Longji was conflicted. He knew that even if he guessed correctly, he wouldn't be able to guess the connection between the two. If he asked Zhang Xiaobao again, he wouldn't get an answer. If he did get an answer, it would probably be a lie. I was just asking casually. Accompany me to the construction site and see what's the difference between your family's buildings and other buildings. Li Longji didn't want to think about it anymore because the more he thought, the more tired he became. He turned around and walked inside. After calling out, Xiao Bei came back with the carved rice sprouts. She looked very happy. She ran over and spoke to Zhang Xiaobao first. Brother, I found a way to make money. All the officials were speechless. They were really a family. Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to make a lot of money. His sister could also make a little money herself. It seemed that it would be difficult for her to starve to death in the future. Oh? What's the idea? Tell me. Zhang Xiaobao had to play along and pretended to be curious. Hee, it's about the candy house. Xiao Bei hugged the carved rice sprouts and swayed back and forth. Let me guess. Did you make a new flavor of candy? Zhang Xiaobao made a candy-eating action. No, right, just a little. Guess again. Xiao Bei continued to sway her body. Then you must have made a better pastry. Also wrong, let me tell you. We have a new thing, and the shape is different. In the future, Sister Xiao Zhu will design the shape. Just now, we asked the master to help us carve and he carved a lot of wood shavings. I asked the master if the wood shavings would be thrown away. The master said to throw away the worthless wood shavings, but keep the valuable ones and use glue to make various patterns. Guess what I thought of? Xiao Bei lifted the carved rice sprouts and shook it. What did you think of? What did you think of? I will tell you when I go back tonight. I have to think about it carefully. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked forward. Xiao Bei caught up with him, let me tell you. I thought of our precious candy house. The colors of the candy are too simple. Red is red, green is green. When we make them, we use a mold, and the edges and corners are left behind. We have to reheat them. Also, the ones with sugar grains can only be sold cheaply. When we reheat them, the taste will change. Didn't you say that a real brand is not only innovative, but also consistent? In the future, we don't have to sell them cheaply. We can just stick the leftovers into various colors and shapes and make them into little people's clothes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very pleased and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes, this idea was not from me. It was from brother Zhang Chang. He said that he wanted to make a Baoan candy. Then he asked if we could let the children who came to eat candy design it themselves. We will make it for them." We first came up with dozens or hundreds of designs. If they are willing to choose, they can choose. If they are not satisfied with any of them, they can think of their own or even draw it themselves. Then we will make it for them. We will charge more because some candy needs molds. Xiao Bei happily introduced the details and was not afraid that others would copy it. There was no protection of property rights now. The only thing that was protected, other than the official seal, was the cartoon rice seedling logo of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The former was compulsory, while the latter was consciously protected by the people of the Tang Empire. The cartoon rice seedlings were not allowed to be copied. Li Longji stopped, turned around, and said, "Xiao Bei, did you use my idea in the imperial court? I can't use it for nothing." You want shares?" "Uncle Emperor, sure, you can have them, but I want to write in the project you are involved in that it is personally approved by the Emperor of the Tang Empire. In terms of business, we can give up the 1.3 million strings of coins, but we can't lose a cent of the candy house's money." Xiao Bei was not willing to lose out at all. Her small mouth was like a machine gun. The officials were stunned when they heard this. The little guy had really become a spirit. Li Longji was afraid of the words 1.3 million strings of coins. It was not that he did not have it and could not take it out, but he was used to this rule. He said helplessly, "Just pretend that I didn't say it just now. I will treat you to dinner tonight, okay?" "Okay, brother, you can have porridge. I want to eat a big crab. Just one is enough. Crabs are cold, so children can't eat too many of them. Wait a moment, I will discuss with them. We can't let Uncle Emperor come up with the idea for nothing." Xiao Bei ran to discuss with the other 8 children after saying that. What Li Longji lamented the most was that the 9 children worked together and each had their own strengths. In the end, they were omnipotent. He sighed and said to the officials who were watching the show, "See, there will be an idea in a while. A man who fights in battle is not the full strength of the battle, but the unity of the soldiers in the battle. A man who governs is not the ability to learn, but the trust of the people. Therefore, the rule of the country is smooth, but the will of the people is like a city. I don't build a city, but I have millions of people. Long live the emperor!" The officials shouted. Li Longji still ignored the officials. Instead, he nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to express his gratitude. It didn't take long for Xiao Bei to run back. "Uncle Emperor, we've discussed it. In Uncle Emperor's name, before the new year, we'll invite the children of Chang and to come up with ideas for our precious candy house and design candies and pastries. At that time, we'll choose the best ones and give them something from Darling Candy House. We'll let the children in the capital have a good new year. The other places are too far away, so we can't take care of them." "Oh. How are we going to judge? How many people won't be rewarded?" Li Longji asked. "I said, the children in the capital will naturally be rewarded. We'll give more suggestions and designs to those who are good, and we'll also give a share to those who aren't good." Xiao Bei looked at him with a "why don't you listen to me" look. Can't we just give them directly? Why bother them? Li Longji asked again. We can't accept rewards without doing anything. Just call it charity and let them think of a way to get the candy. They'll feel that it's the result of their hard work, and it'll taste better, Xiao Bei explained. Do you see? Do you hear me? Li Longji first said to the official, then turned to Xiao Bei and said, Jun, and Pan, are still waiting for you to play with them. You have to find them soon. We'll find them when we get back tonight. We'll lend them our original small house to play with. Our house is made of agarwood, the only house in the entire Great Tang that has a mercury balance. Brother and sister gave it to us back then. Xiao Bei's face was filled with happiness when she talked about her house. Li Longji also knew about that house and was very envious of it. He didn't live in it when he was young, so he nodded and said, We're really going to make a big crab tonight. Let's go, we'll walk around a bit more before we return. Compared to the other two places, Zhengzheng Construction Group's construction site was indeed cleaner and tidier. The efficiency of the work was also higher. As for the quality, there was no need to say much. After all, a professional was a professional. Li Longji kept looking around and occasionally asked someone a few questions. It was only when the sky was dyed with a gorgeous sunset that he reluctantly left. He brought Zhang Xiaobao and the others into the palace. Li Longji still had memorials to approve, so he didn't have time to think about other matters. However, the news of the emperor personally coming to the construction site had already spread throughout the capital. What was originally a simple matter of putting on a show had been greatly exaggerated, causing the impact to become even greater. The simple commoners could no longer use words to express how moved they were. They could only display their loyalty to the emperor through other actions, such as burning incense and releasing whips. This made the people from different countries feel extremely helpless. They couldn't help but admit that the foundation of the Great Tang was unshakable. In terms of military affairs, the Great Tang had millions of soldiers, and Demonis Cuckoo was overseeing it. She even taught the other generals how to march. It was rumored that Demonis Cuckoo's military lessons were so fancy that they couldn't be described as a simple battle between two armies. There were many aspects involved, and each aspect had many details. Furthermore, it was coordinated with the actual situation, so it wasn't a simple theory. In terms of money, economy, there was no need to mention it. According to the people who asked around, the Great Tang's national treasury had more money than they could spend. The thing that the officials worried about the most was how to spend money. In addition to the national treasury, the current emperor had more money in the bank than the national treasury. In the end, they could only think of a solution in terms of the people's feelings. However, the Great Tang's emperor didn't give them a chance. Why did an emperor like you come to the construction site to eat GMOs? You clearly have nothing better to do. You can also tell them in advance so that they can make preparations and send men of sacrifice to assassinate you. In the end, you can really do whatever you want. You can just bluff your way through. It was said that even the city walls weren't built. What's the use of that? They had to attack the Great Tang first before they could attack the capital. The countries in the southwest were the most troublesome because the sea route was impassable, and the mountain roads near the sea were also impassable. Lu Zhou was blocking the key points. The gunboats and lighthouses in the sea, and the special forces in the 100,000 mountains formed a joint defense with the mountain people. What if they took the road in Jiannan Circuit? The river was slightly below them, and water transportation was developed. However, the trackers of the Zhang family and Wang family were as developed as the fleet. If they went further up, they would reach Chengdu. What was the point of going there? There were many businesses of the Zhang family and Wang family in Chengdu. If they went around Chengdu from the west, they would hit the border of Tubo. How many troops did the Zhang family and Wang family have guarding the pass? There were also eagles in the sky, and they couldn't fly away even if they had wings. If they went further, they could take advantage of the fact that there were still tribes in Tubo who were not convinced. They could bribe and rope them in before entering the snow mountain. After that, they would reach Wing Prefecture. Was there a need to mention the prestige of the logistics camp in Wing Prefecture? If they continued to go around, it was estimated that 100,000 people would set off and go around the Tujue. By the time they reached Feng Prefecture, it would be considered a lot if they had 5,000 people left. As a result, the people of the southwest countries realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sealed off half of the Great Tang. If they wanted to destroy the Great Tang, the first to be destroyed would be the Zhang family and Wang family. Compared to the southwest countries, the Xian Luo in the east had already accepted their fate. Only today did the Xian Luo royal family realize what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting. Using money could also stun a country. If Zhang Xiaobao knew what the people of Xian Luo were thinking, he would definitely be very disdainful. They were just Xian Luo. Did they know how many countries were destroyed by the United States Wanta plan? I've already shown mercy. At least your Xian Luo didn't starve to death. The Japanese were also depressed. They had just come up with a plan in Hunan province, but it only affected a very small area. That spark was immediately extinguished. It was estimated that the interrogative edict asking them to send people back would soon reach their country. If they didn't send the people back, after the new year, Zhang Xiaobao might support Wang Wan in sending troops after he had settled the matters of the Great Tang. Once the gunboats arrived, the shore would definitely be lost. Then, they would seal off and divide. It was said that Wang Wan's favorite thing to do on the sand table was to cut through, divide, and then surround and annihilate. Li Longji didn't care about these things, so he didn't worry much. During dinner, he finished a busy day's work. He approved the big things himself and gave the minor things to the head of the secretariat. The main thing was that there wasn't much to do. There were no enemies invading the border, and there was no place rebelling. There wouldn't be a disaster that couldn't be paid. In addition, there were telegrams, and news was transmitted very quickly. There were very few things to deal with every day. Moreover, there was now a special think tank. When spring comes, will I be able to go out and have some fun? Li Longji thought as he closed the last memorial. When Li Longji arrived at the dining area, Xiaobei was already waiting anxiously. The other side dishes were already set, and the aged vinegar ginger juice was also prepared. Xiaobei was waiting for the big crab to be served. When Li Longji arrived, the hot dishes were served one after another. There weren't many kinds. He didn't pursue quantity now. The dishes that were used for show were all gone. He let the kitchen make whatever he wanted to eat. When he wanted to eat a bowl of noodles, other than the noodles and the gravy on top, a few small salted vegetables were enough. Only when he was in a good mood when meeting with an envoy would he put a pile of food for the envoy to taste. Uncle Emperor, you're here. There's no need to let people taste the dishes anymore. I'll send someone to the imperial kitchen to watch. Eat it while it's hot. You can't eat the crab when it's cold. Seeing Li Longji sit down, Xiaobei was very active. He was afraid that Li Longji would let people taste the crab and make it cold. Eating cold crab could easily lead to poisoning. Zhang Xiaobao was already slowly eating the porridge. He didn't care so much. Li Longji, you can eat it or not, but I have to eat it. I'm a patient. When Li Longji saw Xiaobei, he smiled happily. Eat, eat, I want to eat the crab too. When the crab was served, Xiaobei grabbed a big one and put it on the plate in front of him. He didn't need to use the 8 pieces of crab made by his older brother and sister. He stuck his chopsticks into the plate and used his left and right hand. With a crunch, the crab opened. Then he picked up the spoon and scooped up the yellow, then dug into the meat. He ate to his heart's content. Li Longji followed suit. After eating a mouthful of meat, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge, "Xiaobao, where do you think I should go next spring?" "Next spring? That won't do. At the start of spring next year, Cuckoo and I have something to do, so you have to stay in the capital." Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment before rejecting Li Longji's suggestion. Li Longji wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to accompany him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree, he felt very regretful. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, after the military selection, you can go. There's still some time before the new year." "Really? Where should I go?" Li Longji was delighted when he heard that there were places he could go. "By right, we should go to Hainan when the weather is cold. That's where Luzhou is. However, it'll take too long to go there. It'll only be more convenient when the railway is built. It'll only take a few days. Since we can't go to hot places, let's go to cold places. We'll go to the north of Jili province to hunt for delicacies." Zhang Xiaobao suggested that they go to the northeast. Chapter 965. Li Longji didn't have any extra thoughts about where to go. He just wanted to go out. He felt that as an emperor, it was a pity that he hadn't even seen his own country. He really hadn't strolled around the northern part of Hebei province, so it would be good to take a look. "When are we leaving?" Li Longji planned to set a date. "Wait a little longer. When the Yellow River Shipping Company's new ship is launched next month, we'll leave." Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much about it and gave a rough time. Li Longji pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, the ship rented to Japan and Xinlua will go through the Yellow River. I can go with you and save money. Xiaobao, you're still the best at scheming. It's just a basic skill. It's not that I care about this little bit of money. It's a habit." Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. Li Longji felt that he was being modest and asked, "Who else is going with you?" "There are also people from the Ministry of Works in Jili province. We'll go home together and earn some pocket money." Zhang Xiaobao reached out and touched a crab. In the end, he retracted his hand and shook his head helplessly. Wang Wan advised, "Why don't you stop taking the medicine first? It's just a minor illness. Try the crab." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Forget it. I'll be staying up late these few days. My health is more important. Crab, make it drunk. I'll eat it when I'm better." Xiao Bei stopped eating and looked at her brother pitifully. What kind of money? She was more interested in making money now, mainly because she was short of money. Li Longji also pretended to listen attentively. If the ship is rented to Xinlua and the Japanese, they will definitely find a way to figure out how the steam engine works. It's more troublesome to just watch. If someone asks, wouldn't it be much more convenient? If they don't master the technology as soon as possible, we won't be able to sell them the parts. We have to help them and let the people from the Ministry of Works stay on the ship for a while. They can bribe us, and we can collect the technical consultation fee." Zhang Xiaobao explained. Everyone understood. Gao Lishur continued, Yes, we need them to first occupy places with resources to reduce our own losses. They won't be able to fork out more money in the future. Other than various resources, we can also capture slaves. As long as they manage the slaves well and send them to the Great Tang to do dangerous work, we can give them a certain discount. Isn't that right, Xiaobao? Zhang Xiaobao quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Foster father is still the best. You immediately thought of this child's plan. If I catch slaves, I will be scolded in the future. No matter what, I have to let others help this child bear some of the scolding. When they caught the slaves, they would certainly not treat them well. In terms of food and drink, they themselves were also very difficult. How could they let the slaves eat white rice and white flour, let alone meat? After we take over the slaves and give them ordinary clothes to wear, the slaves will feel better than before. Plus, with our food, I believe the slaves will think that we are their great benefactors, or savior, Wang Wan reminded him. That's right, savior. Release a portion of them back and let them talk about how good our great Tang is and how bad the Japanese are. The Japanese are putting in a lot of effort to capture slaves, and we can recruit them from behind. It's convenient and convenient. In truth, if it was easy to communicate with them, given the conditions of our great Tang, there would be no need to capture slaves at all. Some of their tribes even eat other people, and death is a very common matter. Those who can live to 40 can already be considered to have lived a long life. Our great Tang's work is dangerous, and it is easy for accidents to happen. To the people of our great Tang, it is an extremely blessed life. They don't have to worry about fighting with wild beasts all day long, and they don't have to fight with other tribes and eat one another. Furthermore, they don't have to worry about malaria. To them, hard work that can kill people is heaven. This is the reason why we are working so hard to improve Great Tang's technological capabilities, increase production, and teach people how to read. When a tribe pulls apart from another, then. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao paused to give Li Longji and the others some time to think. Wang Wan nodded silently by the side. In truth, she also understood what Zhang Xiaobao was saying. This was why she and Zhang Xiaobao were working so hard. When a strong tribe enslaved a weak tribe, the other party would feel grateful. The worst treatment would be the best motivation for the other party. Wang Wan believed that when she saw the slaves smile happily because the treatment given to them was countless times better than their original life and because they were doing work with a high mortality rate, she would never have the same happy thoughts. Instead, she would feel more sorrow and self-encouragement. She would feel sorrow for the other party's happiness and work hard to not be like them. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. With his intelligence, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to say anything more. He could already feel a special feeling. Turning back to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji began to reminisce. Everything that had happened to Great Tang seemed to have started with the first auspicious sign in Sanshui County. In the current era, when it was easy to eat cucumbers in winter, the cucumbers in Sanshui County seemed to be crispier. Not long ago, he had even joked that the auspicious sign had been tricked by the experts in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's clan. Now that he thought about it, Great Tang's current state had started with that auspicious sign, a true auspicious sign. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were the favored children that the heavens had gifted to Great Tang. Xiaobao, are the people in your clan still doing well? Li Longji suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaobao and Weiwei were taken aback, but they soon understood and replied, they're fine. There's no need for your majesty to worry. Wang Wan pondered for a moment and understood what Li Longji meant. He was asking about the two experts in his clan. It wasn't appropriate for him to say it directly, so he could only ask in such a manner. Otherwise, others might misunderstand that he was plotting against the two experts. After all, the experts that he had never met were also a protective umbrella for the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans. Many officials understood that if they were to go against the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans, they would have to face the armed forces of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans in various places. At the same time, they would also have to face the thoughts of the experts in the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans seeking revenge for their disciples. What if they were to flee to another country in a fit of anger? That's good. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo have to work harder, Li Longji added. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly agreed. That meant that before the expert died, the two of them had to learn all his skills. After the meal, Li Longji excitedly thought about how he was going to leave soon. He had someone send Zhang Xiaobao and the others away. After chatting with Gao Lisher for a while, he directly went to the harem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao left the palace, he immediately sent someone to ask about the progress of the Yellow River Shipping Company's ship manufacturing. It had already begun to snow. If they waited until the Yellow River froze, the ship wouldn't be able to come out. They would have to transfer it from other places, so Li Longji wouldn't be able to hitch a ride. Let's go back. Don't stay up late tonight. Sleep early. We've been tired for a few days. It's time to rest, Wang Wan said as she looked at her siblings who were full. Let's go to bed after we settle the matters of the candy house. We'll bring little brother June and little sister Pan, to sleep with us. The next day, just as the sun rose, Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge and a large bowl of Chinese medicine, began to arrange the matters that he had discussed earlier. The military horses from all over the country, those that weren't used and those that weren't kept for breeding, were to be gathered in the direction of the capital. Then, the people who were familiar with the horses would be gathered in the capital. Which type of horse could withstand the cold, which type of horse could withstand the heat, and which type of horse could adapt to the mountains or plains, had to be taken into consideration. In addition, once there were horses, the original cattle would have to be distributed. The horses would be used to trade with other people's land for cattle, and the cattle would be placed in the paddy fields. To perfect the rental system, the deposit had to be paid. It wasn't that the operation required that little bit of money, but that little bay had already said that it wasn't good to reap without sowing. People like that wouldn't know how to cherish it. While Zhang Xiaobao was working on the details, the common people were also looking forward to it. The news of yesterday's matter spread very quickly. Although there were some exaggerations, the common people could still guess the truth from the exaggerations. Furthermore, the common people still respected the imperial power. If the emperor personally went to the construction site, chatted with the common people, and gave them gifts, the common people wouldn't scoff in their hearts and say that the emperor was putting on a show. They would think that the emperor was a good emperor. Managing such a large country and personally visiting the common people meant that the emperor had the common people in his heart. The common people of Chang'an knew what Li Longji and Zhang Xiaobao had said yesterday. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. He didn't want to be the emperor, so he wanted to stabilize the imperial power. As such, the common people naturally knew that many military horses had been eliminated, and were being used by the common people. Moreover, it was very convenient to raise them. There was someone to teach them, and they didn't need to pay extra money. They only needed to deposit the money in the bank. So be it, it wasn't like they didn't have money anymore. It was said that when the emperor discussed with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he allowed them to withdraw their money at any time without renting a horse. To the common people, this was a very worthwhile matter. They didn't care about how powerful Great Tang was. What they cared about was their own lives. At the side, Wang Wan was busy with the branch opening. Since Li Longji said that he wanted to get the intelligence network of the Wang and Zhang family to start working, she decided to go with the flow. Who didn't want to earn more money? Xiao Bao, how many branches should we open? Wang Wan listed out the properties of her family and realized that there were quite a lot of them. She sighed in her heart. Great Tang was a good era. She could casually come up with a good idea and earn money. Zhang Xiaobao was in the midst of making a list. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he put down his pen and ruler. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The more detailed, the better. As long as there are villages with a population of more than 100 people, we should have a branch. We have to make it look like a grocery store. No matter how difficult the transportation is, even if we have to pay a loss for every product sold, we have to open a branch in the village to cultivate the loyalty of the customers. Just treat it as advertising fees." All right. Wang Wan agreed. I don't think that the loss will be too much. Every village has their own local specialties. Usually, they can't sell them, so the grocery store will buy them. Then, when it's time to deliver the goods, it will be transported by manpower or carts to the next branch. This way, we will have products from all over the country. Basically, the profits will be balanced. Even if we earn less in the first 1 or 2 years, when you use Li Longji's money to start building roads on a large scale, we will be able to benefit from it. Did you think of this earlier? No. How could a kind-hearted person like me have any ideas about public affairs? Our lives will get better and better in the future. When we grow old, we won't stop. I don't want to think about the day when we grow old. I want to enjoy my youth. Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to say. She was already sick of it. These words might be able to scare others and motivate the servants, but they were not effective on her. All right. We will always be young. Xiaobei will never grow up. Although she always wants to grow up faster, sigh. Life is actually a besieged city. When one grows up, one will realize that the best time is one's childhood. Just like us, we are carefree. Zhang Xiaobao's lips curled up into a smile. Wang Wan's lips twitched. I really don't know what it means to be carefree when I'm with you. The one who has fewer worries is Li Longji. He doesn't know how many things we have helped him settle. At this point, Wang Wan suddenly thought of something. Xiaobao, do you think we should let Li Longji establish a constitutional monarchy? That's too far away, and we can't force him to establish a constitutional monarchy. When the time comes, the emperor will realize that he can't handle the development of society by himself, and there are many things that he can't understand. At that time, he will definitely consciously or unconsciously hand over his authority. This is inevitable. If we just push him down now, it won't do Great Tang any good. We need the loyalty of the people to the imperial power. Do you think we should publicize it now and print it into a book to tell the people that it doesn't matter if there is an emperor or not? Everyone should stop thinking about the emperor and focus on their own matters. How will the people react then? Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this matter. The disadvantage of having too much power was that once one idea was wrong, everything would be over. The advantage was that once it was right, the country would develop very quickly. It was a double-edged sword. Wang Wan pondered for a moment before saying, I think the people will be dumbfounded. They will feel as if the sky is collapsing. If there is no emperor, what is the reason for their existence in this world? It's very scary to not have faith. It's even scarier than having faith in chaos. When faith is in chaos, everyone will believe in their own beliefs. In fact, most of the beliefs are for the sake of the people with power. But without faith, what should we believe in? As Wang Wan spoke, she became confused. If we don't have spiritual beliefs, we will consciously choose material beliefs. Whoever can control and allocate more survival resources is the best. More accurately speaking, it's money. Without faith, there is no morality. There is only money. For money, people can do anything. There is no trust between each other. The purpose of communicating with others is to earn money or be earned by others. If it is not corrected by then, the result will be that the race will lose its spiritual pillar and split internally. It will be taken advantage of by people with faith. In the end, after paying a huge price, they will re-establish their faith or die out. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wall. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be discussing with Wang Wan. This topic was too heavy. Wang Wan nodded and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. What is your faith? Mine? I thought that I had no faith when I first started. I just wanted to eat my fill, listen to the dean, follow my brothers and sisters, and bring up my younger brothers and sisters quickly. Later on, I didn't have any faith. I only had longing and the thought of living. When I found that I could live well, that longing turned into faith. This is what the dean wants to do. For this goal, I worked very hard. I didn't dare to stop. I was afraid that once I stopped, I would lose my memories of my grandfather. While waiting for the dean to complete his ideas, I came into contact with many things in the process. At that time, I realized that my faith is actually an incomplete copy of the dean. Now that you mention it to me, I understand. I am independent, but I have my own inheritance hidden deep in my subconscious, or even in the depths of my soul. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed his own inner thoughts and turned to ask Wang Wan, "What about you?" "Me? Speaking of this makes me angry. I realize that my faith seems to have been affected by you. From the moment I investigated you, I was gradually changed by you. For a period of time, I almost couldn't define what justice was. Look at the things you did. It was a mess. It made me feel uncomfortable for a long time. I originally thought that the law was justice. Later on, I realized that there is a kind of justice called morality. When the law and morality clash, justice becomes blurred. When the world wants to use the law to punish you, you stand on the moral high ground. When the world wants to use morality to attack you, you are the representative of the law of the jungle. In the end, I realized that you are at the edge of the law, morality, and the law of humanity. You are everything, but also nothing. It was only when I came to the Tang Dynasty that I understood that there is no need to give you an accurate definition, and there is no need to give myself an accurate definition, because we are all ourselves. As Wang Wan spoke, she would occasionally look at Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Occasionally, she would roll her eyes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded happily. I never realized that I could be so great. Thank you. You're welcome. When you recover, we will settle the score. Wang Wan looked like she was very easy to talk to. Make plans, make plans. It is more important to get down to business. I thought of a good idea. Let's have the army and people organize a few small activities in the capital and let the generals of the Tang dynasty observe. Then, they will give their opinions and suggestions. We will provide all kinds of expenses and help them fulfill their needs. We will create an atmosphere for them to discuss. We will highlight the relationship between the army and the people. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao was just about to write when he stopped and asked Wang Wan. However, he did a natural habitual action, using his empty hand to tap on his face. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion at first, but after seeing Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she understood. You have a stomach full of bad things. Just by chatting, you can think of a way to scheme against others. I really admire you. Aren't you tired of living? General, you also have to scheme. Why do you have to do this? Wang Wan shook her head helplessly. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and retorted, how is this scheming? This is teaching. As an instructor, you have to know how to cultivate the ability of a general at all times. The saying that all is fair in war refers to this. Well, then tell me, what do you want to do by using the honey trap of supplies? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression and laughed in anger. Do you know what it means to retreat? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Can you not use the method of leading to answer questions? Isn't it just to gain more strategic space? Wang Wan said disdainfully. Oh, you really do know. Then what is it to do in the open and in the dark? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. It is to deceive people. One thing in the open and another in the dark. Continue asking. Wang Wan cooperated. In Sun Tzu's Art of War, there is a chapter called Strategic Attack. It says that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. I will tell you the answer directly. Is this what you want to ask? Wang Wan asked. Yes, you are so smart. I am too busy right now. In a few days, there will be a military expedition. I want to delay it and gain more strategic time. To be precise, I want to use money to buy time. Give me time to gather troops and scout. I am not ready yet, so I can't fight a blitzkrieg battle. Zhang Xiaobao revealed an innocent expression, indicating that he was not lying and that he was doing everything according to the art of war. Wang Wan suddenly understood. Yes, now that you mention it, I realize that we still have a lot of things to do. You are right. Let me think. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan smiled. We can start a big discussion in the army. Who said that the army can only charge and break through the enemy lines? We also need to have a certain level of culture. Later, I will suggest to Li Longji that we first have a written exam. We will not test the art of war or battle formations, but only the relationship between the army and the people. Using the logistics camp in Izhou when I was fighting in Tubo as an example, we will discuss it as part of the military expedition. This will be enough to make it difficult for the generals for a while. You should quickly go and gather information. As for my written exam, you don't have to worry about it, right? No need. You are in this line of work. I understand. You must have read a lot of theses. Just copy one will do. This is called using one's strong points to attack the enemy's weak points. Okay, wait for me to draw the form, then we will go to the palace. Zhang Xiaobao laughed along with Wang Wan. Their eyes narrowed into crescents, giving the impression that they were a pair of foxes. When the two finished the general framework of the plan and went to the palace, the generals of Tang were gathered together to discuss how to defeat Wang Wan in Jiangnan province. They didn't know that the war had already begun. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, who they were going to deal with, were playing the strategy of exhausting the enemy and waiting for them to rest. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan met Li Longji was looking at a map. It was a regional map of the northern part of Hebei province. Even if it was the northern part of Hebei province, he didn't have a complete map. There was no more north from Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. It is probably colder here than in the capital. I need to prepare more. I can't take the Empress and other concubines out. Lisher, how much do you think we should take? Li Longji asked Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher had just arrived and wanted to report about the heavy snow in Lingzhou. It snowed again last night and many houses collapsed. The local officials activated Chongping warehouse and asked for support from the capital. Gao Lisher wasn't angry about this. He complained that the officials of Lingzhou didn't know how to solve the problem by themselves and instead asked for help from the capital. In his opinion, this was a good thing. It meant that the local officials weren't as secretive as Xiaobao said. A real good official was one who worked actively, had the courage to take responsibility, didn't hide the truth, and prioritized the lives of the people. Hearing the emperor's question, Gao Lisher helplessly persuaded, "Your Majesty, it's just a small matter. I have something important to do." What? Something important? Okay, we'll talk about it later. Get to the point. Li Longji threw down the map without hesitation and said solemnly. Seeing this, Gao Lisher was very grateful to his godson, Xiaobao. In the past, the more others didn't want him to think about fun, the more he wanted to think about it. He was afraid that he would be rejected. Now, it was not like this. If he wanted to play, he could look for Little Treasure at any time. Little Treasure would definitely have fun ideas, and he would also provide money. That was why he liked to play and was not so infatuated. He took out the translated telegram and said, "Your Majesty, it's snowing in Lingzhou again. We sent a telegram to the capital last night, but it didn't get through until this morning. We suffered a great loss. We asked for help from the capital, and we also told the capital that the Yellow River might freeze early." What's the loss? Li Longji's expression turned serious. He didn't want any place to be affected. He felt that it was better for all places in Great Tang to have good weather. However, sometimes, things didn't change according to one's will, especially when it came to nature. Therefore, what he feared would happen eventually happened. Li Longji remembered that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talked about Mo Fei's law. He let out a long sigh. Gao Lisher shook his head and said, "Not yet, Your Majesty. The snow is probably too heavy. They only said that many houses had collapsed. The various prefectures and counties have already sent out troops last night to help the affected people. Chongpingcang started the operation early. I think the people's grain was buried under the snow and couldn't be taken out. Go find Xiao Bao. It's too slow for the government to take action. Ask his family to help." Li Longji narrowed his eyes and gave the order. As soon as he finished giving the order, the eunuch Luobin ran in with a translated telegram in his hand. He stopped in a hurry, gasped for breath, and said, reporting, "Your Majesty, a call from Fengzhou." "Speak." Li Longji glared at Luobin. "What's the hurry?" "A report from Fengzhou. The snow has crushed more than 614 houses. 3,722 people have been evacuated, and there are no casualties. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have been activated, and they have provided countless food and clothing. Lisher, do you see that? This is the speed of Xiao Bao and Wang family. I have nothing to say." Li Longji didn't wait for Luobin to finish and said to Gao Lisher. A smile finally appeared on Gao Lisher's face as he replied, "Your Majesty, there is no comparison. If Xiao Bao and Wang family didn't have such speed, I would find it strange and wonder if they didn't help." Luobin nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, Gao Lisher is right. I think so too." Luobin was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't surprised at all when he read the contents of the report. This was the foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji's mood improved a bit. "Indeed, there is no comparison. Continue." "Yes, Your Majesty. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have sent out eagle flocks, dog teams, and deer plow. They have set off for Lingzhou at 4:45 a.m. The Zhang family and Wang family's fleet in Fengzhou stopped unloading and went against the current to cooperate with the other three teams. It is said that they intercepted a telegram from Lingzhou at 6:45 a.m. last night. The disaster situation is very serious and they are going to provide assistance. The Fengzhou government has requested the capital to verify this, and the army is on standby." Luobin continued to report. Only now did he catch his breath. Li Longji frowned. He understood the latter part of the report very well. The army wasn't on standby to provide assistance, but to deal with the Zhang family and Wang family. It wasn't his idea, but the other officials, including Gao Lisher and Zhang Zhong, had all agreed to it. Even if it was just for show, it couldn't be that there were no restrictions or precautions against the Zhang family and Wang family. In Fengzhou, once it snowed heavily, the three beast teams of the Zhang family and Wang family would be able to respond quickly. If one had to describe them, there was only one word to describe them: fast. They were so fast that they were even faster than when the roads were not blocked by snow. All the officials, including Li Longji, knew that one of the reasons why the Tujue gave up resistance was because of the rapid response forces of the Zhang family and Wang family. Speed was the most important thing in war, and the speed of the army itself was a type of deterrence. Order the garrison in Fengzhou to change their standby and prepare to provide assistance at any time. Cooperate with the Zhang family and Wang family. Quickly go and call Xiao Bao over. Li Longji mentioned Zhang Xiaobao again. Gao Lisher knew that the emperor had to explain to his godson so that his godson wouldn't think too much. I'm going to provide the fastest response to the disaster, but you're guarding against me? Although Gao Lisher knew that his godson wouldn't care about it, the emperor still had to show his attitude. After Li Longji gave the order, before Luobin could leave, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived with a telegram in their hands. Not long after they left, he also received the news. Compared to the imperial court, his speed was much faster. The two didn't need to be announced and could directly enter. This was the authority given by Li Longji. Not to mention Xingqing Palace, if there was a need, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could directly barge into the palace when it was closed at night. Even if Li Longji was pampering a woman in the palace, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the authority to pull him out of bed. Li Longji knew that if it really reached the point where Xiaobao and Cuckoo had to barge into the palace, something big must have happened. Something so big that the two of them couldn't directly solve it and had to go through the imperial court. Just thinking about it made people afraid. How critical was it? Of course, such a thing hadn't happened yet. Li Longji was very gratified that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were still able to handle it with ease. Your Majesty, you also received the news. Then I won't say more. My family's team has already been dispatched and just sent me the news. Your Majesty, don't worry, nothing big will happen. When Zhang Xiaobao came in and saw Luo Bin and his godfather with the telegram in their hands, he knew what was going on. After exchanging a glance with Wang Wan, he said to Li Longji. Li Longji didn't know why, but as long as he saw Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he wouldn't be worried. It was as if he had eaten a calming pill. He ordered Luo Bin, in addition to what I just said, also send a telegram back to Ling State. Tell them that Feng State's ranch has been dispatched. The dispatch time will be 6 quarters later than Ling State's first report. Luo Bin accepted the order and left. Li Longji turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I'm already jealous of your family's reaction speed. When the Ling State sends the report at 6 quarters, it will take at least 7 layers to reach Feng State. Your family's team was actually able to complete their preparations and set off in less than 2 hours after the Ling State's report. Can you tell me how they prepared? It will take some time before the report is sent out. Li Longji was speaking from the bottom of his heart. That kind of speed was terrifying because if it were Zhang Xiaobao, it would only take 1.5 hours. An hour and a half later, the news was sent from the spiritual state to the 7th level. Then, the Fengzhou state received the news and packed up the necessary items. After waking up the eagles, dogs, and deer, they set off. The fleet also stopped during the rest and unloading period to reload the necessary items and set off against the current. If one had to compare it to something similar, it would be the reaction speed of the logistics camp in Wing State during the journey to Great Tang. Li Longji exclaimed. However, Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. It was normal. He looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan also had a natural expression on her face. They both knew that the reaction speed of their army was equivalent to a global 6-hour counterattack. It wasn't like intercontinental missiles, which usually flew over within half an hour and circled outside the atmosphere. 6 hours meant that when something happened, the troops would be ready and set off, the airborne troops, fighter planes, and bombers would arrive at the designated location, and the tactical arrangements would be completed. That was why the big countries didn't fight each other. Instead, they deterred each other and tried to rope in the smaller countries. If they played this game and started a war, they would all die together. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very calm. He replied, Your Majesty, their reaction speed is indeed not fast enough. There's no other way. After all, they're not a strong seedling protection team. Although they're a little slow, I believe they'll be the first team to arrive. It seems that the Yellow River Shipping Company will have to speed up, and Your Majesty will have to set off earlier. Your Majesty, you must be prepared so that you won't be flustered. Li Longji ignored Zhang Xiaobao's humble words. He didn't know the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's army back then, so he thought that Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be humble. Therefore, he said, the Chongping warehouse in Spirit State has been moved, and it will probably leave a lot of empty space. What do you think about this? I don't think so. I just hope that there are no casualties in Spirit State. Your Majesty, please issue another order and ask the medical colleges in the surrounding areas to hurry to Spirit State. It's too slow. It's really hard to live without planes. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a better idea. Spirit State was too far away from capital city, and it was beyond his reach. Planes? What's that? Li Longji heard something different from Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked immediately. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had misspoken and explained, it's something like a hot air balloon. It can fly in the sky very fast, but it can't fly very far. It needs that thing made by the Ministry of Works that separates oil. Without it, it can't fly. I'll add that it can fly a little farther from capital city to Spirit State. I don't know when the Ministry of Works can make it, but I don't think it can be done in a short time. Let's wait. Wang Wan nodded repeatedly to prove it. She couldn't add that the planes could fly even farther with the help of the big planes that could refuel in the air. Li Longji understood a little and said regretfully, let's work hard. If we really have that thing, it will be more convenient for me to go to Jili State. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you don't have to worry about other things, let the other officials do it. You two should prepare yourselves. Since I'm leaving early to inspect Jili State, we should start the military selection as soon as possible to avoid wasting time. Li Longji hadn't forgotten about Wang Wan's participation in the military selection. Zhang Xiaobao was the top scorer in the military selection, so Wang Wan was the top scorer in the military selection. This couldn't be changed. Wang Wan signaled Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Zhang Xiaobao said, Your Majesty, we're here for the military selection. Oh? You're planning to start it early? Li Longji asked. Yes and no, it's like this. Zhang Xiaobao repeated what he told Wang Wan to Li Longji and emphasized that the army supported by the people was the only army that could win. Li Longji listened quietly and nodded from time to time to show his agreement. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had thought it through very well. He didn't know that the two of them had other tricks up their sleeves. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he said, That's good too. Then the battle on the sand table. It can be carried out on the ship. The ship is divided into several levels. One level is for the big sand table, one level is for the generals, and one level is for me, Cuckoo, and my family. If that's the case, it won't cause any delay. Zhang Xiaobao explained. The sand table deduction he was talking about wasn't two people sitting face to face with a sand table in the middle. One person would place a flag, and the other person would place another flag. That was called a debate. The military selection was like this. There would be a special place to place the big sand table. Both parties would first set the rules. For example, when the enemy and their side countered each other, the losses, the terrain, the types of troops, and the influence of the weather would be calculated. There were specific data from the past and also rough data from recent experiments. Then, at the sand table, there would be a special judge who would put up the flag. According to the rules, the judge would judge whether the two sides had met and what the situation was. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the generals at home were separated. They were in small rooms and didn't communicate with each other. Everyone had their own sand table in front of them. Then, they had an opportunity to have a meeting before the battle. After the meeting, they returned to their own places and began to command their own troops. The generals of the Tang Empire were the same. You couldn't sit together and discuss. No one would give you that opportunity. You could communicate by telegram, but there was a prediction of the time and various influences. When two generals could be together, it was when their troops encountered each other on the sand table. In this case, the two generals could move to the same room. When the troops under their command began to separate, they also had to separate. The judge in the large sand table would summarize the situation on both sides. If the logistics troops under Zhang Xiaobao's command were discovered and they were hiding, according to the judgment, the judge would give the data first, and the judge would tell Zhang Xiaobao. The judge would say, "Your troops are like this, like this, like that, like that. You will command at the last minute, and we will continue to evaluate the rules." And if they suddenly encountered a general who had really plotted against Zhang Xiaobao, they would also receive a prompt from the judge, saying that they had accidentally encountered the logistics troops of the enemy and had ambushed the logistics troops of the enemy. You will command at the last minute. This was the best method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could come up with at the moment. It was also the sand table deduction that was closest to the actual battle. Wang Wan really wanted to have a set of electronic equipment and put it on every soldier. Then, she could send soldiers to set up a formation in the Real Jiangnan circuit. Both sides would respond according to the electronic record. If they had to die, they would die, and if they had to break through, they would break through. If you suddenly sprained your foot in that situation, then you sprained your foot. If you accidentally fell off a cliff and died, then you really died. There was a death quota. Chapter 966. Wang Wan missed the military exercises of that time. The only difference between this and a real war was that the soldiers did not feel the pressure of facing death. Anyway, everyone knew that even if they died, it would be a fake death. Of course, this was excluding those who accidentally fell to their deaths. That was much more fun than the sand table now, and it cost more. It was not like now, where they just needed to make some money. At that time, the satellites in the sky really needed to cooperate. After the two sides came into contact, the first would be electronic warfare, followed by long-range warfare, and finally, an annihilation battle. Tanks, rocket launchers, and other cannons would really fire shells, but the shells would not explode. They would emit electronic signals. If there were enemy forces around the place where the shells landed, they would explode according to the irregular signals. There would be a simulated signal of flying shrapnel. If one was injured, one would be injured. Some of the functions would not be used. If one was killed, one would leave the battlefield. With a protective helmet on the head, even if the shell landed on the head, it would not be easy to die. If one was sniping from a tall tree and a shell suddenly landed on the head and smashed one down, then, one's name would be on the death list. However, the current sand table deduction judgment, no matter how perfect it was, there would always be loopholes, and the ability of individual soldiers to fight could not be reflected. For example, if one side used bows and arrows and flying knives, and the other side used guns, under normal judgment, within a certain distance, the one with the gun would kill you. However, in reality, there might be a situation where the one with the bow and arrows and flying knives could get close to you and kill you with a flying knife without any rules. A small team of elites could even determine the success or failure of a local strategy. The sand table could not accurately reflect, and the difference was very big. The simplest example was to let Zhang Xiaobao lead the people of the protection team to carry out tactical cooperation. Under the situation where the opponent had guns and cannons, Zhang Xiaobao's 100-man team could appear and completely defeat the opponent's 300-man team or even 500-man team. The individual qualities of the soldiers were not the same. How could you reflect it on the sand table? Did you want everyone to compete again? Therefore, Wang Wan felt regret as she set the rules. She could only do her best. It was better than sitting on the left and right sides of the sand table and arguing. Li Longji did not know about Wang Wan's regret. He thought that the current situation was already very good. Whether one was capable or not, one would know after a try. He immediately arranged for people to inform the generals and let them prepare for the written test. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left satisfied. The generals were dumbfounded when they received the emperor's notice. It was just a normal war. How did they get involved with the common people? Could it be a joke? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to consider what the generals were thinking. He left the imperial palace with Wang Wan and went straight to the Ministry of Works to find Zhang Xiaobao's father, Zhang Zhong, to discuss the business expansion of the family. Before they arrived at the Ministry of Works, they received news that Zhang Zhong was not in the Ministry of Works. Instead, he had gone to the experimental site that the Ministry of Works had cordoned off. The two of them found a carriage and headed out of the city. When they arrived, there were quite a few people gathered around to watch the show. Zhang Zhong was also in the crowd. He held a pair of binoculars and looked at a diesel engine 200 meters away. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got closer and took the binoculars from the person beside them, they saw that the diesel engine was operating normally and making a deafening sound. The other end of the engine was not connected to a hand tractor, but to a lathe. The axle on the lathe was connected to the diesel engine. As the diesel engine rotated, the cutting tool on the lathe also rotated. Someone had painted a little dot on the blade. What Zhang Xiaobao saw were lines of coils. After looking at them for a while, he felt that they were turning in the opposite direction. It was like a wheel. It was obviously turning forward, but the lines formed by the holes on the wheel were turning backward due to the rotation. It was a visual deception. It was a very common thing. Beside the lathe, there was a cabinet. Oh, no, it was a person. He was wearing armor made of some unknown metal. He was holding a metal rod in his hand and was approaching the cutting tool. Zhang Xiaobao understood. This person was wearing armor to prevent the cutting tool or the metal rod from hitting him. It was also to prevent the diesel engine from exploding. It wasn't easy, hero. The crowd was also watching. They watched as the person touched the rotating cutting tool with the iron rod. With a burst of sparks, the iron rod broke. Suddenly, the crowd burst into cheers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that the diesel engine's noise was not very loud. The person picked up the broken iron rod on the ground and ran toward the crowd with it in his hand. However, his movements were very clumsy. After running for a dozen steps, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately, some people who were not afraid of death rushed over and dragged this person back. After helping to take off the person's clothes, the crowd looked at the two pieces of the iron rod that had been cut in half. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came forward and looked together. After learning, the crowd did not stupidly touch the cut just now. They knew that it was hot. Not bad. The cut is very neat. The cut surface is smooth and flat. This means that the blade does not have a large horizontal surface. Zhang Xiaobao commented after looking at it. Wang Wan nodded. The quality of the cutting tool was most directly reflected by the cut surface of the object being cut. Looking at the iron rod in front of them, the cut surface was not bad. It was just that they did not know how much the cutting tool was worn out. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Zhang Zhong realized that his son and daughter-in-law had come. He quickly pulled his son and introduced, "Xiaobao, look. This is steel that has just been smelted from the blast furnace. It is very hard. It will take a lot of effort to break it using normal cutting methods. Also, the cut needs to be polished again." The people from the Ministry of Works were wondering if they could use diesel engines. In the end, they succeeded. Look at this cut. It is flat and smooth. It will increase the efficiency of the diesel engine. But the diesel engine is not very stable. We intend to produce more of this steel and use it to make diesel engines. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This was how the industry worked. It was like a lathe. First, the finer parts were made by hand, and then the more finer parts were made by the lathe. Then the more finer parts were used on the lathe, and the more finer parts were used on the lathe. The process was repeated again and again. There was nothing that could be created out of thin air without the development of a system. Dad, the diesel engine should stop. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Stop? No. Wait for the oil to finish burning first. After it finishes burning, it will stop. If it does not finish burning and suddenly breaks down, we will know what went wrong. Zhang Zhong told his son. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan winked. That means she knows how to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao was impressed by the technicians from the Ministry of Works. They knew it was not easy to build a diesel engine, but they still want the diesel engine to break down. This was another version of the saying, you are worried that the charcoal is cheap and the weather is cold. Building over and over again, testing over and over again. Take one step at a time and steadily move forward. Bold ideas and careful verification. This was the spirit of science. Other than their theoretical knowledge, they were not worse than the academicians from the Academy of Science. Zhang Zhong was still excited and said to his son, with the new steel, we can make better cutting blades. The lathe should also be replaced. Xiaobao, why are you here? Zhang Zhong remembered that his son did not come over often. Today, he must be here for something. Zhang Xiaobao was sure that his father had started to change from an administrator to a technician. Wang Wan did not give his father any lessons, but he had learned a lot. He replied, I have discussed with Cuckoo. We plan to expand our business and open more branches. We will come to the Ministry of Works to take a look at the waste. Waste? You mean the branches also need to produce steel? Zhang Zhong asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, that is not the case. I was thinking that no matter how bad the waste from the Ministry of Works is, it is better than the farming tools outside. I want to make a few sets of things that the people can use and sell. This way, the Ministry of Works will not waste too much. Many things do not need to be reheated. For example, if the cutting blades break, the quality is not good. It is not up to the standards of the Ministry of Works. But it is not a problem to use the shards to grind out some knives for carving. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said, that is true. But the parts cannot be sold casually, especially the parts with shapes. It is easy for others to get them. I don't care if we open branches at home. You ask your men to take note. If there is any meteorite, they must take it back. Just like what you said, there might be some very good alloys inside. The Ministry of Works will take a look and choose the ones that can be used to produce new parts. Xiaobao, do you think the newly produced steel can be used for the cold rolling that you and Cuckoo mentioned? Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. My father dares to think of anything. Cold rolling? Is there such a press equipment? Wang Wan continued, Father, it is not possible for now. Let's continue with the hot forging. When the smelting technology is improved, we will see if there is the ability to produce a large press equipment. This matter needs to be done slowly. Come up with a theory and discuss it with everyone. Do not rush. We will think of a way to find the meteorite when we go back. Actually, if we ask the Ministry of Works to mix different metals according to different proportions and smelt and forge, there might be different materials with different properties. For example, very hard, easy to mold, etc. Since we have already thrown caution to the wind and are not afraid to spend money, then let's experiment with all our might. Every small step in the project is a big step in the industrial system. Zhang Zhong could not hide the disappointment on his face, but he still replied, oh, fine. Let's do as Cuckoo says. After all, his daughter-in-law was the professional. Zhang Zhong firmly believed in this point. Wang Wan was embarrassed. Was she a professional? Her profession did not seem to be this. She pondered for a while and said to Zhang Zhong, Father, isn't the oil used to separate various materials? You can ask someone to put it in the oil when annealing the steel and adjust the temperature to see what the effect is. You can put it in the oil? This was the first time Zhang Zhong heard of this. Let's give it a try. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Wang Wan said. Okay. Anyway, we have a lot of money. With all kinds of materials and all kinds of mixing methods, I don't believe that we won't be able to find something good. At least we can guess one or two things, right? Zhang Zhong made up his mind. Zhang Xiaobao quickly agreed, yes, yes, yes. Father, you are absolutely right. Science is developed by trying accidents again and again. Of course, we have to think about why it is like this. First, we have to guess. Then, we have to analyze the good things that we guess. I know. There are experimental records. If we can't repeat according to the records, it means that we have missed something important. Zhang Zhong put on a scholar's face. Yes, father is right. Then, father, let's stop here. Cuckoo and I will go back first. We will summarize the theory and see if we can come up with something better. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father kept glancing at the experimental diesel engine and the lathe when he was talking to him. He knew that his father was not paying attention to him, so it was better to leave quickly. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo go do your work. I will take a look. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. They passed through the layers of defense and stood at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the coachman who was sitting on the shaft and dozing off, Wang Wan asked, Xiaobao, do you think that when science develops, there will be a lot of people who will lose their jobs? For example, this coachman. How is that possible? The more science develops, the more industries are divided. There will be more people needed. It's just that technology has become more advanced. The coachman who drives the cart can be a driver. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about this kind of thing. The so-called not being able to find a job was relative, not absolute. Those who could not find a job disliked the work that could be done easily. The low income was not a problem of ability, but a problem of perception. That's true. There are not many people in Tang right now. I am worrying too much. Let's go back. Wang Wan did not want to think about this matter anymore. They woke up the coachman and took the carriage back home. Xiaobei and the group of children had already packed up and were reading books. If there was something they did not understand, they would ask each other. The others did not know how to memorize it, so they would wait for their brother and sister to come back and learn. Because Xiaobei's development direction was different, she did not learn much. She quickly memorized what she needed to memorize and told stories to Li Jun and Panner. The two children were already more than 2 years old. They liked to listen, point at things and ask questions. They also liked to see something and run over to take a closer look. They were so serious that they seemed to want to do an atomic analysis of that thing. After looking at it, they felt that it was not fun and ran in another direction. They would casually throw a rubber ball on the ground and they would be able to run for a long time. They were very happy. Under the temptation of candy, the two children were now guarding Xiaobei's left and right, listening to Xiaobei's sister tell stories. At this moment, Xiaobei finally understood how difficult it was for his brother and sister. He clearly knew things, but he could not let Li Jun and Panner understand them. He had to become as stupid as them. Telling stories became teaching vocabulary. Ball, rubber ball, gulu gulu, far away, rubber ball, gulu gulu, look, it's far away, right? Xiaobei awkwardly organized his vocabulary and threw the rubber ball around on the ground. The two children were clearly more interested in the way the rubber ball was rolling. As for what gulu gulu, after playing with the rubber ball, they might be able to learn a few words. So stupid, so stupid. Teaching them is too tiring. Xiaobei looked up and sighed. Xiao Hai turned to look at his sister and said, "Brother and sister have never said that we are stupid. We also grew up at this time. Okay, I won't say that they are stupid. They are smart. I can't remember when I was their age." The things I know seem to be very natural. What's going on? Xiaobei couldn't understand for a while and felt very confused. He watched Li Jun and Pan'er kick the rubber ball around, but they always missed. He calmed down. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, they saw Xiaobei in a daze. "Xiaobei, are you done with the candy house?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei nodded, then suddenly turned around and asked, "Brother, when I was their age, how did you teach us? Was it very difficult?" "It wasn't difficult," Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "because you are smart. I, Zhang Xiaobao, have the best little brothers and sisters. You play first, I'll go in with your sister to discuss some things." Zhang Xiaobao said this and went in with Wang Wan. Bei thought for a moment, then smiled and clapped her hands towards Li Jun and Pan. "Jun, Pan, come here. Big sister will tell you a story. You're both very smart. Big sister Bei, my little brother and little sister are the best. I'm very happy today. The technicians are all working hard. I believe that soon, we will have a new surprise." Zhang Xiaobao sat down and made tea. He helplessly pushed it in front of Wang Wan and poured himself a cup of water. He was afraid that the tea would hurt his stomach. Wang Wan didn't hold back. She touched the handle of the teapot and said, "Yes, it's really not easy to build it bit by bit. Once the industrial system starts to be used, a lot of raw materials will be needed. Some can be extracted from oil, and some need to be refined from other things. For example, from ores, plants, animals, and even aquatic products. When the time comes, I'm really worried that there won't be enough materials. If we can advance." At this point, Wang Wan stopped and began to size up Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at him from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. Zhang Xiaobao's hair stood on end. "My water is not as good as your tea. Do you want to change it?" Zhang Xiaobao pushed his own cup in front of Wang Wan. He needed to use his words and actions to relieve the psychological pressure under Wang Wan's gaze. Wang Wan pushed the water back. Xiaobao, my good husband, you actually plan to hide it from me. Don't you see who I am? You are my wife, my wife. What did I hide from you?" Zhang Xiaobao still didn't understand. Humph. Wang Wan coldly snorted and continued to stare at Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to run away, she said, "When I asked you why you gave away your family's aquaculture technology to others for free, you didn't tell me. When Li Longji asked you what crops to plant as compensation, you also didn't say. Do you really think I can't guess? I'm just giving you face. Now, I'll tell you what your plan is. You actually want to monopolize the industrial production technology. You're afraid of lacking raw materials. Is this how you act like a good person?" "Ah." Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was something else, so he sighed and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the Ministry of Works with you today. Women can't be too smart. I only had a little thought, but you guessed it. I was careless. Actually, this is what I was thinking. When the industrial technology is applied, it can't be given to others. It can easily leak the secret. What can I do? I have no choice but to trouble you, right? Then think about it. What should we do if we don't have enough raw materials? Alright, let's do a great kindness and give away the aquaculture technology that can be refined into raw materials for others to use for free. We also have to subsidize the farmers and let them plant specific things." Wang Wan followed along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She had a smug expression on her face that said, "I can guess even if you don't tell me." Zhang Xiaobao bowed and said, "My wife is really amazing. I only had this little thought, but my wife still saw through it. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed." Wang Wan nodded in satisfaction. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, "No, if I really guessed everything, you wouldn't be like this. Tell me, what else is there?" Chapter 967. 2 months before the new year, the weather was even colder. A light snow fell in the capital and melted as soon as it hit the ground, but it still made people feel cold. Yellow and red leaves fluttered to the ground, bringing with them endless desolation and sorrow. When small ice shards began to appear in the upper reaches of the Yellow River, the people of Ling State and Feng State were in a lively mood. The people who were affected by the disaster didn't have to spend a single copper coin, and all the resources were provided by the imperial court. They actively built new houses that were sturdier and more beautiful than before. Some families who had more people built 5 houses from the original 3 houses. They weren't afraid of the freezing ground, and they dug with picks and set fires. Countless building materials were piled up into mountains. Even the families whose houses were not crushed could take them and go back to repair or rebuild their original houses. At first, the people were embarrassed. They had already eaten Chongpingsang's food for free, so how could they take materials for free? Why would they let the imperial court spend money on them? Later, Li Longji issued an imperial edict. It wasn't an imperial edict, which was usually issued and the imperial court couldn't help the people. Now that Li Longji had the ability to provide good conditions for his people, he wasn't convinced. In the end, he issued an imperial edict that shocked countless people. It was an imperial edict that condemned the heavens. He then told the people that the imperial court should give them money and goods. Why? It was because the people had paid their rent, and the imperial court couldn't just take the people's money and watch them suffer. The imperial power began to fight against the heavens, and the people were anxious. When the disaster struck and they ate meat porridge, they leaned toward the imperial power without much thought. The imperial edict saying that the heavens were wrong was written by Xiaoyuan, and Xiaoyuan made a draft based on Xiaobei's words. Xiaobei said, "You're too unreasonable, who offended you? What else can you do when it's snowing? You're a child and don't know anything. You didn't snow when it was time for you to. Ask him, do you still want to be good?" Thus, Xiaoyuan wrote, the people sacrificed 3 animals. Spring and autumn have not stopped, summer and winter have not stopped, yellow rice is bright, incense is far away, take the lanterns, release the boats, and worship the mountains. When have they painted black? Ask the heavens, ask if they are jealous of the human world. The human world is deep in autumn and is happy with the family. Why is it snowing? Ask the heavens, ask how many envious Shihuan is. Could it be that there is no good in the common people? How can they bear the punishment? When the heavens do evil, Huang Yupian, vast and endless, the heavens overturn. Someone from the spiritual state explained the situation to the people. After some consideration, the people realized that this was indeed the case. Damn it! They had taken all the food from the heavenly sacrifice for nothing, they might as well keep it for themselves. The emperor is still the best. She lacks clothes, food, and shelter, yet he really gives her gifts. The commoners accepted Li Longji's goodwill and accepted the gifts. They prepared to build a new home and celebrate the new year. They would work harder next year and continue to pay their rent. The officials from the Ministry of Rights were depressed. What should they do in the future? Most likely, the common people would not agree to do something in the name of the heavens. They could only endure the helplessness in their hearts, change their etiquette, and accept their fate. At this time, Li Longji was preparing to engage in a verbal battle with the officials. However, what surprised him was that the officials were very calm. No one actually objected in the imperial court. After Li Longji sent out the imperial edict, he thought that someone would smash their head against a pillar or something. Thus, he arranged for the golden guards to guard every pillar. However, the truth was that Li Longji had been discussing other matters, but none of the officials stood up to mention this matter. When the court was dismissed, he asked Gao Lisher, and Gao Lisher also asked someone else. Only then did Li Longji understand the reason. Less than an hour after he sent out the imperial edict, the Zhang family and Wang family sent gifts to all the officials, including those who objected to their family. At first glance, the gifts seemed very valuable. However, after being introduced, the officials realized how rare these gifts were. They were the rewards for their investment in the Ministry of Works. Each family had 5 bolts of silk and cotton woven together. They were extremely fine, and no one knew how they were made. Of course, they did not know that the Ministry of Work secret was due to the mechanical textile machine. There was also a can of liquefied petroleum gas. It was not that the Ministry of Works could not make it, but that they did not want this technology to be leaked. Once the door was opened, the fire would be ignited. If the door was slightly opened, the fire would be ignited. Along with the gift was a new set of hot pot utensils that specifically used liquefied petroleum gas. It was said to be the main item of the Zhang family and Wang family restaurant. The officials found it novel and thought that using this utensil would increase their value. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that no one would be willing to use this lousy utensil when eating hot pot. It was convenient, used electricity, and had to be made of charcoal. However, they could not use it. The process of refining petroleum gas was a byproduct. If they did not use it, it would be gone. It was also good to use it to cook. At the very least, they could use it to make some dishes. When the utensils and liquefied petroleum gas were sent, the officials were happy. Even the officials who objected to the Zhang family and Wang family temporarily chose not to oppose and not to compromise. Along with the utensils, there was also a sentence. The person who sent the utensils said, "These 2 utensils were sent by His Majesty when he looked at the heavens and lamented that it was not easy for the officials." The officials were not stupid and immediately understood. His Majesty looked at the heavens and then sent the utensils. Between the heavens and His Majesty, there had to be a choice. To accept the utensils or to give up the utensils and make trouble for the emperor. All the officials made a decision within a few breaths of time. They removed the other words in the sentence. Confucius did not speak of strange forces and gods, and only left, Confucius did not speak of gods. They also made a new translation and explanation, which meant that, Confucius did not speak of gods and gods. I am too smart. If the officials were so smart earlier, they would have been the top scorer in the imperial examinations. After Li Longji heard Gao Lisher's words, he was speechless. He was too spineless. Wasn't it just that if they objected, they might not get a return on their investment and would lose out on the benefits of the Zhang family and Wang family? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are truly selfless. Some officials even spoke ill of them behind their backs, but they did not take revenge and still sent the utensils and liquefied gas jars. How rare! Li Longji praised them in front of Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, actually, there are some discrepancies in this matter." "Speak." "The jars aren't important. What's important is the gas inside. The jars don't cost money, and the return on investment is that once the gas is used up, a portion of people will have to spend money to get a second one. It's said that it's not easy to get a second one, and a single jar costs 10 strings of cash. Furthermore, because we can't reveal the secrets of Great Tang's pressure-bearing technology, the jars can't contain too much gas. It's estimated that after a few hours a day, it will be gone in half a month." Gao Lisher explained. He had many jars in his family, and if he couldn't use them, he would exchange them for them. How could his godson ask him for money? However, his heart still ached at the price. 10 strings of cash, half a month would be gone in half a month. Li Longji looked at the sky and thought for a moment before saying, "Half a month, 10 strings of cash, it's actually so cheap. Cheap? Gao Lisher swallowed. Your Majesty, do you think you're the one who doesn't feel bad about spending more than 500,000 strings of cash for spiritual state? That money isn't yours. I've misspoken. Ah, right, I didn't earn the money myself. If it were a few years ago, I would feel bad for spending 500,000 strings of cash. Xiao Bao didn't care, so I don't care. 10 strings of cash isn't a lot, right? Li Longji gestured for Gao Lisher to not apologize and did a self-analysis. He found that it wasn't that money wasn't important, but that it was too easy to earn. Gao Lisher said, how is it not a lot? Millet is worth 12 strings of cash. 10 strings of cash is equivalent to half a house of land. Yes, the Senongsi contributed a lot to increase the yield of each mu, and Great Tang ate fewer and fewer millets. Then, maybe it's because liquefied gas is precious. Li Longji was still looking for an excuse. Gao Lisher rubbed his face with his hands. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao once told me that the refining technology couldn't keep up, and the liquefied gas storage wasn't perfect when decomposing oil. Most of it was burned and thrown away. Don't you think it's precious? Li Longji frowned and asked, why throw it away? Since it can be used to cook, why not use it? Xiao Bao said that it can't be used unless someone queues up to buy the liquefied gas. The gas isn't important, but it's hard to make the jars. If we use pipes, the pipes won't be easy to get. Xiao Bao said that the investment is not proportional to the gains. Gao Lisher also felt that it was a pity that so much gas was wasted, but he understood that he couldn't stop the Ministry of Works. In order to save gas, he stopped the Ministry of Works' research. If that was the case, Xiao Bao would probably go crazy with anger. Li Longji wasn't clear about the specific situation, but he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special insistence on certain things. Even if it was a waste of money, they had to push forward the development of the industry. This was how the diesel engine technology of 4 million strings of cash was created. A small country's annual revenue was used to create such a thing. If it were anyone else, they would have been scolded to death. But so what if Zhang Xiaobao lost? Li Longji thought about it and suddenly realized that he couldn't understand Xiaobao and Cuckoo. It was as if the two of them weren't from this world. They didn't seem to care about anything, but they also seemed to care about everything. They knew when to advance and when to retreat, they knew how to compromise, but they never backed down. When he was with the two of them, he didn't feel the respect of the other ministers. But why did they want to push the imperial power? Li Longji, who really couldn't understand, shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. It was tiring. He said to Gao Lisher, find Xiao Bao and ask him if we can build a pipe in the capital. If it's possible, let him take the money from the bank. We can think of it. If everyone in the capital uses liquefied petroleum gas, there will be less smoke and life will be more convenient. Your subject will remember. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao said that we can set off the day after tomorrow. The fastest is 15 days for a round trip, and the slowest is 20 days. He wants Your Majesty to prepare in advance. Gao Lisher nodded and reported again. We're leaving. What should we prepare? Li Longji was happy again. Going out to play was such a good thing. He was bored of being cooped up in the palace all day. Xiao Bao said that he wants Your Majesty to be mentally prepared. He has prepared the other things. Also, how many guards do you want to bring? He can arrange it. Gao Lisher said. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, indeed, the preparation of a trip is nothing more than logistics. Who dares to compete with Xiao Bao in logistics? We will bring Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, as well as the eunuchs and palace maids. That's all. What about the guards? Gao Lisher asked. What guards? With Xiao Bao around, do we need to bring our own guards? If the two of them have other thoughts, how many guards will we bring? That was Jili province. To be honest, it was the world of the two of them. We will bring 100,000 soldiers. Can you guarantee that we will be fine? If the two of them don't have other thoughts, why should we bring people? We took a gamble at Xuanwu Gate. Why can't we take another gamble today? Li Longji's words were powerful and resonant. Gao Lishur was stunned, but then he nodded immediately. Your Majesty, I will gamble with you. I will gamble with you. The news that Li Longji didn't bring any guards soon reached Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ears. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said admiringly, "You are indeed an emperor of a generation. Good, you have guts. You are not worse than Mao. If he dares to go to Jili province with me, I will give him an iron country." Xiaobao, in fact, is also gambling. What's the name again? Oh, it's called persuading the king to change his mind. It is really a gamble. Well, let's not care about him. He can think what he wants. If he thinks too much, he will not have a good time. It has nothing to do with us. Let's discuss and see if we can arrange a big sand table on the ship. The generals are so anxious. I am puzzled. So what if they defeat me? Are they that impatient? Wang Wan considered the matter of the sand table and planned to start the military examination with the generals on the ship. Yes, it is easy to arrange a sand table. A 4-story ship is easy to do. I am almost ready. Do we need to call our people and practice a few more sets? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about what Li Longji was thinking. He pushed the information of a daluo on the table and said. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Longji, Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, a group of maids and eunuchs, and Gao Lishur met up with Zhang Xiaobao and the others by the river. What surprised Zhang Xiaobao was that Wu Huifei actually brought her son, Li Qing, who was about the same age as him and Wang Wan. To be precise, he was a little older than Zhang Xiaobao. She was too bold. It seemed that people who could play in the palace were not ordinary. Empress Wang also saw Li Qing, but she didn't care. She only focused on her children. After seeing her son Li Jun and daughter Panner, she, who hadn't seen them for a long time, wanted to go forward and hug her children. But she also knew that children didn't remember people. Once they left for a long time, it was very rare for them to recognize their parents. Of course, there were special cases. For example, a mother and her son were connected. As long as they saw each other, the indescribable kinship would appear. "Mother, why don't you go and see Juner and Panner?" Wang Wan asked beside Empress Wang. She was Empress Wang's adopted daughter. Of course, she had to accompany Empress Wang. "I'm scared." Empress Wang said 2 words. "Mother, don't worry. They will definitely remember you." Wang Wan promised. Empress Wang chose to believe. Step by step, she walked towards her son and daughter, who were playing happily with Xiaobei. "Do you think it's the connection between mother and son?" Wang Wan asked. "Not all of them." Zhang Xiaobao replied, "Some of them don't immediately form a sense of closeness. This seems to be a kind of genetic magnetic resonance. Another one is potential. You know about sleepwalking, right?" "I know. When sleepwalking, under normal circumstances, the sleepwalker's physical limits will be displayed. Scientists have studied this through drugs. When sleepwalking, the reaction speed of the human subconscious is faster than one would expect. It's just like how when some people are sleeping, a long time will pass in a slight trance. Some people feel that a long time has passed, but in the end, only a few minutes have passed. In theory, sleepwalkers are almost invincible. They can feel the slow transition of time and distance. Then, their muscles, nerves, and bones will react to the limit. In other words, they can see the trajectory of a bullet. Just like in a science fiction movie, at a certain moment, everything else stops. In contrast, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, many sleepwalkers can cross a very long distance. They can even fall from a height of more than 10 meters without any problems. Xiao Bao, tell me, why are you fine? As Wang Wan spoke, she realized that Zhang Xiaobao's ability to leap onto roofs and run on walls had something to do with what they were talking about now. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, I can perform psychological hypnosis. I can tell myself that if the height is high, then even if it's 1 meter, you will sprain your ankle. If the height is not high, even if it's more than 10 meters, in theory, your muscles and bones can reasonably distribute the force. Then, you can jump without any problems. At this point, Xiao Bao took a deep breath and continued, however, I can jump a height of 15 meters, 2 or even 3, but I can't keep jumping. Other than the fact that it's easy for me to wake up from my self-hypnosis, there's another reason. What's the reason? Wang Wan asked. I've already reached my limit. You saw me jump from a height of 15 meters. It didn't hurt me, but in fact, it hurt me a lot. My cells are very tired. There's a hormone that makes my cells excited. But, it's like a drug. This hormone. I understand. Someone has studied this before. Hormones are also toxins. If I have to describe it, it's like a super efficient machine. It's just that the human body is a more precise instrument. What does that have to do with Empress Wang and the child? Wang Wan didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking to understand. She had received such training, but she couldn't reach Zhang Xiaobao's level. It had to do with talent. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and replied, this is subconscious. In fact, when we find someone pleasing to the eye, it's not because they are pleasing to the eye, but because their eyes, bones, and muscles are relaxed enough to make us feel pleasing to the eye. This isn't important. We can imitate it, but there's another kind that doesn't need to be imitated. If we don't look in the mirror, we don't know what we look like. But if a person has been learning how to draw, for example, Xiao Zhu, your biological sister, and you let her draw herself, without looking in the mirror, she will still look like herself after she draws. Rather than saying that it is the soul at work as in religion, it is better to say that one's subconscious has already sketched the outline of oneself. Then, when genes are passed down, the parts that look similar and the genes affect the body's endocrine system to produce odor. This odor has always existed, but as human intelligence increases, their sensitivity to odor decreases, so. Xiao Bao, can I assume that people who can feel a sense of closeness are actually feeling different because they subconsciously have the same genetic growth outline, body odor, and magnetic field? Wang Wan tried to use the concept of science to describe it, not theology. Even if she and Zhang Xiaobao came to the Tang Empire, it could be attributed to the special effect of the electric wave energy of consciousness in a special environment. Yes, so you see, when Juner and Panner see Empress Wang, they can definitely recognize her and call her mother. This is a kind of deception. You said a lot of subconscious. Does it have anything to do with Li Jun and the others knowing Empress Wang? Wang Wan questioned. How does it have nothing to do with it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. You still have the nerve to say that. You asked me to draw a lot of pictures of Empress Wang from various angles, and then you asked someone to make a model. You found a person who sounded very similar to Empress Wang and put the model on her head. Then you told Li Jun and the others that you were their mother and played with them. You still have the nerve to rely on other aspects? Wang Wan understood too well. Once Empress Wang went over, the two children would definitely know each other. Zhang Xiaobao touched his nose. Is that so? Oh, then it belongs to another aspect. While the two of them were arguing, Empress Wang had already arrived less than 10 steps away from Juner and Panner. She squatted down and looked at her children with tears in her eyes, but she couldn't say a word. She was really afraid that her children would become strangers to her. When they met, they would look at each other blankly. That kind of feeling was hard to describe. However, reality was completely different from what she had imagined. As soon as Li Jun and Li Pan saw her, they immediately gave up on playing with Sister Xiao Bei and ran towards her, calling her Mom. Panner had already opened her arms and was waiting to be hugged. At this moment, Empress Wang didn't know what to say. She hugged the two children in her arms and kissed them. The others were shocked. It was too strange. Especially the palace maids and eunuchs who knew that Li Jun and Panner hadn't seen Empress Wang for almost a year. They were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? Could it be that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were a blessed land? Could it be any more exaggerated? The few people who knew the situation really admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For example, Gao Lishir, Li Longji, and Wu Huifei all knew the reason. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hard work. Wu Huifei no longer had any feelings of jealousy or resentment. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she didn't dare. She was clear in her heart. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew what kind of person she was and why they wanted to deal with her. However, she still had to be grateful because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't kill her. She felt that the wisest thing she had done in her life was to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan twice. When she didn't succeed, she retreated. She didn't insist. This was because she understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they did things, they would leave a way out for others. It was just like the bridge over the river that led to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's villages. It depended on your intentions. If you didn't cross the bridge, it was fine even if you scolded them and they ignored you. If you crossed the bridge because you wanted to scheme, then it wouldn't be a stone bridge, but a bridge of helplessness. It was said that when men and women expressed their feelings, they didn't need to swear to the heavens. As long as you finished speaking and calmly walked across the bridge, it meant that you weren't lying. When you stood on the bridge and trembled, there was no need to say anything else. It was said that it was very accurate. People with ulterior motives wouldn't dare to cross that bridge. This was because that bridge pointed directly to one's heart. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Of course, if Wu Huifei asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them would definitely laugh. In fact, there was no problem with the bridge. The only thing that couldn't be crossed was the heart's demon. Wang Wan would also tell Wu Huifei that the bridge was useless against Zhang Xiaobao. This was because even a lie detector wouldn't be able to detect it. Even if they used drugs, it might not be successful. His psychological quality was good. If you saw him vomit blood even once, your life would be worth it. Wu Huifei had never studied psychology. Li Longji also didn't know what she was thinking. He only knew that giving the child to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo was the best choice. Because Pan was already telling a story to Empress Wang. She said that there was an mountain, in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat, temple. In the hat there was a big bite, and a small bite, jump. The big bite, jump, gave the small bite, jump, to tell the story of Ho Zi, jump. The Ho Zi, jump, there was an mountain, in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat, and in the hat there was a. Li Longji clearly knew why the two children were able to recognize Empress Wang. He clearly knew that it was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he never would have thought that the last time he asked the two children to play with Xiao Bei, it would result in such a result. Wasn't this too monstrous? A child who was not even 3 years old was telling a story? What kind of joke was this? How was he supposed to teach this? Gao Lishir also opened his mouth in surprise. He had no choice but to be impressed. Not to mention an ordinary teacher, if such a young child was thrown to the grand tutor of the crown prince and asked if he could teach to such an extent, who would dare to answer? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't object and allowed their younger sister to play with them. The result was what they saw in front of them. Li Longji walked over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the two, "We must thank the two of you for teaching Jun, and Pan, Zhang Xiaobao quickly waved his hand, "Your Imperial Majesty, this has nothing to do with me and Cuckoo. I can't teach the two children myself. Otherwise, someone will be unable to eat or sleep. That will force me to make a move. I don't want to do that. It's all Xiao Bei's 9 children. They're playing with the 2 children." Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao and believed his words. Indeed, if people knew that Li Jun had been taught by Xiao Bao, many people would be unable to sleep. They would then come up with ideas to deal with Xiao Bao. Needless to say, if they wanted to scheme against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, their skills were not enough. Many people had tried, but the results were very tragic. He could be said to be a pioneer, but didn't he become helpless after every confrontation? At this time, Xiao Bei pulled Xiaofan over and had someone bring a guqin with 7 strings. She arranged it properly and had Xiaofan sit there. Zhang Fang, or Xiaofan, only tried a few notes, but she didn't deviate much. At least, she didn't notice it. Her sensitivity to music made even Wang Wan jealous, because Wang Wan could hear the difference of a quarter of a note, but Xiaofan could hear it more clearly. Wang Wan estimated that it was a quarter of a note. The so-called semitone refers to the relationship between E and F, as well as B and C in the 12 equal temperament. 2 semitones make up a whole tone, starting from C and going all the way to B is called CDFGAB, which is Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti. According to the pentatonic system, it is Gongshangjiaoqingjiaoziuchangong. The corresponding CDFGAB of the 12 equal temperaments was the whole half whole half whole half whole half one whole double. There were a total of 12 notes. A quarter of a note meant that half a note was divided into 8 parts. If the note was slightly off by an eighth, Xiaofan would be able to tell. This was because she felt uncomfortable, which meant that it wasn't harmonious. However, normally speaking, most people wouldn't be able to tell. It was already good enough to hear half a note. Unless it was a 7th degree harmony, a 9th degree harmony, or an even higher 11th degree harmony, the disharmony of a semitone could be reflected. If someone said that this semitone was incomplete because a semitone was off by half a semitone, that would definitely be abnormal. Wang Wan knew that there was a person who could. His name was Mozart. Without comparing the actual standard sound with the small letter A, he could tell if someone was off by half an eighth just based on his experience and ears. There was a time when the genius Wang Wan thought that this was just a legend. However, when she followed Zhang Xiaobao to the Tang Dynasty and heard the grassland songs, she realized that many folk songs actually had a quarter of a note in the singing process. This was because she could only hear a quarter of a note. However, when Xiaofan heard it, she could hear an even finer half of a note. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, foreign things can only be bragged. Don't think that they're really that awesome. If you don't believe me, I can find a shepherd to compare with them. Let's see whose tone is more ethereal. Compared to the vastness of the snowy mountains, church music is nothing. Have they ever seen a real eagle? Do they want to resonate and fly above the clouds? They say that the dolphin sound is good, but how many people can resonate? The truly amazing one is XINT on you. Do they think that they're amazing just because they can play a few coloratura in an opera? Have the male and female voices in the Peking opera spoken yet? Wang Wan once said that Zhang Xiaobao was a nationalist. He always said that his own things were good. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao if he knew how wide the range of the violin was. Zhang Xiaobao said at that time, I don't know the 4 octaves of the violin. I only know that the horse-head zither can make a camel cry. I don't know how high the resonance of the organ can be. I only know the depth of the chimes. I also don't study the rap of foreign blacks. I only know what is called shulabeo. At that time, Wang Wan felt that even if she played the flight of the bumblebee with the violin, Zhang Xiaobao would still say that the guangxing of the arrow was pleasing to the ear. If he were to say that the horns were distant, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely say that the horns were profound and that there was no way to communicate with them. You could say that Zhang Xiaobao didn't know anything, but he knew everything. He could even name all the instruments and vocal arrangements in Western music. Then, he would take out his ethnic instruments to mock Western instruments. What kind of person was he? If you said the horizontal flute, he would say the bamboo flute. If you said the clarinet, he would say the vertical flute. If you said Carmen with rich background music, he would say the flowing water from the guzheng. Anyway, it was best to use things that belonged to one's own family. Other people's things could be used, but they would definitely not praise you. When Wang Wan was recalling, Xiaofan had already started playing. It was the Spring River Moonlit Night that Wang Wan had taught her. Originally, this song had the name of a poem, which was said to cover the whole of Tang. However, Zhang Xiaobao had written a song line with many words, more than by Juyi's Song of Everlasting Regret. Wang Wan really couldn't bear to hurt Zhang Xiaobao, so she didn't mention his Spring River Moonlit Night. After all, when Zhang Xiaobao wrote the song line, he was busy with other things. It was impossible for him to only work on words. Wang Wan believed that Zhang Ruoxu didn't have the ability of Xiaobao. La 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 do relaso so la dormi mi remiso mizola la dor remi, Xiaofang's music had already started. Without any other accompaniment, the Spring River Moonlit Night solo really gave people a feeling of coming from afar. In fact, the difference between zither wasn't too big. It was just a matter of the material of the strings and the resonance of the resonance box. Most of the problems could be solved by industrial means. The only problem was that Wang Wan liked the violin. The wood for the piano was easy to choose, but good wood for the violin was hard to find. The most standard kind of wood needed to be soaked in seawater. If it didn't rot after soaking, then it would be made according to the feeling. The requirements for the zither might have similar conditions, but it wasn't necessary. The person's playing skills wouldn't change much when the difference between the instruments wasn't big. When Xiaofan played, the surroundings became even quieter. There was no way to not be quiet, because the mood of this song was like that. It was a pure pentatonic mode. Li Longji liked to play the jia drum. When he heard it, he thought of the rhythm of the drum and was completely immersed. Jun, and Pan, danced with the song. This didn't need to be taught, because everyone would have a reaction to the sound, unless they were deaf. In fact, even the truly deaf had a sense of rhythm. The sound of the drum didn't completely require the ears. It had a vibration frequency with the human body and could be transmitted through the skin to affect the heartbeat of the person. Jun, and Pan's dance was honestly not good to look at. It didn't have the stretch and naturalness of dance art, but they were immersed in it and could step on the rhythm. Wang Wan's evaluation of this was that this was the true stretch and naturalness. Naturalness wasn't a show of strength or stretching, but relaxation and nervousness. There was no need to deliberately do it. Even if you rolled, it was still art. It was impossible to pursue perfection. If it was perfect, there would be no art. True art was regretful. Without flaws, it would lose its characteristics. No one who saw it laughed at it. It wasn't because of Li Jun's and Pan's identity, but because of their age and movements. For such an old child, even if they cried or laughed, they would be cute, let alone dance. Even if it was snowing and the ground was slippery, they would still be different from adults. In the snowy north, children wore very thick clothes, like balls. When they fell, they would always roll a few times. It was very fun. A 60-year-old could laugh at the actions of a 30-year-old, but a 30-year-old definitely couldn't laugh at the movements of a 2-year-old child. This is Li Longji turned to ask Zhang Xiaobao. This is Xiao Bei's matter, I don't care. Since you gave Li Jun and Pan, to Xiao Bei and the other 9 children, I agree, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was very clear. This matter wasn't done by him, so it had nothing to do with him. If you want to know the details, ask Xiao Bei and the others. It really has nothing to do with you? Li Longji asked in disbelief. It's true, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Then how should we thank Xiao Bei and the others? Li Longji asked. Zhang Xiaobao understood Li Longji's meaning. Li Longji didn't want to pay, not because he lacked money, but because once he did, it would break the rules of the game. It was clear just by looking at Xiao Bei and the others' clothes and decorations. The imperial court definitely wouldn't make such things for them. Xiao Bei could wear them because their clothes were made according to their own ideas by their family. Li Longji didn't say anything. How could the current him care about this kind of thing? Even if Xiao Bei wore the dragon robe, he would at most tell him in private that he couldn't wear it. It was easy to be seen by others and cause a lot of trouble. He wouldn't punish Xiao Bei and say that Xiao Bei wanted to rebel and so on. Li Longji knew that the Zhang and Wang families wouldn't rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they wouldn't have waited until now. Thus, he was very tolerant of Xiao Bei and the others. If they wanted to wear it, then wear it. Was he not allowed to let the children be happy? Chapter 968. Wu Huifei looked on enviously from the side. She could imagine that it was not important who the crown prince was. What was important was who could enter the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not to mention the son of the empress, even if it was the former prince of Huaining, Li Sun, and Zhang Xiaobao, who had interacted more often, how many people were on tenterhooks? Now, he was still in the Bohai commander-in-chief's office and had not returned to Shuzhou. Qing, go and meet him. Wu Huifei was so bold. She clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Empress Wang were close, but she still dared to bring her son here. Li Qing knew the relationship between his mother and the other party. He braced himself and went over to greet Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, I've always heard about you. It's good that I can finally meet you today. Zhang Xiaobao was quite familiar with Li Qing. It was not that they had met often, but the other party involved a person, Yang Furong. Li Qing was Yang Furong's first husband. Wang Wan had already explained the situation to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Qing still had another name, Li Mao, which meant that his wife was Yang Furong and Yang Yuhuan. This was a person that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very wary of. After meeting, they had to firmly suppress him and not give Li Longji any chance. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not very interested in this matter now. With them around, who could cause trouble? Wang Wan felt that Li Longji was wrong to steal his son's wife, so she had to help him. How pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Qing with pity and said, Okay, what are you busy with now? You're not in Jiannan, are you? Li Qing did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had a good impression of him because he was a coward in history. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao speak, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao was a good person and easy to communicate with. No, I'm currently in charge of Haozhou in Hunan province. I've troubled you a few days ago. Really? Zhang Xiaobao turned to ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan carefully recalled and shook her head. Where? It was decided a few days ago. Li Qing explained to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao. Oh, then what happened a few days ago has nothing to do with you. It's not troublesome at all. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate are in charge of the lives of the arrested officials. I'm just going to take a look. You are skilled in archery? Zhang Xiaobao warmed up to Li Qing. He found that Li Qing was still very honest. She did not rely on her mother to be arrogant and despotic. Li Qing was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's enthusiasm. He did not know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. If he knew, he would be very helpless. His mother was imperial concubine, but there was still the empress. What's more, who would dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang Xiaobao? Li Qing was stunned and quickly replied. I'm skilled. Do you want to hunt? Yes, but you don't need to be skilled. We don't use bows and spears. We can't ride horses in the mountains. Don't always think about riding a horse. You should practice your spear on the road. Don't hit people. Zhang Xiaobao said something that made people speechless. Since you said it was useless, why did you ask him? Wu Huifei raised her eyebrows. She could not understand why Zhang Xiaobao was so enthusiastic. Li Longji did not pay attention to it. He just watched his son and daughter perform. In less than half a month, Xiao Bei had already trained the two children to the point where they were almost as good as her. She always liked to show off in front of others. Pan was very smart. She already knew how to do math. She knew that 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 minus 1 equals 1, 1 plus 1 equals 2, 1 plus 1 equals 3, 3 equals 1 minus 1 equals 1. When the adults heard this, they felt it was very complicated. Xiao Bei patiently corrected them over and over again. From time to time, she would accompany the two children and laugh foolishly. Xiaofan played the zither on the side, making people feel more lively. She played the song Spring River Moonlit Night over and over again. She only knew this one song and never got tired of it. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang and Wu Huifei to chat. Dignified and elegant, they talked about the fabric of the clothes, the workmanship of the jewelry, and so on. If Wu Huifei did not know about Wang Wan's family, she would have thought that she was born in a famous family. Of course, she did not know that Wang Wan was born in a rich and powerful family. She had to learn diplomacy from a young age. When the fleet was ready, the group of people boarded the ship. They lifted the anchor, left the shore, and went downstream. The west wind blew, making the sails creak. In the cabin, Empress Wang first accompanied the two clingy children to play with building blocks. When the children were sleepy, they climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. Only then did Empress Wang have time to go to the other cabin to thank Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She thanked the two for being willing to play with the children and thanked them for their guidance. Cuckoo, it's been hard on the two of you. June, and Pan, are not like other children. I've troubled the two of you a lot. Empress Wang thanked Wang Wan. Wang Wan denied, it has nothing to do with me and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao saw it just now and said that we have to find a way to make June, and Pan, play. It's not good for the children to be too obedient, so Xiao Bei will be responsible. It was the first time Empress Wang heard such a thing. Wasn't it good for the children to be quiet and stable? She didn't understand, so she didn't think about it. She believed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't harm her children. She would just let them play. She asked with concern, the military exam may be held on the ship. Cuckoo, are you ready? Almost. It's best to wait for a while. When we're on the shore, let them deepen their theoretical knowledge on the ship. Let them compete with each other first and be more familiar with each other. Wang Wan had a look of, I'm doing it for their own good. Empress Wang didn't say anything else. She chatted with Wang Wan again. In fact, the generals couldn't wait anymore. They rubbed their hands and wanted to fight. A few days ago, they were tortured by them. As a general who led the army to war, they didn't test the military formation and ranks. Instead, they had to test the relationship between the army and the people. When they finally got through it, they found someone to discuss it and colluded with each other. Only then did they finish the written test. In the end, the emperor had to go out again. It was almost the new year. What was the point of going out? They had to solve the seasickness problem first before the military exam. For a while, the generals were still pondering. They thought that Wang Wan would take this opportunity to start the exam immediately. In the end, they got the news that they should familiarize themselves with it. Moreover, the sand table was from the Jiangnan circuit. This made them feel relieved. It was a good buffer. Only Li Longji and Gao Lishur knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They thought that the two of them were definitely up to no good and would come up with bad ideas again. The two of them muttered to each other but couldn't figure it out. They could only put it aside for the time being. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao over. He first asked with concern, "Xiaobao, have you recovered from your injuries?" Okay, it's been half a month. If it's still not good, I'll have the people of the medical college die with me. They can make my illness worse. With such ability, I'll take them to harm others." Zhang Xiaobao patted his stomach to prove that he was very healthy. That's good. Li Longji already knew that Zhang Xiaobao had recovered from his illness, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao should have followed up with a question, but he didn't say anything. He smiled bashfully and waited. June, and Pan, I'm very relieved to see you two today. Xiao Bei is really capable. Li Longji started talking about his children. Zhang Xiaobao was still bashful. Yes, your majesty is right. Have you eaten? Li Longji was really at a loss for words. He suddenly asked the usual greeting. I've eaten. Is your majesty hungry? Zhang Xiaobao was about to get up as he spoke. Li Longji was hungry, so he had to go cook. He really owed Li Longji something from 800 years ago. Li Longji hurriedly stopped him. I've eaten. I'm not hungry. I just drank a big bowl of shredded potato soup before I came out. It tasted very good. Yes, I also like to make shredded potato soup with a layer of chopped green onions and oil on top. I also like to make radish strips, taro heads, pickles, and dry pancakes with a pan. It's the simplest and most acceptable combination. Many people will eat until they're full. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't afraid that Li Longji would talk to him about food. He could choose any of the 8 major cuisines. Li Longji didn't want to talk about food, so he was silent for a while. After a quarter of an hour, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was about to fall asleep, "Xiaobao, you planted potatoes in the northern part of Hebei province. It said that you planted a lot of them. Do you still plan to go back?" This was the main topic, so Zhang Xiaobao paid attention to it. Whether I go back or not depends on my father's arrangements. If I enter the imperial court, my official position can't be low. However, my father's official position is higher than mine. With father and son in the same court, I might have to side with my father. It's easy to give people the impression that we're in control of the imperial court. Then, what if you send your father out? Li Longji suggested. He planned to keep Zhang Xiaobao in the imperial court so that he could ask him about it. After all, being an official in the capital was also a kind of honor. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Why don't I continue to stay outside? My father's role outside is not as good as staying in the Ministry of Works. I'm fine with going anywhere. I'm not picky. Yes, I know you're not picky. The people and the places you go will enjoy life. However, no matter how much you manage, it's just one province. How many provinces and prefectures can you manage? I can't let you manage half of the country. Li Longji was speaking the truth. Gao Lishur had already discussed with Li Longji before Zhang Xiaobao came. At this time, he played along and asked, "Xiaobao, I see that you like to stay in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Is that place important?" Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and thought about how to explain the importance of the Northeast to Li Longji and his godfather. At present, the Northeast didn't have any heavy industry, so it couldn't be considered a heavy industry. The resources weren't particularly good either. Other than animals and plants, Great Tang also had other resources. If one had to say that there were good resources, there were oil and coastal resources. There weren't many other places. However, he was only using the oil that was easy to find for research. He didn't plan to exploit Great Tang's energy and mineral resources. He wanted to leave them for future generations. When did they say that they weren't capable enough? If they couldn't get what they wanted from others and were beaten back, then they would just pick their own. If they were beaten back, then there was nothing they could do. They couldn't just wait for their ancestors to do everything. Their ancestors couldn't control the future generations. If there was really something that was hard to find in other places, it would naturally be the amber produced by the Fushun coal mine. It belonged to the economic category. It could be sold for money, but it had no other use. There was a fly in it, so its value could be raised. The importance of the Northeast lay in its climate and geography, as well as, I want to go and snatch energy. The Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor continues north and east. There are many energy sources and tribes there. I can't wait for them to grow stronger and leave behind a hidden danger for Great Tang. I have to eliminate them or assimilate them. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Russia and said to his godfather. Gao Lisher was still puzzled. You've always wanted to occupy territory, but have you considered population? Without enough people, who would be willing to go north with you? The further north you go, the colder it gets. Li Longji also nodded in agreement. I don't intend to occupy the entire world tomorrow. There are many new species now. Other than those from Duoshi, there are also those that were found from distant places. I can wait for population to increase, but I have to hold on to my current position. The cold isn't a problem. I have to wear more clothes, live in a warm house, eat more oily food, and drink more wine. Otherwise, if I really lose that place, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't talk about history with Li Longji and Wang Chong. He could only express his determination. Li Longji couldn't guess why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so stubborn about a place that seemed to have no future, but they were still prepared to support it. Then you should go back and be a regional commander. Don't just stay there and not come back. Come to the capital 2 or 3 times a year and cook for me. Don't you want to build a railway there? It'll be more convenient and less time wasted on the road. Li Longji couldn't bear to part with Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Beijing. He would feel very safe if Xiaobao and Wang Wan were to stay in Beijing. He wouldn't have to worry about anything. He could call them over for a meal and chat, and he would be able to get good ideas immediately. It wasn't easy to have someone to talk to. This was especially so for Xiaobei and the others. Although they liked to show off in their official robes, they didn't show the emotions of an official in front of him. They were afraid of saying the wrong thing. They were very peaceful and were closer to him than his own children. When they ate together, they were unrestrained and called him Uncle Emperor. This made him feel less lonely. It was just like the book of poems written by Wang Wan. Oh, she said she copied it. The most heartless imperial family. Almost everyone was afraid of him. Only Zhang Xiaobao and his siblings were not afraid of him. It was rare. Zhang Xiaobao felt awkward when he heard Li Longji speak. You're a man, why are you being so sentimental with me? Seeing that Li Longji wanted him and Wang Wan to go back, he quickly rejected, Your Majesty, it's better not. Send a prince or someone from the imperial family. This subject won't go. Are you afraid that people will say that you have too much self-respect? There's no need for that. Zhuge Wuho also had a lot of troops in his hands. He was also one of them. He was also one of them. However, Lu Shan still ascended the throne. Your current position in the imperial court is still far from his. Li Longji was open-minded and used Zhuge Liang as a comparison. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. He didn't know how to reply. Gao Lisher didn't agree with Li Longji's words. How was it far from his position? If he wasn't in the imperial court, wouldn't Xiaobao and Cuckoo's words be of no use? Not to mention managing money, even if they took over the current position, Yuan Qianyao wouldn't even have a chance to resist. A few days ago, when Cuckoo went to Hunan province, she didn't even need to discuss with the imperial court. She could mobilize the entire Hunan province army with just a word. Although His Majesty gave her the power, she didn't say that she was no worse than Zhuge Liang. It was almost the same. She didn't need the throne. But if there was a difference, it would be that she was better than Zhuge Liang. Did Zhuge Liang know how much oil to use when frying shredded potatoes? His godson, Xiaobao, knew. Did Zhuge Liang know how to teach children? If he really knew, Lu Shan wouldn't be like that. But look at his godson, Xiaobao. What did he teach Xiao Bei and the others? If they could meet at the same age, Lu Shan would be bullied to death by Xiao Bei. That. Zhang Xiaobao encouraged himself and tried his best to treat himself as someone more awesome than Zhuge Liang before replying. That, Your Majesty, I don't care what others say. As long as no one stops me, I will let them say whatever they want. What I mean is, you can send a prince or something over there to hold down the fort. I will still command from afar. I have discussed with Cuckoo. This time, I will go back to the Turk's place and stay there. I will bring 100,000 soldiers there to graze and train. I will plant potatoes, corn, and so on. Then, I will exchange rice and wheat with other places in the Great Tang. For a year, I will not do anything else. I will stay there obediently. Occasionally, I will come back to see my parents. When Japan and Xinhua are settled, I will bring countless supplies and cooperate with Cuckoo to attack and eat more. Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke of his future plans. His tone was calm, as if he was chatting normally. However, Li Longji couldn't treat it as a normal conversation. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sat up straight, his eyes filled with shock. No matter what, he had never thought that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would send troops. Gao Lisher also trembled. Couldn't his godson and daughter-in-law stay put? If Zhuge Liang knew, he would definitely be jealous. He was so tired that he wanted to vomit blood. When it came to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it was as if they were playing. Yes, this was the feeling they gave people. No matter what they did, they seemed to be very relaxed. In the end, they either doubled the Great Tang's grain output or created medical, industrial, and other systems. Moreover, they would often plot against the country. They would look at the two of them all day, study how to eat and drink, tell stories to their younger siblings, play games with them, and then run around as if they were traveling. In the end, Tubo was gone, Turks were gone, Xinhua was crippled, and Japan was also troubled. The more Gao Lisher thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Zhuge Liang's life was really sullen. He was busy with this and that, and he was always busy. Looking at his godson and daughter-in-law, he could even accompany the emperor for a stroll. It was all thanks to Zhuge Liang that he met Zhou Yu and Sima Yi. If he met Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he would probably die even earlier. Li Longji had the same thoughts as Gao Lisher. He still had doubts in his heart and asked, Xiaobao, is Japan worth so much of your attention? Can't you go to war if you don't pack up? That's not the case. Even if you don't pack up, you can still fight. However, it is difficult for the soldiers to adapt to the environment. This subject wants to transfer 100,000 soldiers from Tubo to the Turks. The changes in the climate there are even greater. This subject has to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with it before they can go to war. War is not a game. No matter how good Cuckoo's command is, she does not want to always fight a war like the one in Tubo. Who would be willing to dance on the tip of the blade for no reason? If they all fight like that, Cuckoo will die of exhaustion. After a year of adaptation, the chances of victory will be higher. This subject also wants to do something in this 1 year. We cannot let the people of Tubo be idle. We cannot stop small-scale conflicts. Firstly, it is to train the soldiers. Secondly, it is to confuse the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao said. Li Longji listened and nodded his head. He admitted that Wang Wan's battle was awe-inspiring, but he really did not want to let Wang Wan always take risks. He also understood what training soldiers was, but he could not describe the confusion. He then asked Zhang Xiaobao, how do you confuse them? What kind of goal can they achieve? To be proud of the soldiers? Speaking of which, things are getting interesting. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Chapter 969. Li Longji thought hard about it, but he still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's smile, he was certain that the so-called confusion was definitely not simple. Gao Lishir was also puzzled. Xiaobao, stop smiling. It's scary. Tell me, how confused are you? When Zhang Xiaobao thought about the methods he would use, he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his godfather's question, he vaguely replied, it's just that it's sometimes strong and sometimes weak, making people feel nervous and at ease. It's the same idea as harassing the enemy at night, but it's more fun to use. Li Longji still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. Zhang Xiaobao continued, let me give you an example. If an official commits a crime, normally speaking, he should be convicted. However, I won't directly convict him. I need to find evidence and lock him up first. Through a channel, news from the outside world will be passed to him from time to time. One moment, it will be said that the emperor is angry, making him worry. The next moment, it will be said that the emperor is happy, making him feel relieved. The next moment, it will be said that the evidence is enough to behead him, making him feel fearful. The next moment, it will be said that the evidence isn't complete, making him feel hopeful. After a year and a half, he will realize that he is aging very quickly. The psychological torture is the most unbearable. I plan to do this to Duoshi. After hearing this, Li Longji couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. He was thankful that the two experts had come to Great Tang and not the surrounding countries. Ruthless, this method was too ruthless. Xiao Bao wasn't even 20 years old yet, so how could he be nurtured to such an extent? How powerful were the expert's abilities? Gao Lishir's reaction was slightly better. This was because he had learned many methods of interrogation from his godson and daughter-in-law. There was a lot of that, psychology, such as using strong light, or locking someone in a dark place, or using soft objects in a house to prevent them from knocking themselves to death. These methods caused more harm to the person than physical harm. If they were used with torture tools, the effect would be very obvious. That's what it means, right? I don't care. As long as it can reduce the number of casualties when the army goes over, it's fine to do more, right? Zhang Xiaobao said some comforting words. Li Longji nodded. That's right. When we return to the capital, Xiaobao, once you've confirmed your position as the champion, you should head to the Turkic Khaganate. Aya, it just so happens that the weather is at its coldest right now. You must take good care of yourself. If anything were to happen to you, my great Tang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm not risking my life. Besides, I still have to take care of Xiaobei and the others. While taking care of them, I'm also taking care of myself. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Xiaobao, can we still eat the small garlic growing on the mountain now? We are hungry again. It would be even better if we had some wild vegetable soup. After Li Longji asked about Zhang Xiaobao's motive, he realized that he was hungry again. This startling action was very taxing on his body. I'll make it. Your Majesty, the wild vegetable soup you mentioned is cat's ear soup, right? It'll be ready in a moment. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He had to break up the stuffing so that the Li siblings could have a taste. This would depend on one's skills. The fried box couldn't be cooked, and it couldn't be too brittle. It had to be soft after being fried. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao leave, Li Longji said happily to Gao Lishir, the palace doesn't have the ingredients to make it now. Only the Zhang family and Wang family can do it. Even their restaurants might not have a small garlic. In the future, when Xiaobao is far away, where can we find food to eat? Gao Lishir agreed. Indeed, when it came to food and lodging, the best place in Great Tang was definitely between the clouds and the water. Even the Jade Sea and Silver Sand were slightly inferior. However, even better than between the clouds and the water was the Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family. The only place better than Zhuangzi could only be the main residence. Xiao Bao's greatest hobby seemed to be cooking. He was truly someone who never got tired of eating. He would always think of ways to prepare ingredients for the 4 seasons so that he could eat them whenever he wanted. Licking his lips, Gao Lishir said, Your Majesty, since Xiao Bao went to the Turkic Khaganate, let's look for Zhang Zhong. I believe that Xiao Bao won't let Zhang Zhong suffer when it comes to food. We won't look for Zhang Zhong. If we look for you, Xiao Bao won't suffer. Back then, when we wanted to eat something, we had to rely on you. We believe that the items in your residence aren't inferior to ours. How can the tea you drink be the same as the ones offered to us? Li Longji directly targeted Gao Lishir. It's the same. You've taken plenty of things from this subject. Xinyang Maojian and Westlake Longjing tea, you didn't drink the ones offered to you as a tribute. Aren't the subordinates afraid that if you get too used to it, they won't be able to answer to you? Facing Li Longji's questioning, Gao Lishir felt somewhat wronged. However, he still had a trace of righteousness. Was it wrong for his godson to take care of him? We're not an unreasonable person. Let's not talk about this anymore. Go and get someone to mix some cucumber and cold dishes. The other chefs will definitely be able to make it. We'll drink a cup later. Li Longji instructed. He decided not to let himself suffer. It wasn't easy for him to come out and play, and he didn't know if he would be able to find another place to go next year. If he really wanted to go out, he would have to go to the place where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were staying. Otherwise, the officials wouldn't allow it. If it weren't for Xiao Bao and the others, he wouldn't have been able to come out. The officials were too infuriating. Could it be that they wouldn't be worried just because he was with Xiao Bao and wouldn't affect national affairs? Couldn't they go out by themselves? When Li Longji ate the box and drank the wild vegetable soup, the other people in the group also followed and enjoyed. Zhang Xiaobao made a very big pot of soup. If they couldn't finish it, they would have to share it with others. The people who felt the happiest were not the bodyguards, palace maids, or eunuchs. This was because they usually served the emperor. If the emperor couldn't finish eating, they would eat it. It had nothing to do with wastage. The main thing was that the food was better than their own food, especially the food made by Zhang Xiaobao. They were very grateful to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao would always make a portion for them to eat. After all, some of them couldn't eat on time. There was no official who could be like Zhang Xiaobao and eat with the emperor and still think about the servants. The palace maids and eunuchs thought this, so they would always pass on the news in the palace. They didn't ask for much. Sometimes they would repay the kindness of a meal with their lives. What they ate was not the meal, but the respect of Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with blocking other officials when they were looking for trouble with the Zhang family and Wang family. There was nothing wrong with saying bad things about those officials. They were used to it. When they thanked someone, they would also return the favor. The ones who truly felt blessed were Fengxiao Masao and the others. They were the ones who stirred up trouble and angered Zhang Xiaobao. Even if they failed at that time, they were still the smartest people that Japan could send. The people in Japan understood that it wasn't that they didn't work hard. It was that Zhang Xiaobao was too difficult to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao's strength was that when he didn't care, he was very peaceful. Once he paid attention to something, the troublemaker would definitely not be able to escape. No matter what tricks you used, you wouldn't be able to compete with Zhang Xiaobao. Thus, Fengxiao Masao once again took on the responsibility of renting a ship. Other than him, there were also Yamamoto and Yamanji. They were the two people who played with the silver ore and the agricultural byproducts. They were the ones who completed the handover. After being schemed against many times, the three of them became more experienced. They tried their best to keep a low profile and not cross Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. Since they couldn't face him directly, they could only walk around the edges. Master Zhang, please eat. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that we were able to eat such delicious food, Fengxiao Masao said to the manager of the Ministry of Works in front of him. This manager was Zhang Tianyu. He was a talent who was selected from the competition. Now, he was in charge of many things in the Ministry of Works. He and some other top talents learned physics and chemistry under Wang Wan's intermittent teaching until Wang Wan's junior high school level. Yes, junior high school. Graduating from junior high school was not enough to complete 12 years of compulsory education. This was because they didn't learn about the acceleration of free fall. They only completed 9 years of compulsory education. But this level was already enough to make them worship Wang Wan. It was the same for those who studied mathematics. They hadn't come into contact with calculus and linear algebra, but they were shocked by Wang Wan's talent. When Wang Wan told them that what they were learning now was only a part of the foundation and that it was still too shallow. Even she didn't learn much, they could only sigh at how vast her knowledge was. Just like what Xiao Hai had asked at that time, when one learned mathematics to a certain extent, they could be said to be omnipotent. Xiao Hai's current goal was to be able to calculate the trajectory of a cannonball one day. He didn't dare to think about anything more than that. It seemed that mathematics shouldn't exist in this world. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew that it was nothing. For real prime numbers, it was just the foundation. Just like how Zhang Xiaobao never dared to say that he was the best in the financial world, Wang Wan also felt that she was still too young. There was the solar system outside Earth, and there was the Milky Way outside the solar system. There was also. The more you learned, the more you would discover your own ignorance. Therefore, Zhang Tianyu was very humble, or rather, he had an inferiority complex. He wasn't as arrogant as when he first selected me. Just like how students like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could tell who was a new student and who was a senior in a famous university just by looking at their temperament. Those who had just entered the university would walk with their head held high, afraid that others wouldn't know what they were capable of. If you saw someone with a deep and humble face, you would know that they were about to graduate. They were afraid that others would ask them what they had learned. Therefore, after hearing Fengxiao Shouji's praise, Zhang Tianyu became very nervous. He said, "I'm also lucky. To be honest, I didn't accompany you to eat Zhang Xiaobao's soup because I didn't complete the task. I failed you. Zhang-san, don't be so humble. You're just like this." Fengxiao Shouji gave him a thumbs up. Sigh. Zhang Tianyu knew what Fengxiao Shouji was talking about. He made the seal himself using rubber. Based on the Japanese technology, it was indeed impressive. The Japanese might not even know how to make rubber seals. However, he knew. Wang Wan had told him that other than rubber seals, there were also metal extended seals, water seals, oil seals, inert gas seals, etc. She asked him to study it. After hearing so many methods, how could he still be proud? He didn't know how high the sky was until he was above the clouds, and he didn't know how deep the ground was until he dug into the cellar. Zhang San, this steam engine doesn't use coal. Can we use firewood? Feng Xiao Shoji didn't know what Zhang Tianyu was thinking. He had just seen the steam engine on the ship, and he couldn't wait to ask. Well, it's a long story. Zhang Tianyu didn't forget what he had told him before he came here. So, as a technician, he knew how to speak. Feng Xiao Shoji immediately took out a small paper bag from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Zhang Tianyu. Zhang-san, thank you for your hard work. Yamamoto and Yamamoto lowered their heads and cursed in their hearts. Can't you make it short? Zhang Tianyu didn't care about that. He took the paper bag and opened it slowly. I need to say something about the heating efficiency of the boiler and the pressure it can withstand in a short period of time. The paper bag was opened, and it was filled with notes worth 100 strings of coins. Feng Yu pinched the notes and estimated the amount. There were about 100 notes, which was equivalent to 10,000 strings of coins. Zhang Tianyu nodded to Weiwei. 10,000 strings of coins could be used to make dozens of accessories. He could still keep 5% of the money, which was 500 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao had said earlier that he could use the money to buy things for his own research. Young Master Xiaobao, you are really smart. Zhang Tianyu was impressed. He had really bribed him. Zhang-san, please continue. Feng Xiao Shoji's heart was bleeding. Money was not easy to earn. Because of Watanabe Juchiro's scheme against the Hunan province officials, Tang Dynasty had imposed a 200% tariff on Japanese exports to Tang Dynasty. At the same time, Tang Dynasty had also lowered the prices. According to the original price, every time they sold something worth 1 string of coins, they would lose 2. 4 strings of coins. The people in Tang Dynasty were living frugally and couldn't bear to waste a single coin. But Feng Yu had to give the money away. What were the Japanese researchers doing? It was just the first generation of steam engines, and they had not made it yet. Zhang Tianyu did not care about what Feng Xiao Shoji was thinking. He had gotten the money, and he had to reveal some secrets. Actually, it's very simple. Wood is not good. Because at the critical moment, it is not burning enough, and the power of the steam engine cannot be increased by much. So how can this problem be solved? When coal is not used, it can still maintain a certain speed and efficiency. This is related to the supply of heat per unit of time. At the same time, it is also related to the heating area of the water during the steam generation process. What do you think? Feng Xiao Shoji nodded. Yamamoto and Yamamoto beside him were writing down what Zhang Tianyu said. However, this problem is not unsolvable. Whether it is coal or firewood, as long as they can provide heat, it will definitely work. If there is a difference, it is that when coal is burned, the heat produced per unit of time is continuous, but firewood is unable to do so. One is the problem of the flow of oxygen, and the other is the problem of the energy carried by the body. To give a simple example, if you spray some water at the place where the coal is burning, the fire will be stronger. If you spray water at the firewood, it will be over. Unless there is enough firewood and it is burning at the same time, right? Zhang Tianyu was not lying this time. This was the case in theory, but it would be difficult to make the corresponding changes according to the theory. He did not understand other aspects. For example, when a rocket was launched, no matter what fuel was used, the final goal was the efficiency of the unit of energy released per unit of time. Even if you used other fuels to provide oxygen when burning, the basic principle would not change. What would change would be the supporting technology, including nuclear power. This oxygen was not referring to oxygen, but the supporting conditions for combustion. Some things needed an anaerobic environment to release energy. It was very simple, but Fengxiao Shouji was stunned. It was too professional. He said, "Zhang-san, can you go to Japan and settle down there?" "My family is under the protection of the Ministry of Works," Zhang Tianyu said. When he said this, Zhang Tianyu was already full of admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. This was because when Zhang Xiaobao told him about this, he had even warned him about the questions he might ask. "Little young master, is there anything you can't predict? Continue to tempt me, I still have something to say." Fengxiao Shouji did not know how much research Zhang Xiaobao had in psychology. As expected, he followed Zhang Tianyu's idea and said, "Zhang-san, a good man does not have to worry about not having a wife. There are countless beautiful and considerate women in Japan, as long as, I know. If I go there, can you promise not to send me back if Tang Dynasty asks for me from Japan?" Zhang Tianyu followed the script. "This Zhang-san is so important in Tang Dynasty?" Fengxiao Shouji did not dare to guarantee. "Humph." Zhang Tianyu snorted. "Fengxiao, you should ask the important people. I won't waste any more time." After saying this, Zhang Tianyu stood up and left angrily. This, sigh. Fengxiao Shouji saw Zhang Tianyu leaving but could not stop him. He sighed regretfully. The 10,000 strings of coins were taken away by Zhang Tianyu, leaving only the steamed buns and soup on the table. This meal was too extravagant. After Zhang Tianyu left, he did not go back to his resting place. Instead, he went to find Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also drinking soup and cooking. After being smothered by the oil, he did not want to eat anything else. He made himself a bowl of ginger soup, the kind without sugar. He also cooked some prawns and ate them while peeling them. Little young master. When Zhang Tianyu found Zhang Xiaobao had already eaten 2 prawns. "Did you earn money?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he passed a prawn to Zhang Tianyu. "Yes. Do you have steamed buns?" "I have been thinking about things and did not have time to eat." Zhang Tianyu took the prawn and threw the shell into his mouth. He asked as he chewed and looked around. "I don't have any." "Go to the kitchen. There is still a small box of garlic in the kitchen. Dip it in the chili sauce and eat more. Don't forget to arrange for others to interact with the Japanese so that they will not give up hope." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the things on the table and said to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu nodded. "I knew that little young master would leave something good. He gave me 10,000 strings of coins." "Little young master, you eat your food." "I know. I will send someone over later." Zhang Tianyu happily went straight to the kitchen and left the money. Zhang Xiaobao did not touch the money as he found it dirty. He peeled another prawn and said to himself with a smile, "The good days are yet to come." "What good days?" Wang Wan came over with a fruit plate and heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. She put the fruit on the table and asked. "The good days of the Japanese. Before the fleet arrives in Jili, they will definitely get what they want. 10,000 strings of coins. You put it away first. When the time comes, you can distribute it to others. If it is too little, the Japanese will not be happy. Why take money so seriously?" Zhang Xiaobao raised his chin and motioned to Wang Wan to take the money. Wang Wan took the money and counted it quickly. "Can I say that it is easy for you to talk and that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man?" Chapter 970. The ship continued to sail on the Yellow River. The days of suffering for the Japanese had begun. Fengxiao Masato and the others didn't know that even if they didn't bribe him, Zhang Xiaobao would think of a way to let them understand the technology of the first-generation steam engine. What made them happy was that the technicians from the Ministry of Works were on the same ship as them. Furthermore, no one was watching over the technicians from the Ministry of Works, so they could easily come into contact with them. When will we have so many technicians in Japan? If we can bring all of them back to Japan, we won't be suppressed by Great Tang. After sending off another person from the Ministry of Works, Fengxiao Masato wrote down the technology that the other party mentioned. He was so tired that he shook his writing arm and said to Yamamoto and Yamanji. Yamamoto's gaze was still on the door of the cabin. From there, he had just spent 3,000 strings of cash. He calculated in his heart. 3 days. In 3 days, he had spent a total of 50,000 strings of cash. There was still more than half of the technology that he hadn't grasped, so he had to continue spending. Yamamoto was also under great pressure. He had to bring the technology back. On the sea, speed was life. Those who hadn't seen how fast a steam engine ship was would never understand how powerful it was. Once the battle started, the steam engine ships could easily circle to the upwind side. Even if they didn't have cannons, they could still shoot a wave of flaming arrows with the wind. A ship without a steam engine couldn't run away, couldn't catch up, and had nowhere to hide. If they didn't work hard to develop the technology, when Great Tang attacked, they wouldn't even have the ability to defend themselves. Great Tang won't let us go. We have to learn from Great Tang and build our own industrial system. Before we left the capital, didn't the Great Tang Emperor say that we can exchange labor for points? He wants to send 200,000 people over from Japan. Yamamoto thought about the exchange of labor for technology and felt that he should make a decision to send people over to Great Tang. Yamamoto and Fengxiao looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with worry. Yamamoto sighed, sigh. This probably has something to do with Zhang Xiaobao. Could it be a trap? Even if it's a trap, we have to jump into it. Even if all 200,000 people die in Great Tang, as long as we can exchange for the technology, they will still be proud. The Great Tang of the past wasn't like this. Fengxiao wasn't stupid. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was scheming, but he couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao, who could mobilize the power of a country, was thinking. Yamamoto also recalled what Windy Bridge had said. In the past, the Great Tang was very easy to talk to. If one came over to give a small gift, one would receive a generous reward. If one said a few nice words, one could even receive a large reward. But it was useless. Japan. They had set up a technical college and spent a lot of money to get in. But they could not learn anything. Even the most basic technologies were locked up. Li Longji could not even reward the craftsmen to Japan. All the changes were because of the Zhang and Wang families. The more Yamamoto thought about it, the angrier he got. He suddenly said, "Why don't we think of a way to sink the ship?" Sure. Fengxiao Shoji put his index finger in front of his mouth. Yamamoto had already covered his mouth. "Do you want to die?" Fengxiao Shoji asked in a low voice. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Longji were on this ship. How could he not be on guard against them? Yamamoto waved his hand, indicating for Yamamoto to let go. After Yamamoto let go of his mouth, he lowered his head and sighed. Compared to the various negative statuses of the 3 Japanese people, Li Longji's cabin was a lively atmosphere. Li Jun and Pan were thinking that they had a father. After this father gave them so many things, they felt that he was a good person like their mother. He was the kind of person that they could tell stories to. Thus, Li Longji began to listen to his daughter tell the same story over and over again. Every time he heard it, he would praise her and make Pan more energetic. Accompanied by the music, Pan danced again. From time to time, she would stop and look at Li Longji. She would continue dancing after Li Longji praised her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied her. Occasionally, they would listen to the news from the people who were monitoring Fengxiao Shouji. Wang Wan had just received the latest information. Looking at the lively scene in front of her, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I thought of a poem." "What poem?" Zhang Xiaobao asked subconsciously. "The curvature of the postnatal confinement shines on the 9 provinces," Wang Wan only said one sentence. Zhang Xiaobao knew what she was going to say. "I also thought of a poem. Waning orchid sends guests off in Xianyang Wei." Wang Wan rolled her eyes and nodded. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. The next sentence of "Waning orchid sends guests off in Xianyang Wei" was "If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old." However, Zhang Xiaobao was definitely not referring to this poem. He was referring to another poem, "Should the remaining brave chase after the cornered enemy." I'm not saying that I pity the Japanese. I just feel that the 3 of them are really patriotic. I'm lamenting about the vicissitudes of life. It's not easy for everyone. I want to make it easy for them. I want to find them and tell them that I'll teach them all the techniques. I'm afraid that they won't accept it and suspect that there's something fishy going on. Humans are like this. Let them work hard to bribe. Only then will they believe that it's true. Zhang Xiaobao expressed that he was helpless. He didn't want to waste too much time with Fengxiao Shouji. However, they didn't want to cooperate, so he could only slowly grind them down. Wang Wan changed the topic. "Where's Xiaobei? I saw them wandering around the door just now. Ask them." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and signaled for someone guarding the door to come over and ask. This person was really clear. Xiaobei and the others went outside to the deck and said that they wanted to feel the wind on the river to see if it was tough. They wanted people to wear skewers and eat barbecue. There was only one opening left around the barbecue. The other 3 sides were covered with cloth curtains. They were afraid that the wind would blow the smoke in all directions. They were probably already eating by now. "Look, they learned it all from you. They say one thing and do another. How can they feel the wind when they're surrounded by 3 curtains?" Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. "Wisdom, this is called wisdom. Moreover, they didn't learn it from me. They learned it from you. You know how to attack a city and weaken the enemy's morale. Surround 3 sides and lack 1. Otherwise, the losses will be great. It's easy to have the effect of a desperate army winning the battle." Zhang Xiaobao argued irrationally. "Who said that? I can surround them completely and not attack. I can surround them from all sides." Wang Wan argued. "Then I won't commit suicide. I'll cross over. Are you scared? I'll make it so that you can't sleep well. You'll always dream of me killing my way back and making you scream for help in the middle of the night." Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. "Help! Help! Someone has fallen into the water." Just as Xiaobao's voice fell, a cry for help could be heard from outside. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao got up and ran outside. They were afraid that their younger brother and sister would fall in. The Yellow River was very cold. What if they caught a cold? Crow's beak. Wang Wan even complained to Zhang Xiaobao. "If it's really that effective, then I'll call for the entire world to be unified and put under Great Tang." Zhang Xiaobao had already rushed to where his younger brother and sister were barbecuing. Seeing that Xiaobei was gone, he immediately stood at the side of the boat and looked down. Beside him was Fengxiao Masayoshi, who felt aggrieved in the cabin and came out to call for help. This made Zhang Xiaobao instantly think that the 3 of them were the ones who pushed Xiaobei down. Fengxiao Masayoshi didn't care about the people around him and didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao suspected them. Just now, when he came out for a stroll, he smelled the fragrance of barbecuing and looked at the scenery on both sides of the Yellow River. He planned to wait for Xiao Bei and the others to finish barbecuing and ask for 2 skewers to eat. He believed that Xiao Bei wouldn't refuse. In the end, he saw a woman washing clothes on the shore not far away. She was hitting her clothes with a stick. Beside her, a 3 or 4-year-old child wanted to reach for something in the water and fell in. Hence, he anxiously shouted for help. At this moment, his thoughts were all on Xiao Bei. He didn't care about the people on the other boats who kept jumping down. This was because after he shouted that someone had fallen into the water, Xiao Bei suddenly rushed out of the water. He looked around and then jumped down. He did a series of actions in the air and took off his half-cotton clothes, leaving only his undershirt on. Fengqiao Masayoshi had to admit that he was dumbfounded at that moment. He was afraid. If something happened to Xiao Bei and he shouted for help, wouldn't Zhang Xiaobao skin him alive? Hence, he stared at the water and prayed that someone would save Xiao Bei. But when he saw what happened, he was stunned. Xiao Bei, who had jumped into the water, shuttled through the waves of the Yellow River at an astonishing speed. It went straight for the child who had fallen into the water. As the child floated up and down, he could only see a small black dot with hair. Fengqiao Masayoshi watched without blinking. He saw Xiao Bei's amazing swimming ability and saw the people who had jumped down from the boats either gather or disperse. He saw the life-saving equipment falling down like rain. For a moment, he felt like he was in a dream. The woman washing clothes on the shore also jumped down anxiously. However, she didn't know how to swim. As soon as she jumped down, she floated up and down with the waves. Immediately, a few people took the initiative to swim over to rescue the child. Zhang Xiaobao also came over to take a look. He saw his sister stop moving for a moment. Then, her head dived down and disappeared. The people who had jumped down from the boat in front of them and swam closer were doing the same thing. Fengqiao Masayoshi felt that time was passing very slowly. The sky seemed to have darkened. Zhang Xiaobao also took a few deep breaths. Suddenly, Fengqiao Masayoshi felt that the sky was bright. The sun had risen. He saw the child who had fallen into the water earlier being held up like the moon surrounded by stars. At the bottom was Xiao Bei. While the people on the boat cheered, Xiao Bei had already placed the child on the platform that everyone had raised with their arms and started performing first aid. Fengqiao Masayoshi had learned this first aid movement in the Four Seas Academy, but he had never seen anyone perform it in such a situation. After a short while, the child reacted. First, he coughed. Then, he looked around blankly. Then, he started crying. This caused another round of cheers on the boat and on the shore. The woman was also brought over by someone. They found life-saving equipment and put her on. Then, they approached the boat and used a rope to hoist her onto the boat. At this time, they were already very far away from the place where the accident had happened. The water was still flowing, and the boat was still moving. However, many people's hearts were frozen in that short period of time. When Xiao Bei came up, Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to go over. Someone wrapped Xiao Bei up with clothes. Someone also brought over bowls of ginger soup and distributed it to the people who had jumped down. It was the same on the other boats. Fengqiao Masayoshi secretly wiped away the cold sweat and excited sweat on his forehead. He stared fixedly at the busy scenes on the boats and the blooming smile on Xiao Bei's face. However, there were huge waves in his heart. He finally experienced the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family. From the moment the child fell into the water to the successful rescue, it only took a short while. However, what was reflected was the speed of the Zhang family and the Wang family's emergency response speed. Everyone was on the boat, and the ginger soup was ready. Tacit understanding, efficiency, and division of labor were so clear. They were busy but not chaotic, fast but not impatient. Zhang Xiaobao walked in front of his sister and touched her dripping hair. "Our great hero, quickly change your clothes. Xiao Bei was still in a state of excitement. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. My cotton robe was washed away, and the goldfish bag and silverfish bag on it are gone. It's worth it. Children can't swim well. Why didn't they obediently stay by the river? Why did they go to the middle of the river? They were washed to the middle of the river. You can't do that. If you don't change your clothes, you'll catch a cold and get an injection." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and threatened. When Xiao Bei heard about the injection, he hurriedly ran into the cabin. His legs moved a few times and disappeared without a trace. After Xiao Bei left, Fengxiao Masayoshi carefully came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Lord Zhang, I was the one who shouted for help just now." He came to apologize. If he didn't shout, Xiao Bei wouldn't have been the first to jump. The people on the other boats naturally saw the situation and arranged for rescue. He was grateful to Xiao Bei in his heart. He was good at swimming. Not only did he not get into trouble, but he was also the first to save someone. Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand what he was thinking. What did he mean? Why did you specifically tell me when you shouted? Do you want me to reward you? I plan to reward you with the technology of the first-generation steam engine. How can you be at ease with it? Got it. Zhang Xiaobao could only reply casually. If I didn't shout, Inspector Zhang wouldn't have jumped, Fengxiao Masayoshi explained. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood and comforted him. Just jump. Other than the water being cold, there's no other problem. Don't take it to heart. I still have to thank you for shouting. If you were any later, the child might not have been saved. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Fengxiao Masayoshi didn't expect this outcome. He thought to himself, Zhang Xiaobao, you're really not worried. The Yellow River in early winter. Aren't you afraid that your sister won't be able to come up? Even though he thought this, he said something else. Thank you, Lord Zhang. Treat me to dinner. There's no need. I was also shocked just now. I'll go back to the cabin to rest first. He didn't dare to eat at the same table as Zhang Xiaobao. He was afraid that he would be schemed against. Anything could happen when he was with Zhang Xiaobao. All right. Men, get a doctor to take a look at Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaobao made the arrangements out of courtesy. He turned to the remaining 8 siblings and said, "Thank goodness you guys didn't jump. I wanted to jump, but I didn't dare to. If I jumped, I might freeze and cramp. I would have to wait for someone to save me," little Yuan said honestly. It's rumored that Xiao Bei is good at swimming. Today, I've seen it for myself. Look at the Jin Wu guards that I brought with me. They are said to be the best at swimming. Look at your family's protection team. They really can't compare. Li Longji's voice sounded. He was in the cabin just now and heard someone shouting that someone had fallen into the water. He also came out to take a look. He walked slower than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he also saw the scene of Xiao Bei rushing towards the child who had fallen into the water. Then, he saw the cooperation between Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family's guards. He sighed in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao had to be humble. He said, "Your Majesty's guards are used to protect your Majesty. They won't be separated. Furthermore, all my guards are good at swimming. Not all of them jumped just now. Those who felt that they couldn't swim well would be a burden if they jumped. I don't intend to rely on the protection of the Jin Wu guards. It's fine as long as my guard of honor is set up properly." Xiao Bao, do you know why the child fell into the water? Li Longji didn't care about the face of the guards at all and said on the spot. The Jin Wu guards lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Firstly, they didn't dare to refute the emperor's words. Secondly, they knew that they were the ones who had jumped down just now. None of them would be able to come up. Li Longji asked for the reason. There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to send someone to ask. The mother and son who had been rescued had already changed their clothes and came over to kowtow. At first, the woman didn't know what the fleet was for. Because it was rented to Japan and Xinlua, there was no flag on the ship. While the woman was grateful, she was also worried that she wouldn't be able to go home in time. The ship had already gone far away. She was afraid that the ship would have to wait for a place with a dock before it could dock for her. If that happened, the man at home would definitely be anxious when he came back. When she learned from the maid who had changed her clothes that this ship was not only the fleet of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families in Sanshui County, but also the emperor, the woman was completely relieved. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that there was no more reassuring combination in the Tang Empire than the current team. According to the reliable way that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families did things, the men at home should be able to get very accurate information. She brought her son and left with the fleet. Whenever the emperor wanted to let her go, she would go down. Of course, she still had to kowtow to thank him. This kowtow had to be kowtowed. Not to mention saving her life, even if she didn't save him, she still had to kowtow when she saw the emperor. Her son was really lucky. Even when he fell into the water, he could still meet a heaven-like benefactor to save him. Thus, the woman brought her son over. The child had already forgotten the danger just now. He was holding a piece of cake in his hand and eating it with all his might. He felt that it was very delicious. Under his red eyes, there was a small mouth covered in cake crumbs. From time to time, he would stick out his tongue and lick it. When the mother and son arrived in front of Li Longji, the woman's legs had already begun to tremble. This was the emperor. After taking another step, she could no longer control her legs. With a plop, she knelt down and kowtowed with all her might, but she couldn't say a word. Without Li Longji's instructions, the woman had just kowtowed a few times when someone came over to stop her. The woman took 2 deep breaths and found that her son was still standing there eating. She hurriedly scolded, "Li Zi, foodie, why haven't you kneeled down to His Majesty yet? Have you not been beaten enough?" As she shouted, she stretched out her hand to get her son to kneel. Li Longji impatiently said, all right, I don't lack people who want to kneel. Your son was lucky to have encountered Xiaobao's team. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to retrieve his corpse. I ask you, why did your son fall into the water?" The woman was frightened by Li Longji's words. Her face instantly became deathly pale. Only when Li Longji asked for the reason did she regain her composure. She looked at the child, then looked at the emperor, and said in a low voice, This woman was washing clothes. Lotzi fell down while playing. This child really doesn't let people have peace of mind. Why did you bring the child to wash the clothes? If we leave the children in the school, there will be someone to take care of them. Li Longji first thought of education and suspected that the school there was not good enough. Your Majesty, not, enroll age, enroll at school, 5 years old. Otherwise, children, make trouble, the teacher cannot teach lessons. The woman explained and looked back at her son. Her face was full of helplessness. Li Longji nodded his head and turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for a long time. He knew that Li Longji would look at him. After looking at Li Longji's eyes, he spoke first, Your Majesty, do you have something to ask this subject? Chapter 971. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and thought to himself, since you know that I'm going to ask you, how can you not know what I'm going to ask? Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was playing dumb, Li Longji said to the woman, Tell Xiaobao what I just said. The woman knew who Xiaobao was. That Zhang Xiaobao who had given birth to a child that looked like Zhang Xiaobao, and the one beside him was naturally little fairy Cuckoo. This time, the woman wasn't nervous anymore. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and whispered, "Good, very good. They're a pair. How did these children grow up? Look at them." Zhang Xiaobao could tell what the woman was trying to say from the movement of her lips. He quickly interrupted, "I heard it just now. The villages are scattered, and transportation is inconvenient. Many of the villages have a small population. I really don't have any good ideas. Money doesn't help." After saying this to Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao turned to the woman and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll get someone to send you back in a moment. I'll think of a way to solve the problem of the children's safety. This matter is too important, and it can't be taken lightly." The woman only understood the first part of Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't understand the second part, so she thanked him again and again. She led her son, who was still eating, back to the cabin. She didn't need to return the clothes she was wearing. She was lucky because her son was wearing Li Jun's clothes. They were around the same age, and they fit quite well. After the woman left, Li Longji was worried. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you really can't think of an idea? I've never seen you in such a difficult position before." Zhang Xiaobao patted his head in distress and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan also frowned. To Li Longji, this was a small matter, but to her and Zhang Xiaobao, it was a huge matter. The problem of the children's safety and guidance seemed small, but it was thousands of times more difficult than the questions in the imperial examinations. It would affect a country's system and involve many aspects, which would give rise to even more difficulties and problems. Li Longji didn't think that it would be difficult. Spending money was like having merchants pay for schools. If the merchants couldn't do it, he would do it himself. His bank had a lot of money. "Xiaobao, you can use my money as you please. Settle this matter well and I will reward you handsomely." Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply. He cursed in his heart. "Of course I can use the money from the bank as I please. Do I need you to tell me that? If I really do things well, the child's happiness will be my greatest reward. What kind of reward can you give me?" Gao Lisher was also worried and asked, "Xiaobao, you usually have a lot of ideas. Look, you did a good job with Operation Chaoyang. You even solved the problem of the older children. Wouldn't it be easier for the children?" How is it so easy? Why didn't I notice?" Zhang Xiaobao mumbled. He rubbed his temples and said, "Wait for me to go back and think about it with Cuckoo." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Li Longji to say anything. He pulled Wang Wan and went straight into the cabin. He didn't even care about his sister, who had just dried her hair and ran out to continue the barbecue. The two of them went into the cabin one after the other. Zhang Xiaobao leaned against the couch and said, "Oh my God, Li Longji is just standing there and talking. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's complaints, she wanted to laugh but couldn't. This was because she knew what Zhang Xiaobao had to face. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Xiaobao, can we have a woman in each village who is responsible for taking care of the children? She doesn't need to do anything else and is only responsible for looking after the children. What do you think?" "No." As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao immediately objected. "For example, there are 20 families in a village with 9 children. 5 of them are studying in school. Every day, they have to walk for more than 2 hours to go to school and then walk for another 2 hours to come back. Or they can just live in school. There are still 4 children left. They are still young and can't go to school. It's too far away, and they can't live in school. They can't bear not seeing their family for a long time. According to what you said, it's not a problem to find a woman to take care of the remaining 4 children during the slack season. But since it's not busy, why let her take care of the children? It's better for the mothers to take care of the children themselves. During the busy season, normal women also have to work with the children. In your village, there are 20 families, and one of them is idle. Even if there is only one child, the other 3 mothers have to do her work. Each of them has to do 1/3 more work. Do you think it's possible? Wang Wan shook her head. Impossible. 1/3 is too much. How can we divide the work equally among the villagers? Why should we? That's called eating from the same big pot. Those who benefit and those who don't benefit will have to contribute, and those who don't benefit will naturally not do it. Zhang Xiaobao asked again. The two of them had a heated discussion about the problem of preschool children. It wasn't because of Li Longji, but because they wanted to do better. They were worried about the road conditions and transportation. Outside, Li Longji didn't plan to return to the cabin, so he barbecued with Xiao Bei and the others. Li Jun and Pan Er also looked on eagerly. Xiao Bei thought for a moment, then asked someone to bring over eggplants and lamb slices for the 2 little guys to eat. The 2 little guys were very happy. They didn't care about what they ate, as long as they played with them. Xiao Bei, what did you think of when you were saving people? Li Longji suddenly asked. Xiao Bei lowered his head and smiled. The expressions of the other 8 children were also very rich. This was because their older brother had said that the most disgusting thing was when a person did something at a critical moment, and someone insisted on asking them what they thought. For a question like this, there was a formula for the answer. One was that I didn't think of anything. The situation was very tense, and I only thought that I had to save people. My older brother had said that this person was also disgusting. Since you didn't think of anything, then what did you think of? There was also another formula, and that was Uncle Emperor. When I heard someone cry out that they had fallen into the water, the first thing that came to my mind was that this was my Tang Empire. The person who had fallen into the water was most likely someone from my Tang Empire. Moreover, they had fallen into my Tang Empire's water. I couldn't just watch and do nothing. Secondly, the reason why I made this decision was because of you, Uncle Emperor. You are the Emperor, and I often accept your teachings. You taught me to be a caring person, a kind person. Thirdly, I thought of my grandfather. I remember that when I was very young, my grandfather. Xiao Bei. Li Longji interrupted Xiao Bei's words in a deep voice. He really couldn't bear it anymore. It was too fake. Those who could face this kind of statement calmly were all capable people. They were even more capable than him, the Emperor. Xiao Bei chuckled twice and fed Li Jun and Pan Er a mouthful of eggplant. He said, okay, I'll tell you the truth. At that time, I first thought about where the person who had fallen into the water was. I had to see them before I could save them. After I found a shadow, I directly jumped. When I jumped, I found that the cotton robe was too much of a hindrance, so I had no choice but to take it off. Fortunately, I moved quickly and took it off in the air. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult for me to jump down. I even had time to adjust my position when I entered the water. It was so painful to hit the water directly. After entering the water, I didn't think about anything else. I just swam towards the place I just saw. The place I said I saw was not the original place. The water was still moving, so I had to calculate the position. All that was left was to swim as fast as possible. As for the movement and the frequency of the qi summoning, I have already practiced it to the point that it has almost become instinct. There's no need to think about it. When I caught the person under the water, all I thought was, don't die. That's all. Swim, swim. Li Jun opened her mouth and pointed at the grilled fish. Xiao Bei nodded, yes, it's swimming in the water. Jun is really smart. Wait for sister to pick out the bones and I'll give it to you to eat. This fish was caught by Xiao Bei. She woke the child up and taught the others to take care of it. She swam to the side of the boat and grabbed a fish that was watching but not helping. She gouged out the fish's eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to catch it. She then carried the fish with the rope in her arms and boarded the boat. Li Longji was also clear about the origin of this fish. He really admired it. He had seen heroes catch fish with their bare hands in the Yellow River, but he had never seen a child catch fish with her bare hands. Seeing Xiao Bei, as a child, patiently pick out the bones in the fish and feed the meat to the younger child, Li Longji felt a sense of enjoyment in life. Thinking of children, Li Longji became worried again. He sighed again and asked Xiao Bei, how do you think we should arrange for the children who aren't in school to be protected together? Look, it was the adults who brought the children to work today, but the children fell into the water. Take the money and choose a place. When the adults work, put the children there. Set up several places like this in a county. Xiao Bei flipped the fish over as she spoke. The side that she had just eaten had already been eaten. Children were also very good eaters. But a village is very small. There are only a few children, and it's also very far from the county. If we arrange for someone to take care of the children, we'll have one less person to work. The children can't walk too far by themselves. It's troublesome. Li Longji also thought of this point and blurted it out. When Xiao Bei was feeding Li Jun and Pan, again, the two children couldn't eat anymore and turned their heads away. Xiao Bei put the meat in his mouth and said, "Let's move together. A few villages or a dozen villages together, and choose 2 or 3 people to take care of the children. If they can't work, we'll give them money. Uncle Emperor, you have a lot of money in the bank. This year, you have 100 million strings of money. How much money does a village have? You can take out a small portion, it's enough." Li Longji didn't take Xiao Bei's words seriously. He was just saying it to vent the depression in his heart. When he heard Xiao Bei mention moving, he smiled and said, "The adults work far away. It's still not enough." "Why not? It's better for the adults to work far away than the children who can't go far by themselves. People who do business like to have more people. Farmers, didn't you release a lot of military horses? When people work faster, they can make up for the time lost. Military horses are not farm horses. They can be ridden. When they reach a place, they can rest for a while before working again. Uncle Emperor, horses are really important. When there are more horses, they can work faster. They can be several times more efficient than a person." Xiao Bei ate 2 pieces of fish and remembered that there were other people who hadn't eaten yet, so she sent the fish over. Xiao Hai took the fish and said, "It's not several times more efficient. It's dozens of times more efficient. How much is the difference between a person's land and a cow's land? Horses plow faster than cows. I reckon that older brother and older sister will have to worry about food in the future." "That's right. It's not easy to deal with more food." Li Longji agreed. Suddenly, he was stunned. He stared at Xiao Bei and asked, "What did you just say?" "What did I say?" Xiao Bei was startled. "Quick, call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo over." Li Longji didn't need Xiao Bei to repeat himself. He already had an idea. He ordered people to call Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. While Li Longji and Xiao Bei were talking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also discussing in the cabin. "If there's no other way, then let's combine the villages. Children can't run back and forth, but adults can. Besides, with military horses, it's convenient to travel. Horses can be ridden. Since we can't eat from the same big pot, then let's use a centralized model and form an incentive system. It looks like we need to get more oil and use the diesel engine on farming as soon as possible. That way, there's no need to be afraid of the distance. The diesel engine is so fast. After going back and forth, it's back to efficiency. Only when people have more time can they rest, have fun, and take good care of the children. When the people sent by Li Longji arrived at the door, Zhang Xiaobao summarized the two people's thoughts. There was a knock on the door, and the person said that Her Majesty had summoned them. The two people walked out. Wang Wan said while walking, after combining the villages, the conflicts will become more prominent. Many villages are mainly based on surnames. The competition for the village chief position will be very fierce. There will also be more conflicts between small interest groups. That's the matter of the local officials. If the local officials are not capable and can't handle the affairs of the villages, then we will let Xiao Bei handle the local officials. Zhang Xiaobao delegated the responsibility. Wang Wan paused for a moment. It looks like we have to do more promotion work for Li Longji. Once we have the film and phonograph, the publicity work will be easier to do. We still have to finish the cartoon first. Xiao Bei asked a few days ago, and the standards of the current artists are too low. Just ask them to draw a simple cartoon. As for expressing too much of the style from the lines, it's not like it's a landscape painting. Don't they understand that simple is the most popular? Don't tell me they want the children to see whether the lines of the characters and scenery in the animation are bold and graceful? If they really want to express it, they can just use the actions of the characters and the environment in the animation to render it. Why bother with the lines? Just draw a 2-meter-tall bear with a fierce expression. Even if the children are stupid, they won't think that it's gentle, right? Speaking of this matter, Zhang Xiaobao started to criticize the person he had found to draw the animation. There were many artists who insisted on doing this and that. Even if they could use their brushes to pierce through 1,000 layers of paper, could it be reflected in the animation? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked along the way. When they arrived at the younger brother and sister's barbecue stall, Xiao Bei was roasting chives. It was not that she wanted to eat them, but she was really setting up a stall to sell them to the other people on the ship. Chives for 1 copper coin for 3 skewers was considered very cheap. Because it was already early winter, if she sold 3 skewers, she would earn 1 copper coin for 9 skewers. Next to her, Xiao Yuan was roasting squid neck. This was not for sale, so he planned to eat it himself. Of the 5 skewers, he would eat 3 skewers. He brought 2 skewers for Zhang Gang and helped Xiao Bei roast 4 skewers of garlic. When he sold them, he would earn 1 copper coin for 2 skewers. Li Longji and Gao Lishir, as well as Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, were watching from the side. Li Longji lamented to Gao Lishir. These were really Zhang Xiaobao's younger siblings. It was not a matter of money, but the way they thought about how they could earn back the money they spent by eating barbecue. It was really difficult for them to decide to spend 1.3 million strings of cash without hesitation when they were at Hong Farm. Gao Lishir expressed his agreement. Empress Wang smiled but did not say anything. Even Wu Huifei, who did not get along with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family, could not put her resentment on Xiao Bei and the others. This was because when Xiao Bei and the others were seriously roasting things for every copper coin, they could easily throw away the goldfish bags and silverfish bags when they were saving people and then say that it was worth it. The strong contrast made Wu Huifei blush with shame. She could not judge Xiao Bei and the others. She knew that Xiao Bei and the others had a precious candy house. The things inside were really good. It could be said that they strived for perfection, but they were also really expensive. Ordinary people could not afford them. However, it was such a candy house that when Xiao Bei and the others followed Her Majesty outside the city, they were willing to take out a large amount of candy to give the children in the capital to eat. If one said that they were stingy, that was right. They haggled over every penny. If one said that they were generous, that was also right. If one said that they were very afraid of death, there were 2 experts beside them whose movements could not be seen clearly. They were usually surrounded by guards. If one said that they were willing to sacrifice themselves, Xiao Bei would be the first to jump in without hesitation when he knew that someone had fallen into the water. Wu Huifei was momentarily at a loss. She muttered, Xiao Bei and the others should not be in heaven, but they definitely do not belong in hell. Where exactly are they? In the human world. Wang Wan, who was walking over, happened to hear it. She added, it has nothing to do with Maxim Gorky. Then who is it? Wu Huifei asked passively. A person who talks about the Haiyan. But I don't care, because we have the Shuiyun. The Haiyan's struggle is self-defense, while the Shuiyun's fight is for the common people, Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wu Huifei knew who the Shuiyun was. It was the male eagle that the storyteller said, who dares to fly in the sky, alone guarding 1,000 miles with a soaring eagle. It was said that when one eagle soared to the sky, the other eagles retreated. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they were in their respective fields, no one dared to go against it. When the moon was full, the stars would dim. Li Longji did not care about the riddle. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I just asked you two about the matter. You still haven't thought of a solution, right? Hee hee. I was eating barbecue when I suddenly thought of. I thought of this matter, so I asked Xiao Bei. Guess what Xiao Bei said? Let me give you a hint, the problem has been solved. Hee hee, hee 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 hee. Li Longji wanted to say that he had solved the problem himself. If it were any other official, he could only tacitly agree and not say anything else. But when he saw Xiao Bei working hard for every copper coin, he really could not say it. How shameless would that be? If he really dared to say it, Xiao Bei would only reply with an innocent smile and he would jump off the boat. That was because there was no place in this world for his face. It was too big. Zhang Xiaobao did not ask for the details. He first went to his sister Xiao Bei and asked, how much are you selling it for? 3 skewers of Chinese chives for 1 copper coin. If I sell 3 skewers, I'll make a profit. Is it expensive? Xiao Bei's Chinese chives were almost done roasting and she asked as she sprinkled seasonings on them. It's not expensive. You're too honest. Normally, you sell 3 skewers for 1 copper coin. It shouldn't be the fresh Chinese chives that you eat. It should be brushed with gutter oil and then roasted with Chinese chives that are about to rot. Zhang Xiaobao spoke about business. Xiao Bei's hands trembled. Then what if I get a stomachache? Aren't you going to rub sauce on the Chinese chives? You can mix the anti-diarrhea medicine into the sauce and rub it on the Chinese chives and you won't get a stomachache. Zhang Xiaobao continued to give ideas. Then if I rub flu medicine on the Chinese chives, will it be able to treat colds? Xiao Bei deduced. Wang Wan's eyes widened when she heard this. Zhang Xiaobao, you're going to teach Xiao Bei this? With your status, do you really need to do this? Zhang Xiaobao understood that Wang Wan was not talking about his current status. He smiled and said, I'm just playing with Xiao Bei. I have to let her know some of the dark methods. Only then will she be able to hold up the light. After speaking to Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao turned to Li Longji and said, Your Majesty, what did you want to say just now? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Li Longji did not say anything. He was already dumbfounded. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao did not use his methods on Great Tang. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.